Hello, everybody. We are going to try to see if Spectrum wants to keep it together. I'm sorry about my internet problems this morning, but we're going to start this live stream. We are catching up with day 3. It's the last hour of it, so this would be what happened on Friday. And then we're going to get into day 4. We're going to see how far along we can get. Of course, we're going to skip all of the breaks. I don't think this trial is going to go much longer, so we should be able to catch up by the end of the week and catch up whenever they're deliberating. We'll get back on time. We'll get back on track. So thank you for your patience. Sorry about that all happening. And it's beautiful weather here, right? So what happens is we get these storms down here in Florida. It rains, it rains, it rains. It rains a lot yesterday. I looked out my window. It's like raining sideways. And then I'm seeing pictures, not really like where I am. My parking lot didn't flood too much and it cleared up right away. But there were cars that are totaled, that are just a few roads away from where I am. Water line was above the tire line. Water was coming up in the floorboard. Some people were swimming out of their cars. Really good reminder. It's not safe to drive during a flash flood warning. So take that stuff seriously. But other than that, you know, night goes by, everything's fine. We started off this morning and all of a sudden I'm getting that circle and the internet goes out because the utilities just want to conk out a few hours later. They start giving up. So thanks for coming back. This trial, this is Alicia Andrews. I am not doing a deep dive on this case. I'm approaching this more like a juror. So even though we're getting to watch the motions, arguments, and anything that happens outside the presence of the jury, for this particular case, I'm not sleuthing online for additional information. I'm not trying to look at too much of what's going on outside of court. Really, I saw the viral videos of the shooting when the news first broke that Julio Foolio was killed. And I recently saw, I'm not a lawyer, but Mel, she did an interview with the defense attorneys, and we found out that there was no plea deal offered to Alicia Andrews. So that's kind of the outside information I'm going into this with. And here in this community, we are open-minded. You don't have to think everyone's guilty. You don't have to think everyone's innocent. You don't have to have a fixed opinion. You are encouraged to change your mind with new information around here. And just good vibes in the chat all around. So we're going to get into it. We're going to start right at the beginning of Angela Carter's testimony. Make myself tiny. You guys give a mic check here. We've had Kiss and Pink on the screen this whole time with the LOL. So shout out to everyone. We're back. We are back. Hello, hello. Yes, and again, I think this storm is like the outer bands of what Hurricane Melissa is causing. So please check on anybody you know that's in Jamaica. That's been like consuming my mind for the last 24 hours. It just looks really, really crazy. So yes. Prayers up for Jamaica. It's supposed to make landfall as a Category 5. Super scary situation. Just all around. Weather is incredible. Weather is scary. So, and we've got this like fixed stare. Poor Angela. Let's get her playing.
Employed?
Gwinnett County Police, homicide unit.
How long have you worked for Gwinnett County Police?
Since October 2016, so 9 years.
9 years. And how long have you been in the homicide unit?
Since September 2021.
Okay.
And I've been in investigations since March of 2020.
So you were an investigator in another area of the agency before homicide?
Yes.
Ma'am, are you certified under state of Georgia guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes.
And did you attend a police academy at the beginning of your career?
Yes.
Since you've been in homicide, in addition to periodic and annual qualifications that you have to attend and complete for your certification as a law enforcement officer, have you completed and attended other training in relation to homicide investigations?
Yes, I have.
All right, so I'm going to call your attention to the morning of June 26th of 2024. Were you requested by a supervisor to respond to some location in reference to this case?
Yes.
And was that in the city of Norcross?
Yes.
And who was it that contacted you?
My sergeant, Michael Poppy.
Is Sergeant Poppy, is he Detective Sergeant of Homicide?
Yes, it is.
And where do you recall where you responded to?
Yes, 5945 Oakbrook Parkway in Norcross, the Fremont Depot.
Now, what time of day was this?
I got there around 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right, and where were you responding from?
My house, I just dropped my son off for school.
And were you on the way to work in any event?
Yes.
When you arrived on scene at that location, were there other officers there?
Yes.
Did you make contact with them and with your sergeant?
Yes.
He was there at the scene?
Yes.
And after speaking with them, were you alerted to the fact that an individual named Rashad Murphy had been taken into custody?
Yes.
Was there another individual there on the scene that was in the back of a patrol car?
Yes.
And were you alerted that that person's name was Charmaine Steiger?
Yes.
After arriving and speaking to your supervisor, did you make contact with her?
I did.
Did you actually walk up to the patrol car and open the door and speak with her through the door?
I did.
And at some point, did you request that she come with you to a precinct office?
Yes.
Did she agree to go?
Yes.
And once at the precinct office, did you end up interviewing her or attempting to interview her?
I interviewed her.
Okay. Did it come to your attention during that time that a cell phone had been located within the Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And you were alerted when you came to the scene that Mr. Murphy had been detained after getting out of the Chevy Cruze?
Yes.
And that the Chevy Cruze was related to an investigation of a homicide here in Tampa?
Yes.
Was that phone that was found in the Chevy Cruze, was it brought to you by another officer?
Yes, it was.
When you received it, was it open and running?
Yes.
Was there an app or an application that was running on the phone?
Yes.
What type of application?
Maps.
So is that
Navigation.
a navigation application? Okay, that can be utilized as navigation or GPS.
Correct.
And had Miss
So sidebar real quick. Is that so when your phone's running on maps, you know, sometimes it can still auto lock certain apps if you set it that way, but if you touch the screen, you can start exploring other apps typically without having to enter a passcode or a face ID. So does that just give them permission to start going through it? You gotta be on the lookout because there's so much information that somebody can just tap into if they're able to get into your phone without needing to, you know, get a subpoena or figure out what your passcode is because they don't have to enter it if it's already not idle. I don't know. That's very Big Brother.
Steiger given you consent and permission to go and obtain the phone and bring it to that location? Okay.
Okay. They got
Once you
permission.
had it there with you, did you provide it to her to look at?
Correct.
All right, and she had asked to look at her phone.
Yes.
And after looking at it, did some message pop up that you actually visualized and saw on the screen?
Yes.
Did it have the name Julio Foolio on it?
Yes.
And after looking at that message, did Ms. Steiger tell you she no longer wanted to look at the phone?
Yes.
And at some point around that time, did you seize the phone?
I did.
Why did you do that?
To preserve evidence, because based on the content and evidence and conversations we had at that point, I believe that there was evidence in the phone. It's very easy to wipe
Yes.
data off phones and delete it.
Did you at some point, or was at some point that phone provided to another officer within the Gwinnett County Police Department for analysis or extraction?
Yes.
The phone was provided to this person to conduct a Cellebrite extraction, is that correct?
A forensic download.
A forensic download, all right. And that's using software that is connected to the phone?
Yes, they use a program called Breakkey. They do a download of the phone, and then they put it into a Cellebrite reader so we can review the content.
Okay, so that's a parsing application or software?
Yes.
And was that a Corporal Harden that conducted or attempted to conduct that download?
He did. He can.
All right. Now, did you have contact with detectives who were in route from Tampa up to Atlanta?
Yes,
And from that point forward, were you in communication with Detective Juan Ramos?
I was.
Was it brought to your attention that there was some difficulty trying to extract information from the phone?
Yes.
And why was that?
They had plugged up the phone to start the download with Breakkey, and it failed twice. So they wanted to leave it running all night, and they put it on a charger. Well, when it's being extracted with Breakkey, they have to use like they have to plug it into the charger, so they can't actually charge the phone. That way they had it on a wireless charger. So when they came back in the next morning, the phone had died, and they didn't know why. The case was still on it, and when they took the case off the phone, they realized that the back of the phone was damaged, so the wireless charger wasn't working.
All right, and for the record, you were showing the jury in the courtroom the charging port.
I didn't know what it was called at first.
And so the phone had a case on it, similar to what you have on your phone, it appears. And when that case was removed, a protective case removed from the phone, there was damage noted.
Yeah, that's what caused it to die, and the wireless charger not to work.
All right. And was there some information, though, that was extracted from the phone?
Yes, they were able to get a BFU, which is a before first unlock.
Was that provided to you?
Yes,
And did you start reviewing that information?
I did.
How did you do that?
Plugged it into my computer and opened the Cellebrite.
Okay. You have a Cellebrite application on your computer?
No, it comes in the download.
In the download, okay. And that allows parsing or allows you to be able to read and review the information?
Yes.
While you were reviewing that and going through it, were you collecting images and information and communicating that information to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
And were you communicating and sending that to him through some electronic means?
Yes.
And what was that?
Phone, email, talking on the phone,
Okay.
stuff like that.
Were you assisting with this investigation?
At that time, yes.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that you were viewing images. Did you, in fact, take snips or record in some way the information that was on the computer screen?
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so defense asked to approach. Ooh. All right, so they're muting us while they approach. It sounds like Carter just, got the phone, did an initial look at whatever was unlocked, sent it for the Cellebrite extraction, and then it's going to be Detective Ramos, who's the lead, that actually dives into what's in the extraction. So I wonder what they're approaching about, though. We can time travel.
A quick morning recess, so if you all would step into the jury room, we'll be with you momentarily.
All right.
All right, so we'll time travel this. We'll see if they're gonna argue outside the presence of the jury or if they just ask for a regular break.
Detective. Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. Okay, so is it corporal, detective?
Detective, but I'm corporal.
Okay, so currently it's corporal.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Since you've not yet been cross-examined, while we're on this break, you can't talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case. So you're welcome to sit there, but you don't have to. So it's up to you. Okay, so very good. So you're getting your exhibits cleaned up, and then they're not calling Robert Howard. Are you all?
So that's an issue. Yesterday I subpoenaed him.
Yeah.
So if they're not calling, we want to call him.
That's why I'm asking.
He's at the jail.
So he won't be shipped. Was he written here?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that there's some information.
I am notifying the clerk right now. So Mr. Howard can go back today, but he's not to be released from the Hillsborough County Jail. Okay? He needs to stay here through, at this point, at least through October 31st. Okay?
Your Honor, we could also address the visit that occurred with Mr. Howard. I did have an opportunity to speak with him this morning, learning that happened.
What visit?
I went to see him last night.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Howard is represented by counsel. Apparently that did come up in conversation, and that counsel was not present or notified of the meeting itself. Additionally, there were some concerns by Mr. Howard, at least related to me, about whether he was being recorded either by video or audio by defense attorneys at that time. If that's the case, ask for an instruction from the court that to be destroyed.
So I can say it's not recorded, audio or visual. I don't know where he's getting that idea from. But I did go and see him. I just said I subpoenaed him. I went to jail myself to subpoena him because I saw that the state carried down the witness list. And I was concerned that they might not call Robert Howard, so.
Okay, that's fine. So you're, as an officer of the court, you're saying that there was no surreptitious recording of Mr. Howard?
I would have to record.
Okay, I'm just asking.
No, I didn't record.
Okay, he says he didn't record.
Understood, Your Honor. The questioning that took place also was without the presence of Mr. Howard, because he was asked questions.
Well, Mr. Howard, but without his counsel.
Attorney, excuse me, because his questions not only about this case, but his federal case or potential exposure on that.
I didn't.
It's what was relayed to me. I was not there, Your Honor, so I can only
All right.
relay what the witnesses provided to me this morning.
I can tell you what I did ask him. The first question I asked him was whether he's represented in this case as a victim's rights attorney or anything like that. He said no. And then I asked him, are you represented in your federal case? He said yes. I asked him, are you represented in your state probation case? He said no. I did not ask him about his exposure. He then asked me, am I in any trouble? Do I need to be represented in this case? And I said, you're not in trouble, because he thought that maybe because I asked him the question of whether he got representation, that maybe the state was coming after him for some reason. And I told him, you're not in any trouble in this case. I don't know anything about your other cases, but that's it. I didn't ask him about his exposure in the federal case.
Okay, so what are you asking?
Only that in advance of his testimony next week, that if the defense is going to call him, we employ the same procedures we typically do, which is both sides meeting, discussing the impeachable issues as far as prior, suspending cases, those types of things before Mr. Howard takes his stand.
Okay.
That's normal.
Well, you have to disclose any impeachment material. You don't have You don't have, I know. You don't have to go over your strategy, but if you are intending to impeach him with anything, you just have to make sure it's been disclosed, or is otherwise no.
He was deposed in the case, the state was present, they need a digital copy of the digital copy have it, so.
Okay, so I guess what I'm hearing is if he made any statements to you when you met with him last night that you're going to use to impeach him, you have to disclose it.
There were none.
Okay, they're not going to use any statements that were made when Mr. McLyman met with him last night. Okay, so we should be good on that. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Get going.
That was dramatic. Guys, that was dramatic. So they've got Robert Howard. We've kind of only heard that name mentioned, sprinkled in. He's kind of like a curious figure I'm waiting to see from. And it seems like they're not going to get to calling him. Again, this is Friday. Maybe we'll get to him today when we catch up. I don't know. But defense goes and meets with him finally after they find out. They send a subpoena when they find out that the state no longer plans to call him. And now the defense is saying they don't plan to use any of the statements they got when they spoke with him either. It's a bit unusual to me. I would probe further if I was an attorney. Someone has counsel for some case that they're dealing with. I would make it very, very clear that they were explicitly saying, I'll speak to you without that attorney present before I continued questioning, because you just gave the state an opportunity to raise an issue. But the judge is taking, attorneys have a duty of candor to the court. There's no reason for this judge not to trust what she's saying. But I'm not sure why they wouldn't have clarified, hey, we heard he has an attorney for one matter. But he said when we got permission to speak with him. I don't know. It just seems dramatic there. We're going to time travel past these breaks. This might be longer than 5 minutes. Let's try here. Let's see the head floating around, so... Yeah, what in the Foolio is going on here? I think both sides like to fight. I think they're just like clawing across the aisle at times. Oh, court's muted. We're sort of muted. It's picking her up a little. Hey, 8686 Cam. What's going on? Well, I guess we could skip forward a little. Just looks like small talk till the jury gets
Bulls in the audience. So let's go ahead and bring our jury.
Alrighty.
Yes. No, I'm just kidding here.
There's like a little glare on TV today.
So yeah, I thought, well, from my perspective, I thought there was some glare on it, but then again, I'm not looking at it straight on. So are you gonna, should we maybe dim a light or something? Can we dim these lights?
They're not seeing it for glare or something? I didn't hear it.
Well, they raised an issue that there's glare on it, so.
They like the jury?
And I want to say we've had this problem before in this courtroom, and I think we've
we
turned
didn't
off
fix it.
some of the lights.
Do you want to get Nancy?
Yeah, these. Yeah. I'm having a vague recollection of having to do that previously.
Judge, we think it might be this center strip from the last time.
Yeah, we'll try and see what works.
They just shut the lights completely off and say it's over. Did they take a while to resolve this? Oh boy. Let's mute it and skip ahead. They're fixing glares. We don't need to watch that. It's not impacting my understanding of the case.
We moved the TV a little bit further back from the defense.
Oh my
I don't know,
goodness.
you guys tell me.
Let me see. I can see it when I'm standing here.
All right. We've got a witness back. Big Rice Street says, did y'all see the AI system that confused the Doritos?
Okay, very good. Thank you. Welcome back. Everyone have a seat. We have attempted, I believe you all notified the bailiff that there was a glare on the screen, so we have attempted to mitigate. It may be there still somewhat, but we're going to work on it this afternoon after you guys have been excused and hopefully eliminate it. This courtroom, it's courtroom number 1. The acoustics and the lighting are terrible, but what are you going to do? All right, very good. So with that, go ahead, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Detective, before we took our break, Corporal, I was asking you about recording the images from the partial extraction from Ms. Steiger's phone.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender state 65, A is in alpha, 3G is in golf.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Moving to published state 65A. Is this one of the images that was on the phone, contained on the phone?
Yes.
All right. And is that a photograph of the driver's license for Rashad Murphy?
I want to
I'm sorry, for Davion Murphy.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
I think that's Davion's.
Davion Murphy, yes, you're right, Davion Murphy. Down here in this access modified section, 6/18/2024, 5:29 p.m. and 6/18/2024, 5:29, 53 p.m. with UTC markings. Is that the date that would have been taken or collected by the phone?
Taken.
Taken, okay. State 65B, publishing. Was this an image that you also recorded and forwarded to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
And did you send the prior image to Detective Ramos?
Yes.
65A.
Song.
Now, in this photograph, this appears to be a photograph of possibly a crime scene with some officers in the scene.
Yes.
And was there a video, or I'm sorry, a music link attached to it for Yungeen Ace?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of what looks like an Instagram post, and when you post something on your story on like Instagram, you can tag and insert a video or a song with it, and that's what that is right there. It says "Don't Know Why" by Yungeen Ace.
Okay. And this is a date. This has a date of June 19th, 2024, 5:29:21 p.m. with again UTC +0 markings.
Yes.
Is that the date that would have been found or recorded on the phone?
I believe it was a screenshot. So that's the day it was screenshotted.
Screenshotted. All right. Now 65C, and I think now we're dealing with a photograph of Rashad Murphy. Is that correct? His DL.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I want to say yeah, it looks like it, but the name is very blurry. I can't.
Okay. And this is an identification card?
Yes, it is.
A Florida identification card. All right. So let me, maybe if I bring it up and show it to you. You can read, and I know it's a little blurry. Do you see the name Rashad Davion?
Yeah,
And I
I can
believe-
see Davion very well.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen this before, so I know it's Rashad Murphy's, but I just wanted to make sure.
And it's potentially on this identification card is the last name Jakur and not Murphy. It's a different last name.
Okay, yeah, I can't see it.
Okay. Can I approach the witness again?
Yes.
And this is 65C that we've been publishing right below my finger.
Okay, but Murphy's up here, right? I think that's what I'm saying. It's really blurry. I don't want to
Okay.
answer incorrectly.
Yeah, sustain as to speculation.
Okay. 65C. Do you see the name Murphy above that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you've seen this image previously when you were viewing it on the screen of your computer?
Yes.
And that is an image of Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
State 65D is in Delta Publishing. Was this an image that you found with associated information in the partial extraction?
Yes.
And what is this image?
It's a screenshot of a contact.
What is the contact? Is there a name on it?
Yes, it's Guddaman.
Is there a phone number associated to the contact?
Yes.
What is the phone number?
904-309.
All right, they muted it a little.
And in the information as far as this image, is it recorded as to when that was placed in the phone?
Yes, June 22nd, 2024.
Is this an image that was found?
Guys, for context, so Julio Foolio, his date of death is the Sunday. So Sunday in the early hours, the 23rd. So June 23rd, 2024. So we see this screenshot that's extracted from this phone. That's a screenshot of some social media post with the song, a Yungeen Ace song chosen to overlay like a shooting crime scene. That's on the 19th of June. And now we're speaking about the 22nd of June with messages going to Gudda. So, we're talking last week about, well, these text messages, sure, you have Alicia Andrews saying she wishes she wants Julio Foolio dead, but it was years ago. Well, now we're looking at things that are that weekend. So we're starting to get narrowed in on the timeline. And where does Alicia come into play? Who's sending this stuff?
The partial extraction. And this is state 65E is an echo.
Yes.
Does this appear to be a photograph?
Yes.
What's in the photograph?
A black boot, black pants, a
Burner phone?
bag that has a charger, 305s, and a straight talk phone.
Okay. 305s are cigarettes?
Yeah.
How about you take a picture?
And is there a time and date as to the recording of that image?
Yes, it's June 22nd, 2024 at 7:09 a.m. in UTC time.
In UTC time. So that would be 4 hours ahead as far as Eastern Standard
That's
Time?
leading.
Sustain as to leading. Rephrase
Would
your
there be an
question.
offset between Eastern Standard Time and UTC?
Yes.
And what is that?
4 hours.
Universal Time Code, is that UTC?
Yes.
State 65F is in Foxtrot, publishing. Was this another image that was in the partial extraction?
Yes.
What is in the image?
Rifle.
Are you familiar with the AR platform?
Somewhat, yes.
Does that appear to be an AR platform
Yeah.
rifle? And is there a time associated to the collection of that image in the phone?
Yeah, it's June 20th, 2024, 3:02 a.m. in UTC time.
So 2 days before, I guess like 3
State
days.
65G is in golf.
All right, so
Was
this is
this
the
an
Airbnb.
image that was on that extraction?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what this image is?
It is a screenshot of a message through Airbnb.
Okay. I'm going to try to zoom in on it so we can read it. Now, if you could start at the top, does there appear to be a name associated to the message?
Yes.
And what is the name?
The person that they're writing to is Rashad.
Okay. What is the name of the person on the top that is sending the message?
Anthony.
Can you read the message for us?
Yes. Hello, Rashad, and thanks for your reservation. I wanted to confirm right away your reservation at Laguna Oasis starting on June 22nd, 2024 to June 24th, 2024. If you need any additional information, please do not hesitate to ask. You'll receive check-in instructions 2 hours before 3 to 5 p.m. on the day of your arrival through an email titled Laguna Oasis check-in instructions. Our HOA requires for security purposes that all guests booking with us provide a valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Failure to comply with this request will apply our cancellation policies. Regarding early check-in, if we finish preparing the room for you early, we will let you know so that you can check in early. There's an additional cost of $20 payable through the resolution. I look forward to hosting you.
Was there information recorded in the extraction showing when this was actually sent to the phone?
Yes.
And so you have a good opportunity to read that. Can you read for us the date it was created and the time?
June 22nd, 2024 at 8:11 a.m. UTC time.
This information was being relayed to Detective Ramos from the Tampa Police Department.
Correct.
Did you at some later time, Corporal, transport Charmaine Steiger's phone to the city of Tampa?
I did.
How did you go about doing that?
I personally transported it on a plane
On
and
a
gave
plane?
it to Detective Ramos.
Did you actually meet him at the Tampa airport?
I did.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Cross.
All right, so they're passing for cross. This is getting to the point in time I'm really interested in, right? We've had like police officer after police officer and all of these like, here's a bullet defect, here's a bullet defect, here's a bullet defect, because the way they were shooting was just crazy, right? I don't think this is similar to Mr. Brown just showing pictures out of order in the YSL trial. I think we have to show all the damage to the different rooms, the different victims. You remember we had a guest that was shot, like they would like ricocheted off something in the room. So they had to get through all of that stuff. It was a bit boring, but necessary. But now we're getting into the coordination, the booking of the Airbnb. We're sending photos for whatever reason. I don't know why you would do this, but from the point of view of sitting in a passenger seat, maybe, or another seat in a vehicle is what it looks like. You see the leg and you see a bag with a straight talk phone, some 305s and some headphones or a charging cable. what are we saying? We've got what we need. It's a kind of an interesting time to need a straight talk phone, a new phone. Just like it's kind of interesting to suddenly need COVID masks in 2024. And I'm not saying that everybody in Florida is the same, but I do think Florida let go of COVID precautions sooner than a lot of states. You know, the individuals that are in this indictment seem to have only been wearing these COVID masks when they were hopping around from club to club that they didn't actually go in. They were just in the parking lot. And then they don't wear the mask on the way home in the Uber, where they're stuck in a contained space with the Uber driver, which would be, if you care so much to still be wearing COVID masks while you're out and about, that would be the sensible time out of all of those situations, I would think, to be wearing a mask. But they didn't. So, and again, this is more of a chain of custody witness. It seems like Ramos is going to have to tell us, you know, I took all of the stuff that she extracted. She comes and gives me the phone in person. And this is my analysis of it and why we decided to arrest in this way. But before we get to Cross, I want to give a big thank you here. We've got dueling gifted memberships being dropped in the chat. We've got Amy E dropping 5. Again, Amy's link is in the chat. Make sure you go and follow her. We were hanging out this morning watching some body cam videos of a pantless arrest. Great examples on her channel of things not to do, things you probably shouldn't be doing. Yeah, and if you're going to go driving, don't just assume that what's below the window view is out of view for good. You never know what can happen. So big thank you to Amy. If you got a gifted membership, make sure you're saying thank you. And then Big Rice Street, because we've got the @ name. So we've got the Big Rice Street today, always Big Rice Street, gifting 10. So check your screen. You probably got a gifted membership. Say thank you. And remember, we don't love Rice Street around here, but we love this Rice Street. So you get to celebrate Rice Street. Limited circumstances only, limited time. Take advantage of it. Big thank you, you guys. Big thank you. Again, all the gifts. And let's see what they do with Cross.
All right, your involvement in this case, just want to get what your involvement was. You work in Georgia.
Yes.
And were you a sort of a supervisor of the individuals that were working in Georgia?
No, my sergeant called and asked me to come.
Okay. And so who was supervising the operation in Georgia?
We don't really have like a supervisor. I mean, I kind of became the main point of contact, but the way we work on the unit, we just all do stuff together.
Okay.
So there's no real like supervisor.
All right, no problem. But I guess, part of the investigation entailed you holding on to a phone, right?
Correct.
The phone that was inside of the Cruze?
Yes.
And who had that phone?
Inside the Cruze?
Yes. Do you know who had access to the phone?
Both of them, I believe.
Both?
Charmaine and Rashad.
Okay, so both Rashad and Charmaine. Were there any other phones recovered?
No.
This image, this is State's Exhibit 65B. You were mentioning this on direct, right?
Yes.
Do you know the significance of it?
I only did, at the time, I was still getting filled in on all the details, and I remember they had told me that there was like some beef between the victim in this case and another rapper named Yungeen Ace. So I was just going through it and then taking notes.
Okay.
So I just put this in there.
Understood.
I mean, oops.
This exhibit, this is State's 65D. You see the name Guddaman there, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who Guddaman is?
I did that back then. Yeah, I do now too. Sorry.
Okay. Is it Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
At least that's what the evidence tells you?
That's what I was told, yes.
Right. And that phone number there, you know, that phone number 904-309-4707, if that belonged to Isaiah Chance?
I don't know. I don't think I did any additional research on that phone number. I just remember them asking for the name Gudda when I was going through the phone.
Okay, but for sure, that number does not belong to Alicia Andrews, is that correct?
I have no idea.
All right. So at least there's no evidence that you have that would suggest that that phone number belongs to Alicia Andrews?
Yeah, I have no evidence.
All right. Showing 65E, State 65E. This photograph, do you know who is depicted in this photograph?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good, you're good. Do you know whose foot or leg is depicted in this photograph?
I don't.
Okay. You're not sure if that's Rashad or Davion?
No, I can't see them. I can't see their face.
Okay, and then what about the, I guess the significance of the photo itself? Do you know what this photo signifies?
So I took note of this because I had seen the surveillance footage, and it matched the clothing, and there were also some, like jail calls later that mentioned the straight talk phone.
Okay.
Well, they didn't say a straight, they talked, what do they didn't want it to be tracked like an untraceable phone. I can't think of what
They call it like a burner phone?
Yes, burner phone,
All right.
or trap phone or something.
Okay. But none of that conversation was surrounded with Alicia Andrews, correct?
No.
This is 65F, state 65F. That AR that you see there, I guess there may be two weapons there, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Were any of these recovered?
I don't know.
All right, so do you know if these were used in the murder?
I don't know.
And do you know if any of these weapons have anything to do with Alicia Andrews?
I don't know.
The last portion of the exhibit, 65G, that we saw earlier. All right. The person sending this message, it looks like an Anthony, is that correct?
Correct.
At the very top, you see Anthony?
Yes.
And then it's sent at 3:55 a.m., correct?
Yes, that's what it says on there, yes.
All right, and this is an email that you received when you booked an Airbnb with Anthony, right?
Through Airbnb, yeah.
Okay, through Airbnb, this
Yes.
is Anthony's email.
Yes, to
All
Anthony's
right.
property.
And this email is directed to Rashad?
Yes.
Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
Not Alicia Andrews?
No.
And this date, the dates for this booking, this Airbnb booking, are June 29th to June 24th, is that correct?
No.
Or, I'm
June
sorry.
22nd to June 24th.
Yeah, my numbers. June 22nd to June 24th, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and it also states on there that all guest booking with us provided valid ID through the Airbnb message portal. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and do you know if Alicia Andrews' ID was ever provided?
I don't know, because I went through the download before I learned of her name, and then I gave it to Detective Ramos. So when I was going through it, it was just the initial stuff I had at the time. I didn't know her name, so if there is her ID in the phone, I wouldn't have remembered it.
Understood. You conducted an interview with Charmaine Steiger.
I did.
That's the woman who was with Rashad Murphy
Yes.
in Georgia.
Correct.
And Charmaine Steiger is his girlfriend.
Child's mother.
Child's mother.
Yeah.
They were together?
At the time, yes.
And Charmaine Steiger does not live in Georgia, correct?
Correct.
Neither does Rashad Murphy.
Correct.
They both live in Jacksonville?
Correct.
And they both live together in the same home at the time?
I think she said he had just started staying there. I don't know. I can't remember exactly. She said
Okay.
it was complicated.
All right. But they ended up in Georgia, what is this, the day after the murder?
No, it was the 26th, I believe.
A few days after the murder, you all found them in Georgia?
Correct.
Do you have any reason to be in Georgia?
Judge, objection, speculation.
If she knows, do you know?
I found an address associated with them, but I don't know, or associated with Rashad, but other than that, I don't know.
All right. Rashad is supposed to have been in Florida, in Tampa, Florida, during the time of this murder. Is that correct?
Correct.
Charmaine Steiger told you she was with him in Jacksonville on the day of the murder.
Sustain the objection. Sustain.
Can we come sidebar? This is a
No.
non-hearsay statement, Judge. It's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
No, sustain the objection.
Oh,
Charmaine Steiger never got arrested, right?
I don't think so.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, sir. Corporal, you indicated that we just all do stuff together when you're conducting investigations. Were you
Oh,
talking
yeah,
about
clean it
you
up.
and the other detectives in the homicide unit?
Yeah, we just all kind of take tasks and do it.
You work as a team.
Yes.
The photograph of the clothing states 65E. Of the leg with the boot on, the bag with the charger, the cigarettes, and the burner phone. The clothing, you indicated, matched the descriptions from the surveillance videos from the murder.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Free
you,
to go.
Honor.
All right, do you have any other witnesses?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, we need to recall Officer Vega.
Okay.
oh. All right, we got
Your Honor,
Vega
we will
back.
understand 63A is an alpha through I is in India.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Moving to published 63A. Officer Vega, do you recognize that individual?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual that you arrested
I wonder if they recalled him because they forgot to get this in when they had him on the stand.
that got out of the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
They
Is
didn't
that
properly admit
Rashad
it.
Murphy?
Yes, sir.
Is that the way he appeared that day?
Yes, sir.
Are those the jeans he was wearing?
Yes.
The Chevy Cruze, was it impounded and taken to a facility related to the Gwinnett County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you state 63B. Is that a photo of the hood and the front end of the car?
Yes, sir.
And 63D. Does that appear to be the driver's side of the car?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, any
Thank you,
recross?
officer.
All right, so it just seems like who directed him? Who directed Vega when he was on the stand? Let me see real quick. I think that was early. Oh, this is the guy that was super blurry. They blurred out, Law and Crime had to blur out his whole thing. It was okay, so it was the same prosecutor. So it just seemed like the prosecution forgot to properly admit those exhibits after the witness laid foundation for them. So, oops. We can time travel to the next if they have no proof.
Okay, all right. May this witness now be excused.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good, thank you. All right, any additional witnesses?
No, you're not. No, Your Honor, not at this time.
Okay, all right, so good news for you all anyway. It's 11:10, so I kept my promise to you all that you would be done no later than noon today. So while we're on this break, just remember my previous admonitions. While we're in this weekend recess, don't read, watch, listen to any news accounts related to this case. Don't do any independent investigation, and don't talk to anybody about anything related to this case. This weekend, talk about anything except anything related to this case. All right, very good. So you all have a good weekend. We'll see you back here Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All right.
All right, it looks like we're going to have some arguments outside the presence of the jury because there's still some time left. This is Friday's stream, you guys. We're still catching up with day 3. Let's get the jury out and let's see what we deal with next. No, we're still going to do day 4. We've got a whole day to catch up on.
Okay,
I'll do it.
very good. Do we need, I think there is an exhibit that's still in dispute, correct?
Yes.
75, and remind me again which.
C3.
C3. Is that the only one, 3 and 10?
Judge, yes, it is, 3 and 10.
Okay, so can someone show me again 75 C3?
Yes, Judge, I have both of them.
We probably turn up the lights now.
Need the lights up there?
Might as well.
I'll work on it after.
Okay, sure.
Brilliant.
Okay, so tell me, what am I looking at here?
Yes. No, they're not.
Sorry, Your Honor, I heard the city's name.
Okay, what is this?
The messages which are to what appear to be an iCloud, Your Honor, are iMessages back and forth with this defendant and a 6 Block member, so a member of the opposing side of her current boyfriend from back in 2020. That 6 Block member is explaining to her some of the issues that he is having with Charles Jones. These are the messages during which or in which the defendant specifically talks about the witness. Mr. Howard specifically talks about his involvement in his activity that's occurring in Jacksonville and about the death of Bibby, another source of what we expect some of the testimony to be. These messages with this individual also discuss J. Jacory Rivers is the true name of Mr. J. And he is associated in this case in that he funded or sent the money for the Airbnb to the defendant's boyfriend, Mr. Chance, in advance of his using his Airbnb or his Cash App account to book the room with Mr. Murphy. So that's why we are seeking to admit these. Number one, for the defendant's knowledge of, again, this ongoing issue between the two groups, but additionally the link to the other individuals associated to this case.
Okay, so where it says, who is K Shordy 335 at iCloud.com?
His street name is K Shordy. His real government name is Therese Powell.
Therese Powell. Okay, and so when I'm looking at this, for example, the first line says, you don't even sleep that hard, so you gotta be OTP. Who's sending and who's receiving?
The email that's above those messages on the left side are from K Shorty's account. So that's the email associated essentially with, for example, iMessage, right? So those would be from him.
Okay.
Then if you look to the other side, how it looks like it's tabbed, that would be from the defendant in response to him.
Okay, so then, for example, the response to that, and you're telling me this is from the defendant, okay, I get that, I wasn't saying you can't post her, I just feel like you're not ready to talk to nobody, that's all. That would be from Ms. Andrews.
Correct. This is
All right, so it seems like they're talking about two different exhibits and they're going through the first one. And this is with K Shordy. So this is back in 2020. And it's messaging between Alicia Andrews and K Shordy. Who K Shordy has his own mess of troubles. I don't know what he's up to, but he's been in the news. He's been arrested several times. And I think some maybe gun charges, but also, you know, connection to gang activity. So now we're back in 2020, but it's not really helpful. You know, I'm not going to say just because it's 2020, I'm going to disregard it. And they're fighting to get this in.
an extraction from Ms. Andrews' device.
Okay, okay. And so there's some then, so I guess just preliminarily looking at this, there appears to be a lot of extraneous conversation about a lot of other stuff that may not be relevant to this trial. That's kind of my initial first thought at looking at this.
If the court looks to looking at the 10/4/2020 message, that is the message in which I'm specifically referencing the defendant speaking about, or the K Shordy, messaging to the defendant specifically about the witness that we were discussing earlier, Mr. Howard, and Bibby, the person that was with Mr. Howard during the murder of Spaz, or the person that was referenced yesterday, also the co-defendant's younger brother and cousin.
Okay, and this would be the message, you said 1020, which from K Shordy begins, all I want you to do is protect me and make sure nothing happened to me because I'm gone, do the same. Don't let nobody know we talk that you think gone, get around to somebody else because you never know what other people, anyway, it's a very long run-on sentence. So is that?
Yes, it's a very long run-on paragraph. It actually starts at the 11:36 message from that same date, Your Honor. So on 10/4/2020 at 11:36 a.m., there's a very long run-on. It's just not able to be captured on the same page.
Okay, and so defense, what's your objection?
Several, Judge. I'll start with first just the messages. They are even earlier than the messages that we objected to leave on yesterday. These messages are from October of 2020. The second issue is knowledge, Ms. Andrews' knowledge of what is happening in the city, connected to people, some of them that she knows, some of them that she doesn't know, none of them that she has a specific personal relationship with, is not a material issue in this case. It is a collateral issue. Whether or not she knows what's happening, every witness that's come up here has some idea about what's happening. It's not a material issue. The issue is whether or not she had the intent, whether or not she agreed to be involved in this conspiracy for a specific murder. There's no discussion about this murder that would happen 4 years later, or any intent of hers to be involved in it. It's completely not relevant. Also, the way the state characterizes these messages is very different than what it actually is. This is a man, a young guy at this point, and a young woman having a conversation about whether or not they're going to be in a relationship. This gentleman seems to be possibly suffering maybe from PTSD, or I don't even know what the messages are. It's just very long. Him talking about somebody accusing him of something that he didn't do and pouring his heart out, hoping that, he can live a normal life. He adamantly even denies being a part of it, so he's not an admitted member of any gang. And I haven't heard any testimony from any officer that he's a part of a gang, and I don't expect to because it's not a relevant matter to this specific case. This is another attempt to, quite frankly, reach and stretch the idea that she is somehow involved in this particular murder because 4 years ago she had a conversation with a guy who was romantically interested in her, who was really talking about wanting to live a normal life and be away from all of this, and how he's warning people to stay away from it. So it's not even it is not actually the way they're framing it. But even if it were, The fact that she knows these people, she lives in Jacksonville, Your Honor. She is from Jacksonville. It is inevitable that she's going to know people or have communication with these people. Her association, and I don't mean association literally with the gang, I mean knowing these people or coming into contact with them is not a material issue in this case. It is another attempt by the state to put this before the jury to make it appear as though she is associated with the gang when their own expert officers, detectives are going to testify that she's not associated with the gang. It's really just an attempt to sour the jury, to inflame their passions, and to make it appear as though she spent her entire life being, cozying up to gang members. It's not relevant at all to what this case is about, and Your Honor has already limited the scope of what they're allowed to discuss outside of the actual murder. It's supposed to be limited to this 2023 shooting, and here we are again attempting to elicit, this person is about to testify. Here's the issue as well. But this is just not relevant information. It's confusing to the jury. It's not relevant to what they need to decide. I don't see any probative value to any issue in this case. Her messages back to him are not discussing, it's not even connected to what she discussed, to what was discussed yesterday in the text messages. She's talking about not being romantically involved or being romantically involved with this guy. Him being a good person, her being a good person. This is not relevant at all to what we have. It's just an attempt to paint her, as a bad person who likes to be around gang members. It has nothing to do with the actual allegations in this case.
My issue with this argument is the defense is also leaning into beef and gang rivalry as a possible defense, a la, Julio Foolio could have been killed by anybody that night because he had people that were out to get him. It could have been anyone that ordered the hit or took it upon themselves to get their get back for whatever ongoing feud. So now these text messages discuss a feud, a rivalry, specifically between K Shordy and Julio Foolio, which in my view, so I'm in Brevard County. A lot of the Jacksonville news doesn't make it down here, but when there's something like juicy, it does get down here. Stories about K Shordy being charged and then convicted populated over the last couple of years. Sometimes it trickles into news feeds down here. I don't follow this that deeply. I feel like I'm coming into this mostly blind, but I'm aware of K Shordy as a name that has a rivalry with different sets. And because the defense is leaning on that as also a defense, well, there was beef. It could have been someone other than Alicia Andrews. But now there's evidence from a phone extraction from Alicia Andrews' phone where she's speaking with someone about that beef. It's a double-edged sword to lean on, if you ask me. And I think the judge is going to let it in here. Although I'm not really sure how I feel about the other text messages that came in. I get that it's never good to say, I want somebody dead or he needs to die, but it was pretty far removed from this point in time. And they really isolated that text message. But this seems to go to what the defense themselves is arguing. So I don't know. Just my opinion.
Okay, so again, I view this as...
Also, sorry. We got another 10 gifted memberships here. I pulled it up on the screen waiting for the argument to finish here and then got on my own rant. Big thank you again to Rice Street, gifting another 10. So that's up to 20 gifted from Rice Street. He's freeing 20 people today. So make sure you're saying thank you. Thank you so much, Rice Street. Not just for coming in and gifting, but it's just been good to see you. Hadn't seen you for like a month until we saw you on Friday. And you're a fellow Floridian. Just missed you. Just been missing you. So, but let's get into it. Let's see what the judge says. Trim it down, maybe?
Direct evidence, not collateral evidence. And I did limit the collateral evidence, as you indicated, but her statements, or her knowledge of the gang involvement and Julio Foolio and then the beef between the gangs is relevant to the case. But my biggest issue with this, these are just really long, run-on, nonsensical for the, there's parts of it in here, for example, where there's talk about Julio Foolio specifically. Again, the second page of this exhibit.
Here, and I'd be happy to work with the exhibit and highlight more relevant portions, provide an updated copy of that to the defense. My only concern was the defense wanting the evidence surrounding those statements, but in the event that a more redacted version where it's just specifically talking about the parties related to this case and the individuals that were actually present with the decedent, I am happy to do that.
And Your Honor, if I can add, well, first, if the court is going to ultimately allow them in, I would like the opportunity to parse through, what we would.
Sure.
But
so,
also, Your Honor, based on the information that they introduced yesterday, the state has already established that she acknowledged. And it goes back to my point, what is the actual purpose of this outside of attempting to paint her in a particular manner? And I don't believe it's relevant. I understand the court's ruling, but outside of it already being established, it becomes cumulative. It becomes confusing. These are more names of people that are not involved in this particular incident. And additionally, Your Honor, it's prejudicial. It's significantly prejudicial. And I'll also add this. If knowledge of the gangs, because the way the state is painting it is though she has some kind of specialized knowledge of these, these incidents and these people. I don't expect objections when we question their witnesses about how common this information is, right? When we question them about the comments on, social media, the things that people seem to be aware of, the people that make videos and appear to have intimate knowledge about what's going on. If knowledge is, if they're painting her to have some sort of specialized knowledge, then I would expect there to be any sort of objections or limiting to us establishing this is actually not specialized knowledge. This is information that anybody in proximity or with a phone could get access to because everyone is talking about it everywhere.
Okay, well, that sounds like your cross or closing argument, right?
Maybe both.
Okay. Okay, so you do need, I want you, state, to attempt to redact this just to, like, pertinent parts. Like, I can make out in here, for example, the conversation, because there is an actual, start talking about Julio Foolio and 6 Block and ATK and who's involved and who's not involved. And so that kind of thing is going to be more relevant than a lot of this other stuff that's almost, to me, indecipherable.
Yes, John.
So anyway, so try and pare it down, run it by the defense, and then see if you guys, I know you don't agree to this coming in, but just take a look at their redactions, and if you are going to argue for further redactions, or if you want stuff left in for the rule of completeness, then let them know as well. So I'd rather have them start being conservative with their redactions and go from there, okay? And then
just to sort of add, again, there were 370,000 artifacts on this iPod device. I don't know if, the court, I don't know if it's something we need to address now, but I don't want this to continue to be an issue where we're continuing every time that Julio Foolio's name is mentioned that it's going to be admitted because my client, was in a conversation about it.
Well, they've only, let me put it this way. So as far as the exhibits for the state's case in chief, they've identified 75C3 and 75C10. So that's what we're discussing. So I don't know if the defendant testifies, if there's going to be something else that they're going to want to use to impeach her. I have no idea, but we're just talking about state's case in chief.
Correct, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Right?
Okay, well, as far as I know, this is the only exhibits that they produced to you that you're objecting to. Not the only exhibits, but the two we're discussing.
Yes.
Okay, so then what is, so I'm going to overrule the objection to 75C3, but with the caveat, I want the state attempt to redact this to the truly pertinent portions of the message exchange.
And for the record, because I don't believe I said this, we also would object on basis of hearsay.
Okay.
As it's related to the other person's statements, and based on what the state is saying, it appears as though they are attempting to elicit this for the truth of the matter, that she was aware of what was actually occurring, and that what he's saying is actually true. So we object on that basis as well.
Well, I think they're attempting just to show what her knowledge is, not that any of this is factually accurate per se. It's certainly not grammatically accurate, I can tell you that. Okay, so 75C10.
I'm just curious, could they have objected on not calling K Shordy unless someone plans to call K Shordy? Because I'm assuming that they're going to try to talk about these messages with Detective Ramos on the stand or somebody else. But could they have addressed like a confrontation clause issue if they weren't going to call K Shordy? His last name's like Powell, I think. Assuming that Alicia herself wouldn't get on the stand. But they didn't raise that objection.
C10, what am I looking at?
Your Honor, 75.
These are messages from 2023?
Or is it maybe C1?
It's marked as C10.
It's C10. We already discussed.
Oh, yes, that's correct. It's
The only
just for
other
another-
one we did was C2, which yesterday I never was there.
Yes, the exhibit list lists the defendant's number and can also include the co-defendant's number, but the messages for C10 are those between this defendant and her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance.
Okay, what's the objection?
Let me just confirm.
You want to see the exhibit?
Yes,
Sure.
What I have looks like it's C1.
Come on up.
Okay, now I'm looking at C1.
Okay. Sure.
All right, so they seem like they're gonna ice us out. But they mentioned messages with Isaiah Chance, who's gotta.
I was locked out. Yeah, couldn't get back in. Oh,
Oh, maybe.
Okay.
If we can't hear it, we can skip forward. It looks kind of quick.
Okay, good to clerk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, she is that.
Okay, so,
Judge, we reject policy.
okay. And what's the relevance of this? Mrs.
Your Honor, as it relates to the messages in C10, the communications between these two devices are both, again, the same basis, the knowledge, but specifically in the instance of the April 10th of 2023 messages, the defendant's co-defendant, Mr. Chance, is referencing 23. That person will be one of the individuals that was shot and killed at the town center that was referenced and will be ultimately referenced by our gang units as well in this case. It, again, goes to her knowledge of not only her knowledge of those killings in the dispute, but the defendant's boyfriend, or Mr. Chance, the co-defendant, actually explaining to her what occurred there and why he will not return there, and essentially providing her with additional information about his problems with the other gang. Lastly, the first page, who does the court have that also? How many pages does the court have?
2.
Flyer? Okay, that's it. Those are the only ones.
What's the TikTok hyperlink in here? What's that for, do you know?
I do not. It would not reopen. The town center shooting that they're speaking about was a shooting in which 4 individuals were shot up, 3 of them died, 1 survived. That first music video was about, and again, that the When I See You music video by our victim was published regarding. Their photos are preserved in that music video. That was primarily what kicked off both sides.
Okay. I'll overrule the objection. All right, here you go. Okay.
Did I understand the defense to make an additional objection to 75C1?
I didn't hear it. I think when we first discussed this, we already discussed the 3 items. So on 75C1 is a text now chat dated June 17th of 2024.
Yes, and Your Honor, just to be clear, those are the 2 messages, the blue messages to,
Does the court have a copy of that?
I don't.
it's the 1 page, just 1 paragraph. Okay, yes, I don't have a judgment.
Okay.
So, yeah.
There you go. Okay. Okay, anything else we need to discuss before we break for the day? All right, so it looks like, State, you might rest on Tuesday, maybe?
Judge, possibly. I know that Detective Ramos's examination is going to be rather lengthy, and I anticipate his cross will be as well.
Okay.
And
Okay. So you guys, whenever it is State rest, you all just need to be ready to go with if you've got any witnesses other than your client. Okay? So if you need Mr. Howard transported, you just need to make sure that you let me know so that way we can request him to be transported the day before.
But if they are going to conclude on Tuesday, which I don't know if that's...
Yeah,
we can go into West. I
That's
think
fine.
Ron Ramos is going to be pretty lengthy.
I guess I'm just trying to tell you guys, you need to be ready to roll into your case, assuming you're going to put one on. That's all I'm saying.
So, yes, I'm trying to figure out the logistics. So if they're going to end Tuesday, then we would want Robert Howard Wednesday. If they're going to end Wednesday, I guess depending on the time,
Yeah.
and we want Robert Howard Wednesday still, but it's going to follow Wednesday and Thursday.
All right, so it maybe sounds that most likely would be Wednesday for Mr. Howard. That's what I'm hearing. Okay,
I think so, because we saw the medical examiner, the ballistic experts, and some witnesses from Jacksonville.
sure. Okay. All right, so maybe possibly closings Thursday? Okay. Okay. So we'll see. Okay. All right, very good. You guys enjoy your weekend too. All right, see you all Monday morning, 9 a.m.
All right, guys, we are going to get over to day 4, which is today. Today. So I'll pull that up. I have some thoughts. So they were talking about the second exhibit that they were just discussing with these arguments outside the presence of the jury. And it's a bit hard to follow because, you know, these attorneys are arguing as if we know the context, but they're not making arguments for us over here watching. But I think they're referencing a 2018 shooting, even though these messages, she said April 10th, 2023, discussing the town center shooting, which was the 2018 shooting that we've heard about previously, both in opening statements. And then also, if you guys remember when Aaliyah Auburn was on the stand, she was the one that was in the car with Taifa McCray, and the other girl who thought she was just coming down for a girls' trip. The other girl's the one that she gets into the driver's seat and then she can't start the car and drive away. Aaliyah Auburn and Taif are the individuals that go inside, and they're inside the hotel when the shooting takes place. Aaliyah was the one that was dating Trayvon Bullard, who is the half-brother of Yungeen Ace, and he's one of the 3 that were killed in that town center shooting in 2018. So that's apparently the content of some of these messages between now Isaiah Chance, who's Gudda, a co-defendant in this indictment, and Alicia Andrews' boyfriend at the time, maybe currently, I don't know. This is just messy. I don't really have an analysis of that, except it's all messy. It's all messy. And I'm sure that picture will get more clear as we hear them. I think it's going to be Detective Ramos that's going to tell us how they looked at all of these conversations and what they made of it. But that's what I'm piecing together based on what we just heard. And my conclusion is that it's messy. That's a lot. That is a lot going on. And then day four. And hopefully we can get through the day 4 feed without Law and Crime pulling it down like they've been doing for the other streams. I don't think any personal information's been popped up. Skipping out all the beginning stuff. Make this full screen, get some captions. Oh, we should boost the volume a little. Hot, wet Florida mess. Okay. Thank you, Aaron. I trust Aaron to follow the context more than I
Thank you.
trust
Everyone have a
myself.
seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. I hope you all enjoyed your weekend, your time off. So while we were on our weekend recess, did anybody watch, listen to, read any news accounts or social media accounts related to this case? Anything? Did anybody talk to anybody about anything related to this case? Did anybody do any independent investigation or research regarding this case? Okay, very good. We're ready to proceed. And we've attempted to cut down the glare on the screen. So if you can't see the evidence, stop and let us know, because obviously it's important that you all see the evidence. So if the glare is so bad that it's really impacting your ability to see the evidence, just let us know, okay? All right, state, who's going to be your next witness?
The state calls Alicia Kaufman.
Uh-oh, she's wearing green. Or maybe it's beige.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Alicia Kaufman, Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman, how are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
About 15 years.
Back on June 25th of 2024, did you respond to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with processing a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that pursuant to a search warrant that was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working alongside homicide detectives?
Yes, ma'am. It would be, believe, Detective Alverson and Detective Kirkpatrick.
And was the vehicle that you were processing, was that the black Dodge Charger belonging to the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
I do know that it was a Charger, but at that point in time, I didn't know who actually it belonged to.
What was your role when processing that black Dodge Charger?
I was advised by the detectives that the first portion of the search warrant had been completed, the swabs, other photographs, etc. And my sole And my sole job was going to be to photograph further and document the damage and potentially pull any projectiles from that vehicle.
So there had already been a crime scene investigator who had already done those things that you have just mentioned. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How did the vehicle appear then when you came to the impound lot?
It was in one of the secured bays, and it had what we would call as yellow markers or yellow stickers. They look like little rulers. They have our police department logo on them. And with that being on there, that indicates to me that something had either been notated or prior photographed and documented.
And you said the detectives briefed you that they had already had the vehicle processed for swabs for DNA. Is that correct?
Yes, that they had already gone through the entire vehicle.
As well as the photographing the damage to the exterior of the vehicle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Part of what you were documenting was that to do the interior of the vehicle and to collect any sort of projectiles or bullet fragments that were still contained inside the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification states 68A through double K. Did you previously look at all of these photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence 68A through KK.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
And Ms. Kaufman, do all of those photographs fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took showing the different damage and some of the projectiles that you recovered from the interior of the black Dodge Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a projectile that you recovered from this vehicle that still appeared to be intact?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that located?
I believe I notated it as like a hinge hood. So when you open the hood of the vehicle, in this particular case, the vehicle opened normally where the hood opens towards the windshield. And in the corner, up near the windshield of the driver's side, there's kind of a groove or a divot where the wires come. And it was right there up in that area.
Do you document with photographs that entire path, opening the hood, as well as the location and close-ups of what you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
Please tell us what you are documenting in 68B. Let me put that down a little bit.
So in this particular photograph, that's just going to show that the hood is open. And again, those yellow stickers were there prior to my arrival.
And can you point out where it is ultimately that you locate that projectile that's still intact?
Sure. Good to get up?
Yes, ma'am.
It's definitely a little difficult from here to see, but if you see the corner where the hinge comes to the hood, there's almost like a leaf that's orange, a little off-center, and it's right about there in that particular area.
And 68C, and you want to stand up just for these next series.
Belief.
68C, is that a close-up of that area that you're talking about?
Yes. So you'll see, again, there's that hinge, or the corner, you have your hinge coming down here, and then right kind of underneath where that parallel line comes, it breaks. It's hard to see just because of shadows, but there's a further documentation after that.
68D,
So that's going to be, you can actually see where it comes down, that parallel again. So we're kind of leading into this photo to show that very almost shiny, metallic looking item there in the middle, kind of lower, almost the center of the photograph there.
and then 68E.
That's my hand, just removing the projectile, again with what we would use as a measure, just basically showing it close up.
And that was the one projectile that you found still intact, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Please tell us what 68F shows.
Excuse me. So that is going to be the driver's seat, as well as the headrest to the driver's seat.
And can you show damage from projectiles in this particular photograph?
Yes, you can actually see due to the headrest being dark colored, all of those little white spots and fragments are potential damage there.
68G, what part of the vehicle is this?
That's actually going to be the back of the driver's side headrest. You can see the steering wheel in the forward of the picture, notating that we're still on the driver's side, and then that's just an opposite, so that way we can get both sides of that headrest.
And again, in this photograph, can you see damage that has been caused by projectiles in this particular, in the back driver's seat of the headrest?
Yes, particularly if you're looking at the actual driver's seat, those two notations correct over there on the right side.
68A.
Oh my gosh.
I believe that's the driver's side. Yes.
that.
That's okay.
They
That's all right.
slide it up and say
Want to make
driver.
sure that we have them notated and separated. That's going to be the driver's side headrest. We're looking at this particular photograph is the front, once we removed it in order to actually document it better and further.
68I.
Now we're going to go in and do kind of like, again, those overalls. Now we're in a mid-range, just showing the damage as well as a marker, or as well as a measure in this one.
And then 68J is at another close-up of 68I.
That's correct.
Did you do the same process for the back of the driver's side headrest?
Yes, ma'am.
68K.
So again, notating that we're in the back of the driver's side headrest now. Those are the same two spots that you noticed on the photograph of the seat when it was actually still intact.
And do those correspond with the holes that are in front of the headrest on the driver's side?
For the most part, it's a little difficult.
Is there kind of at an angle?
Yes.
68L, what are you documenting here?
So that's going to be the passenger seat headrest once it was removed. Again, we're looking at the front of it.
And again, is there damage caused by projectiles to the passenger seat headrest?
There is damage to the lower, if you look at the lower corner, correct, right there.
68M.
We're just kind of going in, looking at a mid-range without that measure.
Sharpie?
68N.
And that's showing the measure with the same damage that we saw in that prior picture.
Does it show, can you see another area that's kind of damaged to the seat a little bit lower in this photograph?
Yes, it actually shows both pieces. One up by the 4 on the top of the measure and one actually closer to the 4 on the latter part of the measure.
And then 68O, is that a close-up of the damage to the lower part that was displayed in 68N?
Correct.
Please tell us what is in 68P.
I believe that that is going to be the back of the passenger headrest.
What are you documenting in 68Q?
So this is going to be what we would call the B pillar of the vehicle. It's that pillar that runs between the driver or the front door and the back door. And right dead center, you'll see the actual line of the black B pillar. And then there's a giant white spot. That's a strike or potential damage. So we're just kind of getting that overall angle so that we can maneuver in so that we can see how we're moving forward in our photos.
Okay. You also see damage to the window of the driver's door, is that correct?
Correct.
And then 68R. Is that the same area in the center of the photo, just at a better angle?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you documenting in 68S?
So, Big Rice Street, this is under the theory of accomplice liability because one of her charges is the conspiracy, but her other charge, count 1, is the first-degree murder. So, because of the way Florida treats accomplice liability, she was there. The jury could find her accountable if they think the elements were met, even if she didn't pull the trigger. So, technically, under that law, all of this could be attributed to Alicia if the jury finds that she was moving with the group when they were carrying out the shooting. So it is tedious. We can actually, do you guys want to speed this up? I don't think we're going to we know this car was gunned down. We know people were hit. We know we have surveillance of people on camera. We know the state, the defense, nobody's arguing that the 3 individuals that are on their surveillance with the guns are Alicia. I think we can speed through this. If you guys want to slow it down, we can, but this goes for a while. This goes for like 20 minutes.
So now we move to the back seats, just kind of documenting
It's just
overall
going to sound a little crazy.
at this point in time.
And what is kind of the different particles that are in the seat that are kind of green and white?
It's going to be fractured glass.
68T.
So again, we're looking in from the driver's side of the vehicle. So to the right side of the photograph, you're going to have the rear driver's seat moving over from.
I love this too. Stimson points out that this is also a good chance for the prosecution to run through their order of events and pointing out, we saw in opening statements, the prosecutor, the guy, I think he gave a very good, here's the A to Z. You guys were getting bored by it because it did take a while, but I thought it laid out the order of events pretty well. I was able to follow it. I have not felt the same with the way they've done direct examination on all the different witnesses. It seems all over the place. And then every once in a while, I remember seeing a picture already. And I'm like, all right, we've seen that one before. Or is this one new? Is this another angle of the same defect? So, but this is a good trial run, right? For the co-defendants when they go to trial. Great point.
Right to left, then we'll have the center seat, and then obviously the rear passenger seat on the other side. We're just documenting in this photograph the seat back as well as the seat headrest.
Can you point out which seat has damage by projectile?
Actually, they all have pretty much damage. In this particular photo, we're looking mainly at this one here, the rear driver's side, and then it's hard to see, but you'll get into the other photos and you'll see a little bit more damage there.
68 view
So this is the center of the back seat,
and 68B.
and now we're going to be looking at the rear passenger seat back itself.
And in this photo, can you again see any sort of damage caused by projectiles?
Yes, up in the what would be your right shoulder area, you can see some damage there.
I'm going to show you 68X. What are you depicting in this photograph?
This is going to be damage to the rear passenger side seat, up near the top where the seat back is, or where the headrest is. You can kind of see it. It's a little faint, but it's next to the one between the 1 and the 2 there.
And just for reference, is the tan in the photo, is that depicted back in 68B?
Yes, the tennis.
68Y,
Just a closer up photo. Again, you can see it kind of mid-range between the 2 and the 2 there.
68Z,
Just some further damage. That one again is a little hard to see, but it's equivalent to the 3 on the side, and then kind of below the 2 3 marker there.
going to 68AA.
So that's going to be the back of the rear driver's seat once we have pulled it off from the jet.
And did you see any sort of damage or strikes to the bottom?
Not to my recollection on the bottom.
68EE.
So that's going to be damage. I believe that's the middle seat.
Again, can you, for the record, just kind of designate where it is located in the photograph?
Sure. It's actually pretty much center in the photograph itself, at the 2 and the 2 mark there.
What is in 68CC?
That is going to be the seats once they were removed. That's going to be your middle seat and your driver's seat.
And we're still looking at the front of that, is that correct?
Correct.
And again, can you see any damage in this particular photograph from projectile strikes?
Yes, it's going to be in the actual headrest up on the right. Then you can see in the tan portion where that line comes down. And then it's a little harder to see, but between the headrest, there's actually some more damage there.
68DD.
That's going to be kind of between those headrests.
Close up from when we just looked at 68CC.
Correct.
68EE.
So now we're in that, we're doing a mid-range photo again. So it's going to be the driver, the rear driver, dead center. You'll notice kind of the deceleration coming down right at the line that goes up and down as well as the vertical. I'm sorry, the horizontal one.
68FF, what are we looking at?
It's going to be the back of the seats for the middle and the driver.
And in this particular photo, can you see damage from a projectile strike?
You can. There's some small damage down on the bottom to the right. Right there, there's some damage pretty much in the center on that particular photo.
68GG.
So that's just marking where that is, especially because it's kind of hard to see without that marker, specifically saying where it is on the photo.
And then 66AA, is that a close-up of the damage that was at the lower end of that seat?
Correct.
What are you doing in 68II?
So peeling back, you can actually almost feel in this particular case, the copper jacketing that's underneath there. So I just took my knife, peeled that layer back, and located that jacketing, and that's going to be right in the center of the photograph, at the headrest between the center seat and the side seat.
68JJ, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So there's a lot going on here, but what we're really focusing on and depicting is the driver's side door is open. We're looking into the driver's side at the dashboard area, but we're focused mainly on that item of damage there. Correct.
And is that a projectile strike that's kind of going into that dashboard area on the lower driver's side of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
68KK.
So now we're doing a closer up photograph of that with the measuring.
After you basically peeled back some of the seats and pulled out various parts of the car, can you tell the jury, I know that there was one intact projectile that was found in the hood area. What other either projectiles or fragments did you locate?
I did locate some other, what I would call as fragments or debris, pieces of metal, essentially, from some of the seat rests, as well as I believe a small sliver came out of the dashboard.
The part of the back or that seat that you peeled back and you kind of saw a fragment, was that the only other thing other than the projectile that you could qualify as a fragment? Were the other pieces that you qualified as debris too small or too tiny to be able to truly discern if it came from a projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment? Yes. Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. You're free to go. All right, and here's your next witness.
Judge, our next witness is Detective Caylen Scull. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record. I'll let you get situated, sorry.
No, say the name. I want to type the
First name
name.
is Caylen Scull, Scull.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Tampa Police Department,
Caylen?
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 14 years.
What unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm assigned to a firearm investigations unit,
How long have you been in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
approximately 6 years.
What prior assignments at the Tampa Police Department did you have before being put in the Firearms Investigation Unit?
I was assigned to a narcotics unit and patrol with street crimes unit.
As part of the Firearms Investigative Unit, are you also a member and cross-designated as a member of the ATF Task Force?
Yes, I am.
What are your duties as an ATF Task Force officer?
We investigate violent crimes and with firearm cases, commercial robbery cases, long-term trafficking cases with firearms, any violent nexus to a crime involving a gun.
Does your unit respond to homicide scenes?
Yes, we do.
What type of homicide cases does your unit respond to?
Anything that homicide will ask for our assistance on, usually it's either mass shootings or 3 or more people, any high-profile case that they may deem may be high-profile at the time, or anything that they need assistance on from the ATF.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
Did you respond to that area on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes.
What time did you approximately arrive at that location?
It was just before 9 o'clock, around 8:45 or so.
Was there already law enforcement presence in the area at that time?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe the type of law enforcement presence at that time?
When I arrived on scene, I parked on Fowler Avenue in the grass area, side of the road. There was approximately 10 or 12 law enforcement vehicles already there. There was a large, I observed crime scene tape around the perimeter of the hotels. I saw multiple law enforcement members, crime scene vans, stuff like that.
When you first arrived, did you meet with other officers from the Tampa Police Department for a briefing?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer holding the perimeter. He had a crime scene log, so I checked in. I then went over and talked to the homicide unit, which I believe was the sergeant at the time, Rachel Cholnick, and then another detective from my unit, which is Detective Michael McNamara.
Sergeant Rachel Cholnick, she is the sergeant of the homicide division, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you said you also met with Detective McNamara with your unit.
I did, yes.
Were you at that time apprised of the investigation of what had occurred prior to you arriving?
Limited information. I was told that there was a deceased individual in the vehicle. I was told that he had maybe a rapper from Jacksonville area. And then there was the scene that started in the back of the hotel from where I originally arrived to meet with detective and sergeant.
What did you do at the scene?
After I was briefed on limited information, I kind of just walked the scene. I was looking for 2 other special agents with ATF I was told that were en route. Wasn't sure if they were on scene yet or not. Went around to where the shooting had initiated, which is the front of the hotel, and met with street crime units from Tampa Police Department.
I'm going to show you it's already into Evidence States Exhibit 1. Can you take a look behind you and see that? I'm going to blow it up a little bit. You said, where did you first come in at and where did you park?
You want to stand? Or
Yes, absolutely.
So this is Fowler Avenue here. This little grass area in front of this will be the sidewalk. This is where I parked, and this is where all the law enforcement vehicles were kind of stayed because they could not get into the hotel itself.
Okay. And you said that you entered the crime scene, is that correct?
I did. I entered and I walked down the grass area, walked to this opening here, which is the drive, and then met under some trees, which was, I believe it's this area here, is street on the right side of the front of the hotel.
Where did you do your walkthrough?
So when I arrived and met with them, there was a black Dodge Charger that was situated between Holiday Inn and those tree lines there, which I believe is where the victim was in the vehicle. And then I kind of walked down, I saw a path of what I believe the vehicle fluid from either a radiator or a transmission coming all the way down this little grass area in between the 2 hotels, through the grass, all the way down. And I kind of made my way where the initiated shooting was, which is in front, which says Sarah's Amiga Natural Horse Training, this little overhang here.
Okay.
And then the crime scene for the street crime unit were kind of in that side of the parking lot, and I met with Detective Andrew Trotter.
When you met with Detective Trotta, was there some damage to a vehicle that was pointed out to you?
There was, yes.
What sort of vehicle was it? And can you point out on States Exhibit 1, this diagram, where it was parked and located?
It was a yellow, I believe it was a Ford Bronco, or I'm sorry, maybe yellow or light orange. You can see a small little vehicle in these parking spots here. Maybe it was the 2nd or 3rd open available space there.
And did you
So while he stepped off the screen, I think it'd be helpful. So this is the Holiday Inn, and okay, you can see my mouse, right? So this little overlay is where when we see the surveillance footage before the shooting, right before the shooting goes down, this is where the black Charger is pulled up from this direction, and they're showing us the lookout car kind of doing a loop-de-loop over here and going around. The reason we're focused on this over here is because when the shooting started to take place, the Charger, as they were trying to get away before they lost consciousness, stopped driving, they went through this little cut with the grass and end up like stopping right here. And we've seen other footage from body cam from like this angle pointing this way, pointing like, oh, you see the police car, you see the detective over there looking at the car. That's why we're talking about this area, because by the time this guy gets here, he's conferring with everybody that's standing here. But Julio Foolio, his car, and the car that was with them that night were under this little overhang thing. I don't know the technical term, when they were spotted and the shooting took place.
Note any sort
Just to help orient.
of damage to that vehicle after you were alerted by Detective Trotta?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 17A through D. Did I previously show you these photographs?
Yes.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent that yellow vehicle that had sustained damage by a projectile and where it was located at the time on June 23rd of 2024?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence States 16A through K. Any objection?
No objection.
Oh, it's 17A through K, I apologize.
Okay. Okay, admitted.
And you said previously on States Exhibit 1, it was parked in this area in the lower kind of center of the picture where there's some parking spaces near this kind of grassy field.
That is correct, yes.
What is in 17A?
That's the yellow Ford Bronco.
17B, is that a close-up of the tab?
Yes, it is.
And then 17C, in this photograph, can you see where the damage from the projectile strike is on the vehicle?
Yes.
Can you stand up and point it out where it is and describe the location?
It's directly above the gas tap door. It's a different color, and the paint color, it's a silver color.
This area right here?
Yes, that's where the projectile entered the vehicle.
And then 17D,
Same projectile, just a close-up of it.
and can you tell us what it is? Is there any significance to this particular photograph?
Yes, it seems the entry point of the projectile entered on the front of the vehicle toward the back of the vehicle.
So if you go back to 17C, where would be the location of the shooter when they are firing this particular projectile?
It's my belief that they were in front of the vehicle, firing toward the back of the vehicle.
And then again, going back to 17D, can you show what is the basis of that?
You can see the projectile, how it's like an arrow-type shape. It enters the vehicle on this portion here, scrapes the side of the vehicle, and actually enters the back portion.
Then I'm going to go put States Exhibit 1 again. So based on this photograph, can you kind of tell us the general area where the shooter would have been at that point when that yellow vehicle was struck?
My belief would be somewhere in this light-colored area near the parking spot in the grass, maybe either on the parking bumper, in the grass, or just in front of the vehicle itself.
You can go ahead and have a seat. After you saw the damage to that particular vehicle, did you yourself start looking for casings that could have been left behind by the shooter in that area, that general area where you believe the shooter would have had to stand in order to make that projectile strike?
I did.
Were you able to find any sort of casings in that area?
No, I was not.
After you saw the damage to the vehicle, did you alert the crime scene investigators so that they could take photographs and document the area as well as the damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Were you also asked to assist in narrowing down a vehicle that was located in the Home to Suites video footage?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to look and see a vehicle that was a black Chevy Impala and asked to see whether or not you could narrow down the year of that vehicle?
I was told on scene that the belief was a later year model vehicle. My belief it was earlier than that, so I did some research on it.
Can you tell the jury how it is that you researched the vehicle and what sort of databases you're looking at to kind of narrow down the field and the year of that particular vehicle that is being showed in the surveillance video from Home to Suites?
Yeah, so I saw the video of the vehicle, realized it was a Chevrolet Impala, believed it was a between a 2006 to 2000 maybe 15 or so vehicle. Researched the generations within that Chevy model, realized it was a 9th generation model Impala. Those years were 2006 to 2013. I pulled up all of the trim levels on a 2006 to 2013 Chevrolet Impala, which are LS, LT, and LTZ, and I broke down which each exterior characteristics are for each trim. I put all those on a spreadsheet and then looked at the trims for each year, looked at the video again, and I noticed some identifiers in the exterior vehicle that were not in each year of the trim or each trim itself. I narrowed it down to an LTZ trim based on a GM emblem that is in the front quarter panel of the vehicle, which was only on 2008 and 2009. I also saw that it was the upgraded wheels on the LTZ, which is a different year than the 2007. It was a 2008 wheel because the spokes were a little bit wider. It had the rear spoiler, which is on the 2008 and 2009 vehicle. And then I noticed that it had potentially body color matching door handles from the video. There was a little bit of light on the door handles, so I wasn't sure if they were chrome or body color matching. Through the research of the LTZ, the 2008 and 2009, 2008 had body color, 2009 had chrome, so I nailed down my search to an 08 or 09 Chevrolet Impala. I then, through my research, was told that they were from Jacksonville, so I took the VIN, researched.
Let me stop you right there.
Sorry.
That's okay. So did you have an interest in cars before becoming a member of the Tampa Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been interested in cars?
Well, I'm 42 now, so since I was a small kid, so.
So you have talked about some different trims that are available on the Chevy Impala, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And based on you researching the different types of features on the particular vehicle that is depicted in the Home to Suites video, you could narrow it down to the year based on the particular year and model and the features and the trim that were available that were unique to each year. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so far, based on the appearance of that black Chevy Impala, you said that you were able to narrow it down to 2008 and 2009. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Now, I want to ask you, now you've mentioned the VIN. Is there unique numbers in the VIN that correspond to trim features?
Yes, the 4th through 8th digit in the trim correspond to trim levels on particular vehicles.
So is that how you're able to come up with a potential VIN number for our suspect vehicle?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I imagine there's more than one 2008 or 2009 black Chevy Impala, so are you getting more than one VIN?
Yes, I researched the VINs and broke down the LTZ trim within the VIN number and was able to verify that the trim for LTZ is the letters W and U in the VIN number.
Okay. So that is how you're coming up with a possible selection of vehicles that may have been involved in this particular case and may be the black Chevy Impala in the Home to Suites video. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Sustain as to leading.
Okay. After you come up with the VIN, are you asked, is there a further way that you can narrow down your search to possible Dodge Chargers relevant to this investigation?
You mean Impalas?
Yeah, what did I say?
Charger.
Charger?
Wrong car.
I
We
meant-
know who was in the
That's
Charger.
correct.
Amy, can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
Yes. What did you do after you were able to get VIN numbers in the state of Florida to that particular LTZ trim of 2008 and 2009 black Chevy Impalas? How could you further narrow it down to be relevant to this particular investigation?
So I researched a website we have access to in law enforcement. It's a DMV website. I inputted 2008, 2009 Chevrolet Impala with LTZ trim black and then selected Duval County, which is overseas Jacksonville.
And why are you selecting Duval County?
I was told originally that the suspects may be from Jacksonville because the victim was from Jacksonville.
When you access that database, how many vehicles, black Chevy Impalas, did it become narrowed down to at that point?
3.
After you had 3 black Chevy Impalas, LTZ trim, between 2008, 2009, is there further analysis that the Tampa Police Department can do to assist in further narrowing it down?
There is. We utilize license plate readers. I provided my 3 vehicles to an analyst with homicide who was Brittany Jackson. I told her these are the vehicles that I was able to populate and come up with, and then I was later told that there was a confirmation of a vehicle.
One of those 3 that actually were picked up on a license plate reader in Tampa during the weekend of the homicide, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the black Chevy Impala LTZ trim for Florida tag number 68DLWD?
Yes.
Now, does your member as the ATF task force, do you also sometimes assist in being able to collect shell casings to determine whether or not DNA can possibly be collected and identified on shell casings from a crime scene.
Yes,
Was that done in this particular case?
it was.
Were you notified that there were 31 shell casings that had been collected, 31 9mm shell casings that had been collected at this particular crime scene?
I was.
Did ATF and your role in ATF, did they eventually collect 30 of those 31 shell casings?
They did.
And was it for what specific purpose?
The 30 were going to go to an ATF national lab for analysis. One was left over for other investigation purposes.
And if they are going to be tested for DNA and DNA analysis, is there a special packaging that those shell casings have to be packaged in?
There is.
Can you describe that for us?
Yeah, it's a black plastic cylinder tube. It has points inside of it that hold a casing. What that is for is so it doesn't rattle around. It can't touch any other items within a bag or anything. Basically preserves the DNA within that collection tube.
Protect the integrity of the evidence that may be contained on that shell casing, is that correct?
That is correct.
And one of the shell casings was to remain in Tampa Police Department, is that correct, for them to do their own testings and comparisons?
It was.
And at some point, did you assist with the transporting of the shell casings back to Tampa Police Department custody after the testing had been completed?
I did.
Can you tell the jury how those shell casings are transported from the scene, and where is the testing done for ATF?
So the typical process is we collected, crime scene collects the tubes. They're put into, crime scene does their thing with the tubes. They put them in bags, package them. Then as agents and task force officers will remove those casings within their packaging. We will transport them through commercial airline to Maryland, and then directly hand them to an analyst or a biology supervisor at the national lab with ATF.
And what the lab is testing for, what is the lab testing for when they're doing this process?
Their initial process is just to see if there's presence of DNA on a casing to begin, if they have enough to move forward with further analysis.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
For all of the 30 shell casings that was sent to ATF in Maryland?
Yes, it was.
And was there any DNA that was found to be suitable for DNA testing or comparison to any suspect?
I'm not sure on that one.
Did you, were you the one that got back the report from the ATF lab in Maryland?
I was not, no.
Okay. Would that have been another ATF agent in your unit?
It would have been either the agent that submitted the casings or a designee with Tampa PD that he would have told the supervisor to forward the report to.
And would the case detective, Detective Juan Ramos, would he also have been made aware of the results of the ATF testing?
Yes, that is, that should happen, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Detective. You're an ATF task force agent, is that correct?
Yes, I
That
am.
means you're employed by the county, city, but you work hand in hand with the federal government?
Yes.
All right. And you said you've been doing that for how long?
I've been with ATF for approximately 6 years.
All right. And you met with the ATF agents, the other ATF agents that were working this case on the scene. You met with them, correct?
I did, yes.
And you discussed the case?
We discussed not kind of what we were seeing on scene that morning. We really didn't know what the reason for the shooting was, but we were just discussing what we saw on scene, how many casings there were, and kind of just going over investigative tools or tactics we could use to try to help homicide.
All right. Did ATF collect the casings, the 31 casings, or did Tampa Police Department crime scene techs collect those casings?
Tampa PD crime scene collects casings.
All right. And they're put into a special, like a container?
Yeah, it's a black plastic tube. It's not a full cylinder tube. It has openings on it so DNA can breathe. And then inside it has these little, I don't know what you call them, but they're almost like a bracket, so the casing is held in its place the entire time it's in that tube.
All right. And though it's kept in that tube for what purpose?
So it can't be rattled around or moved, or and DNA can't be compromised.
All right. So that tube is to protect the integrity of that evidence?
Correct, yes.
All right. So when you all are putting the casings into the tube, I assume the person that's handling the casings has on gloves?
That'd be crime scene, but yeah, that would be my assumption.
All right. And you don't have any reason to believe that anyone was not wearing gloves when they were handling the casings, is that correct?
Oh, I don't have any part in that collection, so I wouldn't be able to accurately answer that question.
All right. The ATF, federal government, you all refer cases to them at times, right?
Tampa PD can refer cases to ATF. We adopt cases that are state cases, and we adopt them federally, yes.
All right. And that was a conversation that was had in this case?
No, this case was not adopted federally, in my
What?
recollection.
Yes, it was not adopted. The federal government did not pick up this case, correct?
That's my belief, yes.
All right. And the DNA that was submitted, or the casings that were submitted to ATF, they were tested for DNA?
Presence of DNA, yes.
Or analyzed to see whether there's DNA on the casings?
Correct.
What about for fingerprints?
I don't know that answer.
Okay. All right, and obviously you said you did not get the report back from Maryland.
That is correct.
And when you say from Maryland, that means from the ATF.
The national lab, correct.
So that's why you don't know why or whether there was any DNA that was of value on the casings?
That is correct.
All right, no further questions.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Yes.
Sure.
Let's see if they ice us out for this approach. It's pretty quick. Then they call another witness. So let's see.
Sir, affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. Would you state your name for the jury?
I am Detective Daniel J. Wilson,
And where are you employed?
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Just over 15 years.
What is your current job title?
I am a crime scene detective.
Were you a crime scene detective in June of 2024?
Yes.
And what are some of your day-to-day duties as a crime scene detective with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We are the forensic hands and arms. We are the markers, the photographers, the packagers, and we submit the property in the property room. We measure, we do diagrams, pretty much all the logistics.
Your title of crime scene detective is a little bit different than what we have here in Hillsborough County. Can you explain to me why you hold the title of detective? You're
Literally
sworn
because they
law
changed our name about 2 years ago, from evidence technician to that. And I think because we're sworn, which is sometimes, most counties in Florida is either a blend or just civilian evidence technician. So I think that's what they wanted to divide up. So,
By sworn, does that mean that you would have attended the police academy?
correct.
Did you serve any time on patrol?
I did. I did 5.5 years on the street as patrol, took interest in this job, and came over and got trained here.
Was there some particularized training that you did before you could be called crime scene detective?
Yes, we do what's called a field training officer program. It's basically on-the-job training with an experienced training detective, and they teach you the basics. Then you, as you can get them, you get the school's basic forensics, photography, blood work, trajectory work, all that. You get those schools as you can from then on.
I'd like to ask you specifically about a call that you would have responded to on October 7th of 2023. Were you still working in your same capacity?
Yes,
And did you have the opportunity to respond to the area of Prospect Street and West 16th Street in
I did.
Jacksonville?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what county that is?
That's in Duval County.
And what was the nature of the call for service in that area on October 7th of 2023?
It was an aggravated battery person shot scenario.
Based on your training and experience, when you respond to a scene to process it and there is a shooting, what types of evidence are you looking for?
Anything related to firearms, that would be fragments, projectiles, casings, firearms themselves, and damage from those items.
From this specific scene itself or the immediate street surrounding that scene, were you able to collect items of ballistics value?
Yes, ma'am.
And from what locations?
Correct me if I'm wrong, 3702?
Okay.
Yeah, or 3072.
What was the area like? Was it a residential neighborhood?
It's a housing neighborhood, Prospects running north and south, West 16th running east-west at that intersection.
Did this particular scene, or at least the locations from which you needed to collect evidence, span from 16th through 18th?
Pretty close to it, yes.
And at each of these separate locations, were there different items of evidence that you collected?
Yes,
At a residence in particular, were you able to retrieve potential projectiles from a railing?
yes,
And did you recover shell casings from the scene, specifically at your original call location, Prospect Street and West 16th Street?
yes,
In your prior training experience, is it fair to say you recognize at least the caliber or make model of casings?
Correct.
That are left behind at the scene?
yep.
And do you recall the number of casings that you located at that intersection?
I marked and collected 16 casings.
Do you recall the specific caliber of the casings that you marked and collected?
There was a blend primarily of 5.56 and 223.
I am showing you now what has been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 50A through P. Would you take a look at that packaging there and let me know if you recognize it?
Yes, that's the packaging I submitted the casings in.
And how is it that you recognize it? Do you have markings on it in some way?
That's my writings, 16.223 caliber casings, evidence 1 through 16, which are the placards I used.
It's
On the
not,
back,
but it
that's
looked like
my,
a McDonald's
terrible
bag.
writing and on the seal, so.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit States 50A through P into evidence. Any objection?
No, sir.
Now, you indicated that this exhibit, 50A through P, was a blend. Did you document in your report the blend that you actually collected of those casings? So what specific nature of the casing?
The only objection I would have is pre-trial objections that we raised.
Okay, same ruling, then it'll be admitted. You can answer the question.
You indicated that they were a blend of casings located at the scene that were collected. Were they all from the same area?
They were.
And you said there were more 5.56 NATO. Is that the 13 fired casings that were of one type?
Yes,
And there were 3 223 Remington caliber cases located at that scene as well?
correct.
But all in the same area?
They are.
Meaning the casings were combined or grouped there?
Yes, yes.
The projectile that was recovered from a residence some ways down, I believe 2 streets down, at least 18th, that was not in the same location as the casings that you collected?
No.
Did you also have an opportunity to respond to the hospital in that case where the victim was being treated?
I did.
Was the victim in that case identified as Charles Jones?
He was.
Are you familiar with Charles Jones in the Jacksonville area?
Outside of this case, no.
And when you responded to the hospital, were there any items of potential evidentiary value that you could recover from Mr. Jones's person? Meaning, were there ballistics that were retrieved from his person?
From his person, the only thing I did was take pictures of him with his wrapped foot. I did not collect anything from him.
So nothing was provided to you at that time from medical staff that had been retrieved or removed from his foot?
Nothing.
And at that same time, did you have an opportunity to view or process the vehicle in which he was traveling when that shooting occurred?
I did.
And was that vehicle struck by gunfire?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes,
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
okay, cross-examination.
So you're testifying about a shooting that occurred in October of 2023, correct?
Yes,
You investigated that shooting?
I did.
And the victim in that case was Charles Jones?
Yes, sir.
All right. That case is still open and pending? The
I believe it
investigation?
is.
All right, no one's been arrested for it yet?
I do not know.
No further questions?
Okay, redirect.
So remember those texts that we heard about, oh no, that was April, never mind. The first set was from October 2020, the K Shordy ones. The second set was April 2023, the one that was discussing the town center shooting. So never mind, scratch my thought.
Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. You're free to go. All right, let's go ahead and just take a brief morning recess, about 10 minutes, okay? And we'll be back.
All right.
All right, so we can time travel this. Let's make sure the attorneys don't say anything.
We may have one brief witness in between, but yes, the witness right after that is extensive with the firearms.
Okay, and then so what is your question regarding how the firearms are being stored or shown to the jury, or what is your issue?
Correct. I believe that we were going to have some acrylic cases for those, so I did not know if both the clerk or HCSO had a preference as to how they were presented, because right now they're still in the evidence boxes.
So I don't have cases that big, I have plastic bags. They're like a,
We just want to make sure with the recently implemented policies that we're.
Yeah, one of the most subject, she has these big bags.
these, and then they have a lock, but I lock these in.
Okay,
So,
good for you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's
may
what,
we do that?
Sure.
Mayor?
yep, go ahead and do that.
Right,
As
they
far as
want the
taking
big
them, go
bags,
ahead and
not the
taking them
little
out of
ones. That's
evidence
it.
box, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, we can do that with the defense.
Okay, is there any objection, defense, to going ahead and taking the firearms out of the evidence boxes they're currently in and putting them into the clear plastic bag?
No objection.
Okay, very good. So you guys can both do that together. All right? We'll be back in a few.
That was the fastest break ever.
All rise.
Okay?
No, sir. That's right. How you doing? I'll just raise your right hand and swear to God.
Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name?
Good morning, it's Stephen Johnson,
Where are you currently employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 8 years now.
In your position, did you also attend the academy and become a sworn officer with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office before your role in crime scene?
Yes, I did patrol for 5 years, and then I've been with the crime scene unit for 3 years now.
Did you receive specialized training in your transition to crime scene from patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that time, did you have an opportunity to respond to a scene in the area of 2718 New Berlin Road for a vehicle search?
Yes, ma'am.
What date was that?
That was 6/26 of 2024.
And if at any time you need to refer to your report for a refresher, just let me know, and I'll go ahead and let you have an opportunity to do that, okay? When you responded to that area, what was the nature of the call you were responding to?
It was in response to a vehicle that had been pulled over, and they wanted to process the vehicle for potential evidence.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when I showed up, I think the officers had already done a preliminary search of the vehicle, and they located a firearm, so then they backed up and called us. So by the time I showed up, all the doors were open, so I took overall pictures of the vehicle and its general location, and then proceeded to process or collect evidence from the car.
I'm going to show you what has been marked States Exhibit 48A through QQ and 49A through I.
I thought QQ was pew
You
pew
recognize
for
the
a
items
second.
depicted in 48A through QQ.
A through pew pew.
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the photographs that you took of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And in States 49A through I, can you take a look at that? And you identify that as an item of evidence that you collected from that vehicle after photographing it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit States 49A through I and 48A through QQ. Any objection? Okay, he'll be admitted. When you actually responded to that Forerunner vehicle, were there already officers standing by with it?
Yes, ma'am.
In your photos and showing you 48A, is this the standard card that crime scene techs with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office will prepare in order to establish a cover sheet for the photographs that are taken at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph that vehicle as you saw it when you
Sean
arrived?
Gaithright's car.
Yes.
In making your way around the
What was
vehicle, did you
driving?
document the exterior and then move in with the photographs that were taken of the vehicle, just showing an example of that in 48E?
Yes, ma'am.
As you actually entered to process the interior of the vehicle, were there any potential items of value that would have been collected, 48F, from the driver's seat of that vehicle?
The straight talk
I have to
phone?
refer to my report if there was particular items from at different areas.
Sure, I can maybe be more specific. Were there cell phone, items of electronic evidence retrieved from this vehicle and impounded or seized?
Yes, ma'am. I believe we collected a cell phone from the driver's side.
And did you also, in the search of the vehicle, collect some items of ammunition or ballistics-related items?
Yes, there were ammo and gun parts as well as the firearm.
In 48H, is that the firearm that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that firearm located?
That's in the glove box. Or not the glove box, center console of the vehicle.
In between the passenger and driver's seat, center console?
Yes, ma'am.
Once the item was photographed in place, did you remove that item and photograph it as in 48I?
Yes, so before taking pictures, I actually collected a touch DNA swab of the firearm and then unloaded it and took pictures as I unloaded it.
When you're processing a firearm that has either live or spent ammunition in the area of that weapon, do you also photograph that ammunition as depicted in 48M?
Yes, ma'am.
And what caliber of firearm was this that was collected from the center console?
This was a 9x19, which is a 9mm.
Are you able, when photographing the firearm, to identify that information as well as in 48O?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, do you make your way around the vehicle photographing the items as they are in 48P?
Yes.
Where was that Juicy Couture bag inside of the vehicle?
That is the rear driver's side seat.
Was there also another bag inside of that vehicle which was removed and photographed in States 48S?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe which bag we're looking at here in 48S? Specifically that was removed to photograph, 48T maybe more specific.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I referred to in the report, but
When looking at 48S, is the item with the blue strap on the bottom the same as 48T?
yes.
What was recovered from the interior of that bag?
I referred to my report for that one.
Yes.
Because I know there was a few bags in there.
Is this the camera bags? Air quotes.
See, I referred to it as the blue and black backpack. And there was, can we go down the list of the things that were in there?
Well, just generally, what were the items? What were the nature of the items inside?
So, firearm parts, there were ammunition, looks like live rounds, and casings. Oh, no, that's in a different one. No, those are just live rounds.
In 48U, are those the items after being removed from the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what we're looking at here in the center? Let me see if this will help. Not sure if that makes better.
The
or worse for
center
you.
in the bag?
Yes.
Those are live rounds.
Okay. Is it a little bit easier to see it that way or before?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. In 48V, do you photograph a little bit closer the items that were located inside of the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys,
From
this,
your
sorry. Grandma could have gone either way, but to me, this is dumb. And it doesn't mean Grandma wasn't testifying that that's what she was told and that's what she believed. We know the Uber driver said he didn't know what was in the bags, but didn't have any suspicions at the time. This, to me, this is Sean Gaithright that we're talking about. Remember, he moved from the sedan into the SUV after Grandma said it was okay because he had these power washing jobs and he needed room for the equipment and had these big professional camera bags. Well, now we're seeing him with a bunch of bags and there's no camera equipment so far.
processing of the interior of this blue bag, do you remove each of these in 48W live rounds from inside of the bag?
Yes.
Did you open the boxes of ammunition that were also contained within that bag, 48Y?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to document the items that were inside of those boxes of ammunition?
Yes, we have to get a count before we submit them into evidence.
Can you show us where it is? What are the items that were removed from those white boxes? You're welcome to stand up if you need to. So the white boxes that are open, are those strips of ammunition from inside of the white boxes? Okay. Sorry if that was not a clear question. Were you able to get a better picture in 48Z of the head stamp of that ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the head stamp on the ammunition that you photographed?
These ones are 300 blackout.
Once the larger rounds of ammunition were also removed from the bag, the loose rounds, did you have an opportunity to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted in 48CC?
Yes.
There were several bags containing ballistics evidence in this case retrieved from this vehicle, were there not?
Yes, ma'am.
In 48D, is this white plastic bag here another bag that was located inside of that 4Runner?
Yes, I believe that's the Bucky's bag, and it was located in the Juicy
Buc-ee's?
Couture bag.
So inside of the Juicy Couture bag that we previously saw as in the back seat.
Yes.
And this is your processing of the interior of that bag now.
Yes, ma'am. Different bag.
You again remove all of the items from inside of that in 48EE.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's depicted here?
Yes.
Got this bumps.
Inside of the Juicy Couture bag and then ultimately inside of that white plastic bag, were there additional cardboard boxes? 48FF, I'm referring to the top left of this photograph.
Yes, that's correct.
And is this as those boxes were when you pulled them out of the bag?
You mean with the items inside?
Yes.
Yes.
Over the
Were
those
you able
gloves?
to photograph the black box closer at 48GG?
Yes.
And the material that's inside of that black box, what were those?
So I believe there were casings and then maybe some miscellaneous gun parts or tools.
But those would have been casings from fired rounds.
Correct. Cool.
Not that crazy to have spent casings. You could have just gone to the range. But if those are gloves that were also in the bag, I mean, do you guys go to the range? My sample size is small. I haven't gone to the range that many times in my life. But I've never put on a pair of latex gloves to do so. So if that's what's sitting there, those blue objects. Where were they? Because it looks like when you pull gloves off and they're inside out. Uh-oh, is my thought. Uh-oh, is my thought.
Were you able to photograph the black box closer at 48GG?
Yes.
And the material that's inside of that black box, what were those?
So I believe there were casings and then maybe some miscellaneous gun parts or tools.
But those would have been casings from fired rounds.
Correct.
48HH, did you have an opportunity to collect and process those fired rounds?
So we don't actually process them, but we did collect them.
And did you photograph the head stamp on the rounds that were retrieved from that?
Yes, ma'am.
48II. And can you tell me what brand or information you were able to obtain from that head stamp?
Actually, with those head stamps, there's not a lot of information on there.
They need to tell us if those are his gloves or not.
48LL, were there also additional boxes of ammunition located?
Yes.
Also inside of that Juicy Couture bag?
Yes.
And what was the brand of that ammunition?
Those are Max Tech, and they look like 9mm.
Did you perform the same process where you document the head stamp on those items by opening the box of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
In 4800, were all of the items of ammunition from this box present?
In this picture, it looks like there's 2 missing.
Is there a count on the box typically with ammunition just based on your training and experience?
On the box, yes, ma'am.
And would this tray be full if it were unused, essentially, brand new?
Usually, yes.
You indicated that you processed the interior of the vehicle by photographing and collecting those items of potential evidentiary value. Is that right?
Yes.
As it relates to the shell casings that were located inside of the black box from the Juicy bag, you recall those casings that were collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to document the type of casings that were collected in states 48GG?
Maybe clarify that a little better. What do you mean?
Did you pull them out of that box?
Yes. And
Did
photograph
you
them.
impound them?
Yes, we collected them.
Is that what I showed to you in states 49A through I?
That's correct.
And what was the caliber of those shell casings that were retrieved from that black box?
They ended up being 5.56 and .223 casings.
When you concluded your processing of this vehicle or photographing and impounding the evidence from this vehicle, were you called the following day to another scene to assist law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been the 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North address?
Can I refer to my report?
Yes, if it would refresh your recollection.
Yes. So 2978 Captiva Bluff. That's correct.
Was that a residence that you were responding to?
Yes, ma'am. In reference to a serving a search warrant.
Both addresses, the area of the vehicle stop at 2718 and 2798 Captiva Bluff Road North. What county are both addresses located in?
Those are in Duval County.
Your Honor, one moment, please.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
They better ask about those gloves.
You don't remember much about what you did in this case without looking at your report, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Improper argument.
Sustain the objection. What's your next question?
What is the legal basis for that objection?
She was improper. Asking him to comment. I've sustained the objection.
Judge didn't know what the objection was over. I'm not saying she wouldn't have sustained it otherwise, but listen to that interaction. I don't get the vibe that the judge knew what she was sustaining.
Report, is that correct? You don't remember much about
What do you guys
what you
think?
did in this case without looking at your report, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
Improper argument.
Sustain the objection. What's your next question?
What is the legal basis for that objection?
She was improper. Asking him to comment. I've sustained the objection.
Do you have a recollection of how much you did in this case?
Sure.
All right. Do you remember the incident that you were just describing, the search of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you have body-worn camera on that date?
We do not.
We do not. Who's we?
The crime scene unit themselves.
All right, but there is body-worn camera
Most
of
likely,
this search?
if patrol officers were there during the initial stop, then they likely had body cam footage.
So, other than you, there were patrol officers present at the scene?
Yes, sir. I believe there might have been a homicide detective that was there as well.
And this is in what city?
This is in Jacksonville.
All right, when you arrived on the scene, you said the doors were open at the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And your role is to collect the evidence?
Yes, sir.
You collected the evidence with gloves on?
Yes, sir.
And you put the evidence into evidence bags?
Yes, sir. Packaging.
You wear gloves when you handle evidence because you want to make sure you don't get your fingerprints on the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Same thing with DNA?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who's responsible for sending the evidence, if it gets sent at all, who's responsible for sending the evidence out to any lab for any sort of analysis for DNA or fingerprints?
That would be the lead detective on the case.
And who's the lead detective in JSO?
I believe this one would be, his last name was Drebeck.
All right. So Detective Drebeck is the lead in Jacksonville Sheriff's Office for this case?
For this particular incident, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know if Detective Drebeck or anybody in the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office sent any of the guns, the parts, the bullets, anything out to be tested for DNA or fingerprints?
No, sir, I'm not sure about that.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, free to go. All right, State, who's your next witness?
Detective Summer Dees.
Come on, Peter.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Ma'am, would you state your name for the jury?
Yes, it's crime scene detective Dees.
Not
Where are you employed?
Dees.
Jacksonville Sheriff's
Chat. Her last name is Dees for real, with an S. Oh my God.
Office
And how long have you been employed with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
for almost 6 years.
Did you attend the academy before transitioning to the crime scene unit?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you work patrol for any period of time before you moved?
Yes, ma'am.
How long was that?
The academy was about a year, and patrol was about 2 years.
As a crime scene detective, do you commonly respond to scenes to process for evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you collect the evidence as directed by detectives, but also based on your own training and experience?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, did you have the opportunity to respond to a home or residence on Victoria Lakes Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been 13751 Victoria Lakes?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that address located within Duval County?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon arriving at that residence, what was your responsibility?
Just to photograph and document everything in the residence, as well as collect anything that the detectives wanted.
Was that residence being searched pursuant to a search warrant that had been obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the execution of that warrant or the day that you showed up to process on June 27th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
On your arrival, did you start with any particular area of the residence?
The exterior.
And upon photographing the exterior, did you notice any cameras that were affixed to the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity also to photograph those?
Yes, ma'am.
After photographing the exterior of the residence, did you move to the interior of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
When you process a scene like this, are you given some kind of surface level information from the detective?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, were you given that type of a summary?
Yes.
Specifically, though, did you get a rundown of who lived there, whose room was whose, anything like that?
No.
Is that typical to receive when you respond to those types of scenes?
No.
I am showing you what has been previously admitted as states 53, 54, and 55. If you'll take a look at these items. Additionally, what has been marked for identification as 51 and 52.
There's a lot of pictures.
Sure. Did you previously review the contents of the photographs that you took at the residence as noted?
Yes, ma'am.
Gonna be Granny's house.
I did, yes.
And specifically in 51 and 52, do these photographs fairly and accurately reflect the photographs that were taken of the exterior and additional photographs taken of the interior at this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, state seeks to admit states exhibits 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55.
Any objection?
Yes, again, I can see.
All are provided. Your Honor,
I believe they are 51, 52, 53, 54, and 55. No?
So just 1 and 2, 51, 52.
Correct. 52 and 55. Thank you. Yes. 53, 51, 55 are in Adams.
So I have no objection to the composite 51 and 52. The others are in evidence.
Okay. 51 and 52 are admitted.
Now, you mentioned that you start with the exterior of the residence typically, and that is something that you, again, did in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
In showing you 51C, if you're able to look over your shoulder there, is this the residence for which the search warrant was executed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were the vehicles that are parked in the driveway of this photograph there when you arrived to start processing the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
In 51D, did that include this Toyota 4Runner?
Yes, ma'am.
You also advised that there were some cameras affixed to the exterior of the house. Can you tell me where in 51E, and if you need to stand, feel free, the camera would have been that you were documenting here?
Yes, ma'am. Above the garage.
This 51F vantage point of that same camera above the garage.
Yes, ma'am.
When you entered the residence, was there also a camera affixed to the opposite side of the home? 51I?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's depicted in the top right corner here?
Yes, ma'am.
In photographing the entryway of the residence, was there an additional camera at 51L for this residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately, did you learn the at least name of the occupants of this residence?
Not that I recall.
And in your search, were other law enforcement officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office present?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved to the interior of the residence, did you have an opportunity to photograph the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
And just based on your training and experience in 55A, was there anything that was present in the sink of the kitchen that you documented?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you felt the need to document?
As you can see, there's material on pieces of cardboard right there.
Was the sink filled with any liquid of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
35B, is this as the sink was when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you at some point start the process of removing those items from the sink to document them in 53E?
Yes, ma'am.
And the item that's
Got
located
the
in
bacon grease?
53F, where was that in the kitchen as it related to the sink with all of the other items? The item in the center, I'm sorry, the cover, correct.
Okay.
Where was it in relation if we look at 53E?
Is this 53?
Yes.
This is the grandma's house. This is Gaithright,
Okay,
Sean
so on
Gaithright's
the little
grandma.
middle rack there, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is a close-up of the same thing.
Yes.
As you removed the items from the sink, were you able to spread them out in some way so that you were able to photograph them a little bit better?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite their condition, was there some kind of identifying information remaining? 53I.
Yes, ma'am.
53J. Is that also an item from the sink?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, do you pull some either craft paper or cardboard to lay out all of the pieces?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what's reflected in 53K?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, do you continue the process of photographing each of those to obtain any kind of identifying info?
Yes, ma'am.
53L from the same sink?
Yes, ma'am.
53N? Same?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any other rooms in the house or any other sinks that have been filled with items like this?
No, ma'am.
So the items that are depicted here in all of your photos from the scene that are reflective of wet pieces of paper, manuals, 53O, are all from this kitchen sink?
Yes, ma'am.
And the cover from 53B that we previously saw in the photograph next to the sink, did you also place that on the cardboard?
Yes, ma'am.
And moving on from the kitchen itself, did you also complete a search of the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to search the hallway of the residence leading to the bedrooms?
Yes, ma'am.
Now tell me about the layout. Was there some kind of closet, something other than a room in that hallway?
Yes, there was a closet in the hallway.
Did you have an opportunity to open that closet and document the items therein?
Yes, ma'am.
The items that were contained within that closet, is that what we are seeing in 55A?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you're documenting in this picture here?
So, right here, there's some ammunition cases.
In the center of the photograph here at 55A?
They're kind of green and metal. They have handles on them. Yes,
Were you
ma'am.
at least aware that the nature of this case involved the potential of firearms or the use of a firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you pull these cases out to document them more clearly as you continue processing this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there also items of evidence that were ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're seeing at 55C?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that come from the same area?
Yes, ma'am.
As you moved those items out of the closet, did you also locate additional boxes of ammunition in 55E?
Yes, ma'am.
And as you processed the actual green tin boxes, did you open them to document the contents, 55F?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you locate in your search of this closet Remington ammunition,
Yes, ma'am.
55G? Is that what you documented here?
Yes, ma'am.
Contained within the green metal boxes, were there live rounds of ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
As the green cases for ammunition went on, 55O, did you continue locating or documenting the ammunition that was found inside of them?
Yes, ma'am.
In the back section of that closet, did you locate an additional box, 55U?
Yes, ma'am.
And also contained in this closet, were there other household items, clothing items or shoes, things of that nature?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the green metal cases ultimately impounded into evidence at 55BB?
Yes.
And as to each, did you open and photograph and document the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
Each of these green metal boxes, did they contain additional ammunition?
Yes, ma'am.
And the smallest of the green boxes, were you able to document the contents inside of that, 55JJ?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you find inside the smallest of the green boxes?
More live rounds of rifle ammunition.
Of rifle ammunition?
Mm-hmm.
And is that what's depicted in 55NN?
Yes, ma'am.
In leaving that hallway where these items were located, did you move to the bedrooms of the residents to photograph the contents therein?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you don't know the identity of the occupants of those rooms when you're photographing.
No, ma'am.
In the first room, did you locate a gun case in 52A?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an actual,
Yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you keep saying so just say yes or no.
Yes.
was there an actual firearm located inside of that box, 52B?
No.
Were there magazines located inside of that box?
Yes.
What was the firearm make that was meant for this particular box that was located? 52E?
Yes.
But no firearm located with this box?
No.
Did you locate as well in the house or in that same bedroom, a mask in 52J?
I don't recall if the mask was in the bedroom. Is it okay if I refer to my report?
Would it refer to your recollection?
Yes. The mask was in the closet in the hallway.
And it may be that some hallway photographs are here. So let's look back then at the next photo of 52M. Is this that same hallway, but just from a different vantage point where we found those green cases, 52M?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that in the center of the photo there?
That would be a vest.
And did you have an opportunity to process that as well by photographing it and laying it out in 52N?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, was there a room in which there was a safe that you were asked to process?
Yes, ma'am.
In 54A, is this the safe that you were asked to process from this same residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have an opportunity to photograph the contents of that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 54D fairly and accurately represent what the safe looked like when it was open?
Yes.
54G, what are we looking at here that you're documenting?
Just the interior of the safe as it is.
As it relates to the firearms or the rifles that are located inside of that safe, were those rifles ultimately impounded into evidence?
Yes.
Was there ballistics evidence also located inside of the safe?
Could you clarify ballistics?
Sure, shell casings or items of live ammunition?
Yes.
Were there items of live ammunition also located in various places about the room?
Yes.
In 54S, was this a dresser inside of that room?
Yes, ma'am.
And in 54T, is this what you found inside or on top of that dresser as far as live ammunition?
Yes.
What I'm pointing at here directly in the
Lost
center of
picks.
this photograph, was that a rifle round?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that dresser located directly next to the safe?
I do not recall. I'd have to look at my pictures.
In 54D, were these both in the same room, the safe and the dresser?
Yes.
Now, back inside of the safe itself, you indicated there were some items of ammunition and then other firearms located therein, correct?
Yes.
In your processing of the safe, did you collect an item in 54Y that looked like this?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
It's a brass catcher.
Were you able to document the contents of that brass catcher in 54Z?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as states 58. Do you recognize this package?
Yes.
And did the contents of this package come from the interior of this brass catcher as we're viewing this photograph?
Yes.
All right, this time state seeks to admit states 58. Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted. Inside of that brass catcher, those two rounds, were you able to determine the caliber?
Yes.
What caliber rounds were inside of that brass catcher?
I believe 9mm.
Do you need to refer to your report to confirm?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Two 9mm casings from that brass catcher.
Yes.
But this was not attached to anything at the time that you photographed it and then ultimately pulled it from the safe, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Did you locate additional brass catchers inside of that safe?
Yes.
54B. Referring back to the firearms that were actually recovered, did you have an opportunity to pull out the firearms from 54DD that were recovered from that safe?
Yes.
Once those firearms were recovered or they were determined to have potential evidentiary value, were they impounded or boxed up by you?
Yes, ma'am.
In 54HH, is this one of the firearms that was removed from that safe?
Yes.
What is depicted as attached to that firearm, was that brass catcher already on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the rifle in 54, also removed from that safe?
Yes, ma'am.
In 5500, are we looking at the black forge rifle as depicted in 54QQ?
Yes.
And was the first rifle that had the brass catcher attached the Anderson rifle from 54II?
Yes.
Ultimately, at your conclusion of processing this scene, did you impound both of those rifles into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And upon impounding those rifles, are they boxed up and preserved and taped up?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what's been marked as states 56. and 57.
Very patriotic evidence packaging.
Do you recognize both of these boxes as having been the boxes used to impound both of those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit states
Ooh.
56 and 57.
The acrylic bags.
Admitted.
Let's see if she points it at anybody.
In State's Exhibit number 56, based on your review
Oh,
of the
pan the
packaging
jury.
which was contained, the
It's got
firearm
the lock
that was
and the
retrieved
trigger.
From the safe.
Yes, ma'am.
And was this particular firearm the black forged rifle that was retrieved from the safe of this residence?
Yes.
Was there an additional rifle that was retrieved?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's 57. Is this the second rifle that was retrieved?
Yes.
And is this how the rifle was collected?
No.
Okay. What change, if any, was made when you collected it?
There was a tape on the handle that I cut off and I preserved.
Can you take a look at State's 57 and tell me where on the handle and describe for us what you're talking about?
Yes. On this handle right here, and there was tape wrapped around it, a piece of tape that I cut off, and I preserved for DNA.
Okay, if you'll just say that into Mike, I think we got caught up there.
Sorry. Yes, just on that handle, there was an adhesive tape wrapped around it that I cut off and I preserved it for DNA.
So on the handle of the firearm itself?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to this brass catcher that's attached to the right side of the firearm, was that affixed to the rifle when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And was this sight on the top of the rifle also affixed to it when you pulled it out of the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I will pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So you assisted with the search warrant at the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
That's Sean Gaithright's residence?
I don't know.
You don't know who lives there?
No
Do
idea.
you know how many people live there?
No idea.
Do you know how many bedrooms are in the house?
No, I would have to refer to my report.
You could.
No, I don't know how many. I'd have to look at my pictures, actually.
Okay. There was a picture of a safe. There were some rifles in the safe. Do you remember that picture?
Yes.
And those rifles, that safe, that was found in the master bedroom of the home?
Yes.
All right. It's not Sean Gaithright's room, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right. For sure, that home that you searched, that's not Alicia Andrews' home, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know if it is?
I don't know.
Did you search Alicia Andrews' home?
I don't know who that is.
So you wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the weapons that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if Alicia Andrews' DNA or prints are on any of the casings or the gun parts that you found?
No.
You wouldn't know if her DNA or prints are on any of the cardboard boxes that you found?
No.
And you don't have any evidence that anything that you just discussed on direct examination is connected to Alicia Andrews?
I don't know who that is. No. I have no idea.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect. Ma'am, when you respond to a scene, do you know the identity of any of the suspects typically?
No.
Do you know the underlying circumstances or facts of the case?
No.
Is your job strictly related to the processing of the scene you respond to?
Yes.
The facts that are provided to you, are they relevant to the investigation, the whodunit of it all, or is it just for the purpose of processing?
Just for processing evidence.
The items of evidence that you did receive, did you relay that you did process or impound into evidence, did you relay all of that information to the detective on the case?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, from the state.
Okay.
Now, just as some food for thought, like if you were on the defense side of this case, if you, let's see, I know I'm not an attorney. I think we have some attorneys that pop into this chat and they give us great insights. What would your balance be when it comes to emphasizing for the jury, especially if your client's not going to take the stand themselves to have the chance to say it themselves. What would your balance be for emphasizing this has no connection to my client, this has no connection to my client in a situation like this? Because this is, I think, the third witness now where we've had redirect, where the state is just going up there and having the witness emphasize that, you know, what they're asking me if I have knowledge of, that's not my job role. My job is to go there and take photos. My job is to go there and look at the scene. And then with one of the witnesses, when the male prosecutor was doing the questioning, he got up there and said, do you know if the state plans to call someone from the Jackson Sheriff's Office to talk about that thing instead, maybe on Monday, something to that effect? And the guy's like, I don't know, whatever. So the prosecution is pushing back, like almost getting to the point where the defense is beating a dead horse. Could it be too much? What would your balance be? Because I feel like the defense has to emphasize this is detached from my client, but maybe not do it with every single witness. And we've called like 20 cops. So yeah, it's very surprising, but let me criticize her. It is surprising that she didn't document information about the house, because you would think if she was searching the house, this is a separate criticism from the overall big picture, emphasizing it with every single witness, to the point where it might start to come off like all you've got is this other residence isn't Alicia Andrews' residence, but that's your only defense. Because I don't have faith that juries follow the burden, the reasonable doubt burden. So you shouldn't expect them, well, if there's no evidence, then that's good enough. But I don't think that this person who went and photographed this, anybody that's job role is to go and look at the residence, take photos of what's there, they should know how many bedrooms there are, because they should be documenting what specific location each thing they're documenting came from. Where was it located? So we did get some information. Hey, this one thing was actually found in a hallway closet, and we know there was a master bedroom. Did we not look at any of the other rooms? Was there only one room? Like, yeah, so two criticisms there. Yeah, like we should know the amount of bedrooms. You know, I think it's pretty easy to count and report like 3, 4, 5, 6 bedrooms. Maybe if we're talking like a super compound where there's like 20, like a college sorority house where there's like 20 bedrooms, maybe we can get a little confused, but.
Thank you. There you go. All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Richard Meter.
Judge, can we go stop working, please, before?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Wait, hold up 1 second. Have him sit back up. Come on up.
So they're approaching. I don't know if it'll be quick. I just think it could come off like that the jury, you're treating the jury like they don't get it and that they can't piece it together themselves. You know, the state isn't saying that this residence has a tie to Alicia Andrews or that these firearms belong to Alicia Andrews. Their allegation is just that she was complicit in helping to plan, on one hand, this shooting, and 2, was there when the shooting went down.
Momentarily, just tell the detective to sit tight.
All rise. Notes.
And then John says the state's probably going to backload most of the Alicia-specific evidence near the end of its
what are you
case.
objecting to?
I think that'd be smart.
So the PowerPoint.
I do.
Okay. So the first objection would just be to the actual statutes being listed. I think it's appropriate for the witness to advise the jury of the law that we, Your Honor, preview.
What's your response to that?
The detective is listed as an expert, Your Honor.
No, but expert on
That's
the law?
legal.
As an expert in gang evidence, and what is presented is a criminal gang statute.
That's not the law.
Okay, but why is that admissible? Just the statute itself?
If there's no objection from the defense as it relates to his qualifications as an expert, then I can skip right past those slides. But if they are objecting as it relates to his qualifications, we'll be discussing the statute itself.
But he doesn't draw the legal
There is an
conclusion.
objection, Your Honor, but he's not going to testify that he has some sort of expertise in the law. He's just going to say that he uses it to qualify him. But even if Your Honor decides to qualify him as an expert, that does not make the actual statutes admissible as evidence in the trial.
Okay. Well, I tend to agree, so at this point, I'll sustain the objection just as to the language of the statutes themselves, and that would be Criminal Gang Floor Statute 874.031, 874.032, and 874.033. Okay.
Next, Your Honor, we have a general objection to the videos coming in as hearsay.
Okay, statement.
Here's the music videos.
Certified business record is provided for those, Your Honor, and the witness is testifying not as it relates to the truth of the matter asserted of the content of those videos, but only as it relates to the intent and knowledge of the defendant based on the history of the criminal gang.
Okay, overrule the objection.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to respond to that.
Sure.
I don't find that to be, not personally, but as being a response just based on the fact that they have specific lyrics highlighted. None of those, I believe, related to any of the text messages that Your Honor has admitted thus far, where the state claims that they go to the defendant's knowledge. So it might go to maybe some of the co-defendants, their knowledge of what has happened, but not specifically to Ms. Andrews' knowledge. Let me see. Sure. So I believe there's maybe 3 or 4 different videos that the state is intending to admit, and I didn't count, but there are multiple murders or shootings that are addressed according to the state in here that are not going to be discussed in this case. Specific names, specific people that are unrelated to the charges in this particular case. So we reject. And again, more collateral issues that serve to not help the jury understand the issues in this case, but to confuse them and pile on more unrelated information.
All right, what's your response?
Your Honor, the same response that we provided in our earlier motion as it relates to the gang evidence. These videos, at least the first 2 videos, are posted back to back, one from each side of the gang, to explicitly explain the history of the gang, as well as being provided to describe the events that have occurred. The defendant's messages absolutely encapsulate several of the lines that are related in these songs, specifically talking about some of the people who have died. The names that are listed in these songs are also in her messages. So as it relates to that representation, not directly linked to the messages from Ms. Andrews, they in fact are. As it relates to these videos, there are 2 videos each, back to back, one posted a month apart, and the others posted close in time together. And again, it's for the detective to testify about the background of the gangs and the issues as it relates to the back and forth between the 2 groups.
And Your Honor, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of time talking about, well, first, I dispute the fact that in the messages that have been admitted thus far that the court is allowing in, I believe there's discussion maybe of one person from Ms. Andrews. There's a name of one person that was murdered. There's not some sort of drawn out discussion where she's dropping names of, all of these people. So I dispute that. But beyond that, this is becoming a feature of the trial. We are now spending a significant amount of the jury's time, and everyone else's time, the court's time, discussing the drawn out details of what has happened back and forth between these gangs.
Well, no evidence has come in yet regarding the back and forth between the gangs. This is the first evidence that the jury's going to hear.
I disagree, Your Honor. The first, I believe, 3 or 4 witnesses testified about back and forth, who was who has done what, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, Leah, Camilla,
Anyway,
and the guy.
Well, yes, ultimately, beyond that, the fact that it's now becoming a feature of the trial, it also objects to just prejudicial nature. This is substantially prejudicial, much more than it is probative to the actual elements of this crime and my client's, the allegations against my client. It is cumulative, again, at this point. We're going to hear more discussion about the gang war as opposed to the actual murder that is charged in this crime. So we object on all those bases. Hearsay, it's cumulative, it's more prejudicial than it is probative, it's not relevant, it is a collateral matter, not relevant to any material issue or element in this crime, the crime that we are here to have a trial on.
Overrule the objection. All right, that's as to the videos. Anything else?
Yes, we would object to the lyrics, Your Honor. I'm not sure who wrote these lyrics, but it just appears that they're typed based on someone's interpretation of what is being said. That is invading the province of the jury. The jury is to decide what these lyrics say. And even if the court were to decide to let them in, we would also object to the highlighting.
Okay, what's your response?
Your Honor, these, the defense can address any issues as it relates to the lyrics or the accuracy of the lyrics on redirect. I have case law for median
on cross.
Translation. As it relates to the translation, if there's an issue as it relates to the content of the messages themselves. But we discussed this previously as in referencing these videos and lyrics being provided with these videos. The highlighting itself is in an attempt to limit what we are questioning the witness himself about as we go through the videos, and to highlight specifically what would be related to this case or specifically related to the evidence that we intend to present of the war between the two groups.
Overrule the objection. Any other objections as to the PowerPoint?
Your Honor, we object to the charts, the organizational charts as hearsay as well.
Hold on, did the state say that they would get rid of the highlights? If they did, I missed it, but if they didn't say that, the judge is allowing the highlights? I might have missed that. I think the highlights should go, even if the lyrics can come in and the gang expert can discuss the lyrics and you can cross them on their interpretation of the lyrics. We'll see how this gang expert fares, but still the highlights, those should be taken out.
I don't see this. I just see the PowerPoint. Are
I
those
believe
on
in like
your?
the first couple pages after the baseball.
The 403?
Oh, I see that. The
40 freaking
members and
3.
associates of
Heck
ATK
yeah.
1200, right? So you're referring to in the 6th block?
Yes,
You
Your
should have said objection 403. Thank you,
I'm
Casey
assuming
Dog,
they're
for the
coming in
5.
An attempt to come in through your gang expert?
That is correct, Your Honor. The detectives from the gangs presented, and each of them have been listed as experts.
Okay. All right, overrule the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just for the record, our objection related to hearsay is just to the idea that, well, this is testimony that can be given without these actual charts, but specifically the labeling of these individuals as gang members are objection to hearsay based on that.
Okay, same rule, overruled.
And then finally, Your Honor, there is a slide, or there's one slide relating to an August 16th and 17th, 2023 shooting. We would object vehemently to any additional shooting outside of the one from October 2023 being discussed in this case.
Your Honor, we have relied on the court's pretrial ruling as it relates to the gang evidence that's admissible in this case. And that ruling was that the evidence is limited to 2023. We've actually significantly cut down the incidents in early 2023 and included only those which occurred at or around the time. So we've included the prior attempted murder of the victim in this case, in which there are casings that match, and the murder which occurs the day before that attempted murder, as well as the murder that occurs in August, which would have been 2 months before, another rivalry issue where, again, someone is killed on the 16th and someone is killed on the 17th. We have narrowed it to the fall of 2023, just for purposes of being as concise as possible, but we have relied heavily on the earlier ruling that we've already had on this issue, which is that the events from 2023 would be relevant, because it's what really kicked off this gang war.
Well, I recall that the court's order was that it would be limited to October of 2023, very specifically October 2023. And I'd also dispute the idea that this is what kicked off the gang war. Their experts about to testify very differently about what kicked off the gang war. But I believe the court's order was October 2023 specifically.
Okay, overrule the objection.
And we'd also object on the basis that it's not relevant.
Okay, very good. Same ruling. All right.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
may I take a quick comfort break before we
Sure.
enter that?
This mark, here's your PowerPoint back. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we can skip this break. So it seems like we're getting a PowerPoint, guys. A PowerPoint, we're going to get a chart that's presenting us the who's who is affiliated with who, according to the gang expert that the state's going to call. So brace yourself for a slideshow. We're going to see some videos. We will skip the videos because Aaron had let us know that YouTube did like an interest strike, like a smite in the middle of the stream for Miss Jefferson. Shout out to Mrs. Jefferson. I don't get to hang out with her much these days, but watched a lot of her commentary around the YSL trial. And she did some Karen Reed stuff as well. But love her channel. You guys might know her from her guesting. We talk a lot about Millionaire Mel. She's frequently a guest and collaborates with Millionaire Mel. Love them both. But I heard that from Erin that her stream got smited because of the copyrights for the songs, the videos. And I can't just mute it. We've got to skip it because I've gotten visual strikes, even if the audio is muted. So yeah, they do that. But we'll skip this comfort break. Come back to when the seal's back down. And actually, before we hit play, the defense witness list, you guys, This was filed on the docket yesterday. It said 10/26. So the defense plans to call. These look like just individuals. So we've got a Jasmine Glennon, Damali Simone Kyle, Anthony Alava, Kyla Enright, Charmaine Stinger, who we heard about earlier. She was in the vehicle. Remember, they said that there was the phone that was using the GPS with Rashad, I think, was the other occupant of the vehicle. Charmaine Steiger was also in the vehicle at that time. Lorna Allen is the grandma, so I guess we're not protecting names anymore. Nevaeh Gaithright, so presumably a relative of Sean, maybe a resident at this house with the undisclosed number of bedrooms. Robert Howard, we heard arguments about, hey, we still need him in custody, we want to bring him in. And the defense met with him to speak with him this weekend. The state was upset because Robert Howard raised concerns to the prosecution that he believed he was surreptitiously recorded, didn't want that to be the case, and he was worried about criminal exposure due to the interview he did with the defense over the weekend. Heard about that this morning. So we heard the defense say they plan to call him. They want to call Tampa PD, Sergeant Aaron Campbell, Jewel Jordan. So Jewel Jordan, in one of the motions we looked at on day one, is someone that I don't know what else she's going to testify to, but the defense did want to call her with information regarding, Alicia Andrews told us that she had a tumultuous relationship with Isaiah Chance, her co-defendant, getting to the DV stuff, but court had said that type of testimony can't come in. So presumably Jewel Jordan will be talking about something else when she's called. We've got Jaquela Robinson, and we've got a Thomas Pullen, who's an expert witness that the defense plans to call. So that's what we're looking at. Who knows if they'll want to call everybody, but they do plan to put on some case in chief, even though it doesn't seem like Alicia's going to testify herself. So, and Miss Kell says, I made it back. What's up, gang? Well, we're about to watch a gang expert, so you're right on time or you arrived at the wrong time, depending on what your flavor is. If you like gang expert testimony, if you have a love-hate relationship with it, we're going to get into it. So we'll get back over. We'll skip this the seal. Shout out to Fatima. Good to see you, Fatima. Fatima turned green into saying thank you. So today we had Rice Street and Amy E gifting membership. So it's probably one of them. So big thank you to them. Eric says, I object the prosecutors ruining my case. I think some of the objections are things you want to raise. I think the objections mid-testimony are kind of like the more fiery ones, as opposed to the evidentiary arguments outside the presence of the jury. It's a little bit of like cat clawing across the aisles when we've got a witness on the stand. But I'd argue the same thing. You got to try to keep those videos out. The party shouldn't be able to do editorializing by highlighting things and having those things with the highlights or any commentary admitted and published for the jury, sent back with the jury. I think they're all valid issues to raise. Although obviously you don't expect that you're going to win on every one. All right, so it looks like they come back in mid-sentence with the audio.
Tit for tat, the payback murders between the rival gangs really flared up from what the state has alleged. It's page 25. Page 28. Mr. McLyman said, okay, as far as I guess the state's motion right now, are you holding it in abeyance until? And I said, well, I'm granting.
All right, they must be reviewing. So remember, we just heard Attorney Arian White, while she was arguing, said, hey, there was a prior ruling, and we believe that the court had given a specific order to limit the admissibility of other shootings just to that October 2023 timeframe. And by the way, we also dispute what kicked off the gang war. So it seems like we're revisiting hearing transcript.
I'm granting the motion in part specifically as to conduct that occurred in 2023, okay? So conduct that occurred in 2023, the acts of violence between the parties, the rival gangs, I find is admissible collateral crime evidence as being inextricably intertwined. Okay, very good. Let's get going. Let's bring in the detective.
So state gets to maintain their scope. They don't have to narrow it further because the ruling was for 2023 without the constraint.
Oh, yeah, go bring the jury in.
Then we're going to start without the jury.
All set, Judge?
Yeah.
All rise.
Get the
Very
jury.
good. Have a seat. State card next witness.
Here, call Detective Richard Meader.
All right, I think this is just the detective in between. I hope this isn't also the gang expert.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, would you state your name for the jury?
Yeah, good morning. It's Detective Richard Nieder
Where are you employed?
from Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with JSO?
9 years.
What is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the Gang Investigations Unit.
Uh-oh.
What assignments did you have in advance of your gang assignment?
Prior to that, I was assigned to a community crime response team. It's a violent crime task force that patrols the city. Prior to that, I rode the east side patrol, which would be like the east side of downtown Jacksonville.
Did you have the opportunity when you were actually a patrol officer in advance of that to patrol different neighborhoods in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And what neighborhoods were those, if you recall?
The main neighborhoods would have been out east and Springfield.
When you say out east, what does that mean to a layperson not from Jacksonville?
So the out east area of Jacksonville is well known for its gang territory for the criminal gang 1200 out east.
And so did you become familiar with that area out east in 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that title 1200 and out east, does it relate to or refer to an area where the people live?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also refer to a moniker for their gang association?
Yes.
If someone from out east was a member of 1200, is that a fair or accurate representation of their membership?
Yes.
In addition to patrolling some of these areas, now that you've become a gang detective, what do your day-to-day duties or activities look like in that role?
So our day-to-day duties is we monitor the gang and the members along with their associates. We also purge them if they no longer meet Florida state statutes. That's simply like undocumenting them, where the status of the gang member is no longer on them through NCIC and FCIC records. We also conduct custom notifications. This is where we take community outreach and influential people in the community out to troubled youth and at-risk adults' homes and offer them a way out.
When you were mentioning that you document or undocument members, tell me about that process. You said you document based on statute. What is that statute?
Yes, ma'am. It's 874.
And what do you do?
What?
Go ahead.
What is it that you're following as a guide in order to document a gang member?
There's 11 of the criteria that's laid out in the statute. Some of them are like admission to criminal gang membership, physical evidence, tattoos, style of dress. They associate with one or more known criminal gang members, or they're in the presence of, like with them in traffic stops and stuff like that. Their parents or guardian can say that they're a part of a gang. And there's probably a couple more.
So that was like the one thing that the judge sustained. So was she only sustaining as far as the statute being on any like paperwork, like a CV that goes back with the jury? Because we heard the defense team just object and the judge overruled that objection. But that was the singular thing that the judge had sustained in the arguments we just watched outside the presence of the jury. He gets right into it. We rely on statute.
As it relates to documenting a gang member, is there a different process for essentially seeing if a person meets the criteria to be a gang member versus being a gang associate?
Yes, ma'am. To become a gang member, you have to meet 2 or more of the 11 criteria outlined in 874. And to be an associate, you just have to meet one of the criteria.
And you indicated that criteria includes admitting your membership or role in that gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it frequent that during the course of your investigations, gang members or their associates will admit to such, that they're involved in a gang or that they are members?
Yes, ma'am.
Do your duties also include undocumenting gang members?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell us a little bit more about that process. I don't know that the jury understands what FCIC and NCIC is. What is that?
Yes, so NCIC is a national database, and FCIC is a Florida database. Whenever you run somebody's driver's license or run a person in those databases, it will come up and show you that they are a documented gang member within the state of Florida, and it'll tell you the gang that they're documented under.
Why would there be an undocumenting of a gang member? How does that happen?
They no longer meet Florida state statutes.
And do you continue, is it an ongoing process with either documenting or undocumenting?
Yes, ma'am. We investigate them, and if they continue the status within the gang, we continue to document them.
Did you and the members of your gang unit attend any particularized training as it relates to gang investigations?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
What particular training did you attend?
I've gone to 2 of the Florida gang investigation conferences where they taught beginner and intermediate levels of gang investigations. I've also attended violent crime and gang investigation conferences. I've also attended technology conferences that deals with cell phone towers and that type of stuff while tracking gangs.
When you attend these types of trainings, is that a more generic style of training or educating you on gangs in general?
Yeah, generally, they kind of, the Florida ones will tend to guide towards Florida state statutes and stuff like that. And then the ones that are not Florida-based, they teach you like what they're doing across the country as far as how they're investigating and what they're seeing.
These types of trainings, do they provide you specific intel or knowledge as it relates to Jacksonville gangs, or is that something that you learn just based on your experience day to day?
Based on my training experience day to day.
Are you assigned to a particular gang or group in the Jacksonville area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what gang are you actually assigned to investigate?
ATK.
What does ATK stand for?
There's various different reasons, but the reason that has been told to me was Ace's top killers.
So ask him the proper predicate regarding based upon his experience and training.
Based upon the training and experience that you have day to day, have you learned what ATK stands for?
Yes.
Objection or calls for hearsay.
Overall, go ahead.
If I may add, Your Honor, this witness has not been qualified as an expert at this point, so you cannot testify to hearsay.
Do you wish to voir dire him on his qualifications?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Go, voir dire.
I'll wait until she tests to
No,
qualify.
do it now.
No problem.
Oh boy. Well,
Good morning. It's the morning. Good morning, Officer Detective Meader.
How are you?
Good morning. You said you've been with JSO for about 9 years.
Yes, ma'am.
In your 9 years that you've been with JSO, you have not been working with gangs the entire time, correct?
That is correct.
So you've only been investigating gangs for about 3 years.
Correct.
All right. In the gang unit, there are about 12 detectives total.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And each detective has a specific assignment for a particular gang that's in the city.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the gang that you're assigned to is ATK.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your training and experience as it relates to gangs, I want to talk about before you became an officer. You were never a member of a gang, right?
No, ma'am.
So you don't have any personal experience related
what
to
if he said yes?
All right. You attended Edward Borders College, right, in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And your degree's in criminal justice?
Correct.
You didn't have any sort of specialization in gangs while you studied criminal
Not there.
justice? You did not?
Not there.
Okay. Did you have a specialization in gangs in any other degree or education?
Through the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, I have.
Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. I mean, just mean like as far as education, any sort of master's degree or?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't study or focus on gangs at all while you studied for your criminal justice degree? Not just Jacksonville gangs specifically?
That's correct.
Okay. So your training, you have attended 2, I'll say, groups of training as it relates to gangs while you were a detective in Jacksonville, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be the HIDA trainings?
IDA. Yes, ma'am.
IDA trainings?
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one is the Florida Gang Conference, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to go
HIDA
through those
training's
in time
crazy.
with you.
Okay.
So starting with the HIDA trainings. That stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, right?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it's a federal agency.
Okay. And they put on these trainings for officers to attend.
Yes, ma'am.
And those classes are given by specific instructors. Are those instructors detectives or officers that investigate gangs?
Generally, they're gang detectives from other parts of the United States and sometimes Florida.
Okay. Those are not other detectives that are going to have expertise in Jacksonville gangs. Is that accurate?
I wouldn't know their expertise.
Okay. You never took any specific training with HIDA that highlighted Jacksonville gangs?
No, ma'am. It was just a street gangs class.
Okay. And you took between 2 and 3 of those classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You don't remember exactly when you took those trainings, do you?
Sometime within, I would say, probably took one when I was on the community problem response team, and then the other 2 I've probably taken while I was been a member of the gang unit.
Okay. The curriculum, you said that it doesn't focus on Jacksonville gangs, and you don't really touch anything related to Jacksonville gangs in those trainings. Is that accurate?
I would say no.
Okay. It's not accurate, or you don't?
It's not accurate.
Okay.
They do touch on Jacksonville gangs because the class was being hosted in Jacksonville, but the whole class is not about Jacksonville gangs.
Okay. And is it your testimony that there are detectives that are teaching you the specifics of Jacksonville gangs in those trainings?
Just trends that they've seen in Jacksonville. I wouldn't say they're teaching us strictly about a Jacksonville gang as much as like the crimes that street gangs and other people that we can see.
Okay. All right. The Florida Gang Conference. You've been to 2 of those, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are courses where at the end of them you get sort of a participation certificate?
Yes.
And you've received
Thank
those,
you,
you complete the
King.
courses?
Yes, ma'am.
And those courses also have no emphasis on Jacksonville games?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and now, inside your specific experience at JSO as a detective, you didn't investigate gangs as a patrol officer, is that right?
That's correct.
And the community response team, they don't investigate gangs specifically, right?
No, ma'am.
You already mentioned you don't personally know anyone that's been in a gang. Drill rap, you would say, is an important piece of this as well, right?
It could be, yes.
You don't listen to drill rap outside of when you're working, when you have to.
I listen to it for my job, yes.
Right, only for your job.
Correct.
You're not a fan of it, it's not something that you have attempted to understand outside of when you're investigating these gangs?
I would say I understand it so I can do my daily duties as a gang detective.
Correct, and let me be more specific. Your only attempts at understanding it are in your role as a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, and it's your understanding that there's no hierarchy in these gangs, that's your understanding?
And what, I'm sorry?
In Jacksonville gangs?
It depends on what kind of Jacksonville gang you're
Sir, you
speaking
asking him about his opinion? Because this is limited to voir dire regarding
Correct.
qualifications. So are you now going to elicit his opinion?
No, I'm not, I'm
Sounds
listening.
like you are.
If I can respond, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead. You can answer the question.
Okay, in your experience, you have not understood that there's any sort of hierarchy in these Jacksonville gangs?
It would depend on what Jacksonville gang you're speaking of.
Okay, is it your testimony that in your experience, you've learned that there are some gangs that have hierarchies in Jacksonville?
There is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to, you have not learned in your experience or your training about any sort of initiation that these gangs in Jacksonville may have?
Once again, it would depend on the gangs you're speaking about.
I'm speaking specifically about the gangs related to this case. So I'll list them, ATK, 1200, 6 Block, those gangs.
I'm not sure about any of initiation into those gangs, no, ma'am.
That's not something that you've learned in your experience?
No, ma'am.
That's not something that you could testify to the jury about?
Correct.
You've never written any sort of publication on gangs in general or specifically Jacksonville gangs?
I have not.
You're not even quite really sure what a publication is as it relates to your expertise. Is that accurate?
Like, yeah, what would you mean by publication? Like a book?
A book or some sort of article where you've done research and gathered information to teach other people about?
I would say that our field investigative reports and documenting gangs and gang members would be a publication as to I've written about gangs.
Well, I'm not asking what you write about in your investigations. I'm asking about scholarly things that have been published and peer-reviewed from other experts.
No, ma'am, I've never written a book or a news article or anything like that.
Okay. You've never read any publications on gangs either?
Just stuff to do on my daily duties.
You said written any books. You've never read any books on gangs either, have you?
I have not.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions at this time. I don't know if you want me to make arguments or. Okay.
Detective, when you attend the trainings or conferences on gangs, when you're receiving those presentations, are they related to the bigger gangs that are commonly known across the country, the Bloods, the Crips, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am, generally.
Are these programs nationally recognized and presented at agencies across the nation?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to your specific publication or publicizing of the information that you collect in your day-to-day duties, do you or any members of your unit make it a regular practice to publicize or publish articles based on the tactics that you use to make arrests and develop cases of criminal gang members?
No, ma'am.
Would that be harmful to your case or investigation to do so?
Yes.
As it relates to your attending these conferences, are those mechanisms of continuing legal education for techniques in tracking gangs?
Yes.
As it relates to those same conferences, do you obtain information as it relates to new technologies, new tactics?
Pardon me?
I'm objecting to leading.
Overall, go ahead.
Do you obtain information as it relates to new technology or new tactics that are being seen across the nation with other agencies?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you attending those conferences for the purpose of learning information about the gangs in Jacksonville specifically?
No, ma'am. We attend those conferences to try to become better detectives in the investigations that we conduct in Jacksonville.
As it relates to the gangs in the Jacksonville area, do you and essentially the active members of that gang believe that you have the most knowledge about the ATK gang?
Yes, ma'am.
As it relates to the other members of your unit, do you work with them or alongside of them when you're investigating ATK-related crimes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you the point of contact if an ATK gang member or associate is believed to have been involved in any crime in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the same for all other detectives in their assigned gangs?
Yes, it would.
As it relates to the other assigned gangs, specifically related to this case of 1200, ATK, and 6 Block as a total, are you all required to still be familiar with the other gangs despite your assignment to one specific group?
Yes, ma'am. We have to have general knowledge of all of the gangs in Jacksonville. just once if something was to happen and I was the one that was up and available, that I would have to respond and have the general knowledge to give the intelligence to other investigating detectives about what occurred.
And when you say if you were the one that was up, are you actively on call as a member of the gang unit?
Yes, ma'am, all the time.
Do each of the detectives in that unit hold the same responsibility?
Yes, ma'am.
If called to a scene, are they required to understand the neighborhood, the parties involved, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am.
If there are facts that need developed as it relates to ATK 1200 or 6 block, are the members of your gang unit called to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how much of your workday, day to day, is dedicated to working gang cases?
All day. That's we only deal with the gangs.
And you develop that knowledge, you indicated before, by doing what on a day-to-day basis?
Just investigating them through social media, through music videos, and other means.
By other means, without telling me what is said, do you also interview the members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you interview the family members of those groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there another individual that you can think of that has more particularized knowledge about the Jacksonville gangs than yourself and your associates as it relates to the gangs?
Sustain the objection.
Do you commit your job day to day to working up not only the information about the gangs in Jacksonville as a whole, but ATK?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would tender the witness.
Okay, well, the witness has already been tendered, so the question that was left on the table was, what does ATK stand for? There was an objection, and I'm going to uphold the objection at this point.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. You said the witness has been tendered as an expert.
We don't tender as experts anymore. We just allow questions to go forward or not. And so after the voir dire regarding this witness's qualifications, I'm going to allow the question to be asked and answered, okay? All right.
During your course of your time as a gang detective, did you develop information as it relates to what ATK stands for?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you had an opportunity to develop the potential members of that group in your time working up the ATK gang?
Yes.
As it relates to the term ATK, what does that stand for, if anything?
Based on my training experience, it stands for Ace's Top Killers.
And ACE's Top Killers, is there a meaning behind that? What does that mean, or what does that relate to?
The name Ace would be the face or the head of ATK. His rapper name is Yungeen Ace.
Why does he then become the head of that group?
Based on my experience, he's the most influential. He's got the most views as far as his music.
Are you familiar with the drill rap scene as it relates to each of these groups?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking to you today specifically about ATK 1200 and 6 block, are all involved in the drill rap scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the scene something that you follow closely day to day?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the music videos that are created by these groups posted?
They're posted on their social media accounts and YouTube.
What social media accounts are included in the accounts that are posted to?
Like you saying, like the name, like Instagram. They go on Instagram, and sometimes they go on X, which is formerly known as Twitter.
As it relates to ATK specifically, Ace's Top Killers with a face of Ace, is he the most influential or most followed person from that group?
Yes.
How is it that you're able to determine that he then becomes the most prominent member? What are you observing to make that determination?
It seems that based on the investigation was that everybody seems to follow him where he's at. There's usually a bunch of people. He has the most
Objection, not
followers.
speculation.
Overall, go ahead.
He has the most followers on social media on his accounts, and he gets the most views on his videos on YouTube.
Now, multiple members from these groups post or have music careers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you're able to determine a view count or a popularity count when you're looking at these YouTube videos or videos posted to YouTube?
On YouTube, when you watch the video, it'll tell you how many people have viewed it below the video.
And are those videos something open to the public and viewable to the public?
Yes, ma'am.
How about the social media profiles of the members of ATK?
Most of them are public. There are some of them who have private profiles, but for this right now, Ace's profile is public.
As it relates to 6 block, do you do the same thing? Despite not being directly assigned to that group, are you following that group closely?
I do follow them, but not as close as other members of our unit.
Specifically, do you know who the members of 6 block are?
Not all of them, but I could name off a few of them.
By a few, what's that number?
Maybe like 3 to 5.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to meet with and discuss the developments that the person that is assigned to the 6 block group would have had in his investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
What is the name of that individual that's assigned to 6 block?
His name is Detective McCullough.
As it relates to 1200 and that group, who is assigned to 1200?
Detective Griffin.
Day to day when there are developments, so say that a crime is reported, do you all work independently or together in order to ascertain what the issues are currently between the groups?
We would work together.
In ultimately identifying the members of ATK as it relates to this case as, or the relevant members of this case, were you consulted by Detective Nieder in his creation of a chart?
Yes, myself, Detective Drabeck and I, and McCullough and Griffin all pitched in to make the chart.
Is it common that you all work together to develop cases, develop what's going on between the gangs with each other, et cetera?
Yes, ma'am. They intermingle a lot.
As it relates to what we've talked about as being ATK and 1200, what is the difference between those two groups?
One of them, ATK, is they're two separate gangs, but they associate with each other through music and just like having a common enemy.
Who is the common enemy of ATK and 1200?
It would be the groups on the north side. The prominent one over there would be 6 Block.
And when you're talking about these groups, you're talking about them in areas. So you've told me out east and north side. Is that typically where their association or affiliation with these groups come from, is the location?
Generally, yes, ma'am, but you don't have to be from those parts of town to be a part of the gang.
You said that ATK and 1200 associate with each other. Have you personally, in your training, in your day-to-day work with these gangs, seen 1200 and ATK members on music videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
In social media posts together?
Yes, ma'am.
How about, you said both of those have a common enemy, which is 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
When it relates to 6 Block, are there individuals a part of 6 Block that claim other groups?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean, to be in 6 Block but be associated with something else?
6 Block has subsets, which is they're documented as gangs, but they kind of like associate with each other. The subset would be like We All We Got. They call it WAWG, and then Bully Gang.
So those are other groups that are associated with 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
Would those members from We All We Got or 6 Block associate with each other? Would they be present in music videos together?
Yes.
Would they be on social media and pictures together?
Yes.
So despite being in separate groups or subsets, they are together at least enough to form a common enemy.
Yes.
And the enemy of 6 Block, at least as it relates to this investigation, was whom?
It would be like 1200 and ATK.
When you were working as a member of the Jacksonville gang unit, were you notified about the potential for Charles Jones coming to Tampa for some kind of performance?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I've dealt with him several times in person. I dated like doing my daily duties.
Have you had contact with him before?
I have.
Have you seen his music videos over the years?
I have.
When you were working in patrol, were you familiar with the beef that was going on between the two sides or between the two areas?
My knowledge of it is way more extensive now, but I had general knowledge of issues on the parts of towns. Yes, ma'am.
As you developed in the gang unit, did there become a prominent person or member in the 6 Block group?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Jones.
As we've discussed in the ATK Aces Top Killers group, is that the same level of prominence that we now have with 6 Block and Charles Jones?
Yes.
Does Mr. Jones also have that music career that we've discussed?
He does.
And is your position or your opinion based upon his position in 6 Block based on what you've already indicated was the same for Ace or
Yes.
Yungeen Ace?
Yes.
Is he the person in 6 Block with essentially the most views?
He is.
And when videos or music videos were released by ATK, if we start there and talk about Yungeen Ace, were those videos that you personally and members of your unit would watch?
Yes, we would.
What is your process in viewing the drill raps or music videos that are released by each of these sides?
My process is I listen to it, the whole thing through, and then after that, I will break down the video. You can collect a lot of good evidence towards the gang in them, as far as like hand signs and clothings and other stuff of that nature. And then once I get through all of that breaking down, and then I break down the lyrics.
Do you work with the other members of your gang unit in order to accomplish the review of these videos and discuss potential crimes surrounding them?
Yes, we do.
Is there any procedure in place where you also review crime reports to see if anything is related to what has been described in these drill raps?
Yeah, generally the drill raps, they come after the crime, so they'll talk about stuff that has already happened.
So at the time that you are watching these drill raps on YouTube, for example, do you, when you're viewing it, just based on your day-to-day training and experience, your duties day-to-day, relate this video is related to X incident?
Yes.
Have you personally, whether now in your time with the gang unit or earlier before that, responded to the incidents of violence between ATK and 1200 and 6 Block?
I have.
Now, you indicated that you worked to complete some charge with the other members of your unit with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibit 90A. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photograph?
That's Charles Jones.
And I am showing you 84A through C. Please take a look and tell me if you recognize the items depicted there.
Yeah, these would be members and associates of each group, but it's not everybody. It's like a more of the prominent guys, a part of the groups, rather than everybody inside of the group.
As it relates to the image of Charles Jones. Does this image fairly and accurately depict Julio Foolio, or the person you came to know as Julio Foolio?
Yes.
And as it relates to these charts, despite not being all-encompassing of all of the members of 6 Block, ATK, and 1200, do they fairly and accurately represent the members or associates of those groups?
Yes.
Just ask them to show me prior to approaching the witness with them.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit states 90A and 84A through C. Any objection?
No objection to the photo of Mr. Jones. We just renew our previous objection to the charge.
Okay, very good. Same ruling, so 84A through C will be admitted as well as 90.
I'm showing you on the screen, if you can look over your shoulder there, what I've previously shown as 90A. Is this the person that you know to be Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you alerted to an incident having occurred in Tampa in June of 2024, resulting in the death of Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to that incident, had you responded to calls for service related to Charles Jones or his potential injury?
I have.
Had you responded to calls for service related to the injury or homicide of members of the opposing gangs, ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking specifically about your viewing of the music videos in these particular cases, did you have an opportunity to view the music videos put out by Yungeen Ace in advance of your coming to the unit?
I'm sorry, can you ask that?
Before you came to the gang unit, were you aware of these drill raps in Jacksonville?
I was, just based off of my time in the community crime response unit.
Since you're having come to become a detective in the gang unit, have you studied the videos that have been released, the music videos or drill raps released by Yungeen Ace?
I have.
Have you studied the music videos or drill raps released by Charles Jones?
I have.
All right, guys, remember we got to skip the
Specifically
videos.
about the evidence that you previously mentioned as the charts that were created by your unit. If you could look over your shoulder, please. Here, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84C. Do you recognize that chart?
Yes, ma'am.
Are some of the more prominent
I'm in
members
it.
of the ATK group depicted in this chart?
Yes.
As it relates to the members that you have discussed already, so Yungeen Ace, for example, can you show us where Yungeen Ace is in this chart?
He's on the first row, the top row, all the way to the left.
And in your time investigating ATK or studying the gang members associated with this group, did you come to learn the identities of the other people depicted here?
I have, yes.
Who is Quan or Trayvon Bullard?
Quan and Trayvon Bullard was a victim of a homicide in Jacksonville in 2018.
What about Roy?
That's we heard Aaliyah Auburn. That was who she was dating.
Royal Smith and Jacoby Grover?
Yes, it was a triple homicide. They all were killed in the same incident.
Where did that
Who used the white font on the guy with the white t-shirt? So this was 23. We heard them mention 23 as his nickname.
homicide occur?
It occurred in Duval
Okay,
County,
so-
at an area of town we call the Town Center.
And what relationship, if any, do they have to Yungeen Ace?
Yungeen Ace was the fourth victim in that case. He was shot as well. He did not die.
As it relates to the drill raps that you saw subsequent to that homicide and the shooting of Yungeen Ace, were there music videos put out by 6 Block which referenced that shooting?
There was.
Was there a nickname associated to Royale Smith in the middle photo there?
Yes, ma'am. His nickname was 23.
So just the number.
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to Gudda Zay or Isaiah Chance, did Isaiah Chance represent ATK?
He did. He is a member of ATK.
And did he have any associations or affiliations to other groups?
He had an association with 1200.
When we speak about your observations or your review of the social media profiles of each of these individuals, did you have an opportunity firsthand to review the social media posts by Isaiah Chance in his falling out with ATK?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Was there a group for which Isaiah Chance begun relating himself after his fallout with ATK?
Are you asking what the post was?
No, what was the group that he then wanted to associate himself with or did
I'm sorry.
post to associate himself
He then
with?
associated himself with 1200.
When talking specifically about Antonio Tilley depicted in this image, is Mr. Tilley alive or deceased?
Mr. Tilley is deceased.
And are you familiar with how that homicide came about?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to that scene specifically yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that homicide referred to in the drill raps?
Yes, it should be.
The homicide of Antonio Tilley, is Tilley mentioned in the drill raps between the groups? Excuse me.
He is. He's mentioned in them.
As it relates to the group 1200, did you have particularized knowledge about the group 1200 as well, just in your role as a gang unit detective?
I do.
And in showing you states 84B, does this chart at 84B also fairly and accurately depict the members of the 1200 group?
Yes.
As it relates specifically to the top line, can you see that okay from where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
The nicknames that are depicted below the legal names of these individuals, how is it that you all are able to ascertain these nicknames?
That's their music name.
Go ahead.
That's their music name. Whenever they post stuff online, that's the name they use as like their artist or their stage name.
And so on the Instagram posts, for example, are they utilizing their nicknames or their legal names?
Nicknames.
What about as it relates to the YouTube videos? Do they use their music or street name or their legal names?
Nicknames.
So when viewing these videos, are you able to ascertain, despite not having the legal name of the person on these drill raps, are you able to ascertain who the parties are inside of them?
Yes.
Do you, when viewing these drill raps, recognize the individuals as you're watching them, even if they aren't labeled?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review a music video as it relates to saying the word spaz or Corbin?
Yes.
And is that frequently used in the drill raps by 6 Block?
Yes.
Now, when a group says another group's member in their drill raps, is that intended to be a good thing or a nice thing to do?
If you're a part of one group and you say somebody else's name that's a part of the opposing group, that would be disrespectful.
And have you had an opportunity to view music videos from Waka with the Choppa and Spin of Ends?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically as it relates to their music videos with members of ATK, have they been documented as having videos together?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you think of a video that would be reflective of members of ATK and members of 1200 together?
The most popular one would be Who I Smoke.
And by most popular, are you referring back to what you've already advised were the YouTube views?
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, as it relates to 6 Block, can you confirm that it was determined in States 84A that Charles Jones was a member or active member of the gang 6 Block?
Yes, he was.
And his associates, as depicted here on this chart, were you able to determine or recognize the individuals depicted?
Yes.
Were there individuals included on your 6 Block summary as some of the bigger players with 6 Block that are also deceased?
Yes, there are some that are deceased on there.
In referring specifically to the second photograph next to Mr. Jones, Bibby, is that an individual who is deceased?
Yes, he is.
Is that an individual who is frequently referenced in the drill raps from ATK and 1200?
He is.
In the photo depicted just below Bibby, who is Therese Powell?
Therese Poe is another Jacksonville artist who goes by the name of K Shordy.
And is he a 6 Block member, affiliate? Tell me how it is that he's associated to 6 Block.
Therese Poe would be a part of We All We Got, WAWG.
At some point, was he directly associated to 6 Block?
Yes, WAWG is associated to 6 Block.
Is that what you described earlier as one of the subsets?
Yes.
And would he be frequently depicted in videos or images to social media with other members of 6 Block as depicted here?
With some of the members, yes, but not all.
When we see in the photo that is on the second row and second one in, so Tiki Williams, is that someone who you're familiar with?
Yes.
Are you?
How did someone get the nickname The Twins? Down here, his nickname is, quote, The Twins.
Familiar with whether his name has been referenced by 1200 and ATK members in drill raps?
It has.
When you all are referencing these drill raps or the music videos themselves, are you just accessing them from the internet, plainly YouTube, watching the videos, etc.?
Yes, ma'am. Generally, they'll post like little snippets of it on their social media with the like name of the song or like a link to YouTube, and then you can go to YouTube and watch the whole video.
And you have had an opportunity to review or view 4 specific videos as relevant to this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes,
Only
ma'am.
for work.
Was there a video that was published by members of ATK and members of 1200 called Who I Smoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that that is one of the more popular videos that has been put out by Jacksonville gang rappers?
Yes, it is.
And in your experience, have you had an opportunity to see the number of views that have been racked up to that video at this time?
Yes.
Approximately how many views, if you know, has that video received?
Last I believe it was around 50 million.
And 5 of them are mine. But only for the course of my investigation.
And you've had an opportunity to review the Who I Smoke video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
One time or many times?
Many times.
As it relates to the response video, was there one posted by members of 6 Block?
There was.
And who posted a video in response to that?
Charles Jones.
What was the title of the video that was posted by Charles Jones in response to the YouTube video made by ATK and 1200?
The name of the video is When I See You.
And ultimately, as it relates to the YouTube or music videos in this particular case, were there videos posted after the death of Charles Jones in 2024?
There was.
Did those music videos come from members of ATK and or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, as it relates to a music video by the title of Game Over, who was the music artist that made that video?
Yungeen Ace.
And when, in relation to Charles Jones's murder, was that video published to YouTube?
I'm not sure the exact time, but a couple weeks. I don't know the exact date. It was a couple weeks after.
And was there an additional video posted by 1200 members?
There was, and once again, I don't know the exact date of that one either, but it was weeks and month after.
What was the video titled from the 1200 members?
Foolio dead.
Oh.
All right, are you getting ready to play the videos? Okay, so I tell you what, it's 12:15, so it's probably a good time for us to go ahead and take our lunch recess. We'll come back and then you can play the videos, okay? All right, so if you all can be back at 1:15, we will continue with the trial. And just remember my previous admonition while we're on the break, don't talk to anybody about the case, all right? Okay, see you all back at 1:15.
All right.
Very quick lunch. We're back. We are back. We are going to skip the videos, guys. So we'll try to listen to what they're about to play, and then you can go and watch them. You can be like this detective. Watch them on your own time. Watch them on your own time. Because they're smiting down channels that are playing them. So.
Court's attention that just want to bring to the court's attention that I just want to bring it to the court's attention that in between the break I jumped on the elevator with the person that was juror didn't know it.
Okay, thank you for learning. There was no conversation or anything, I'm assuming.
None whatsoever.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, defense counsel's present, defendant is present, state's present. You guys ready to continue? Is that a yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, where's the detective? Yeah.
I think he's six.
Yeah, just go ahead and have him retake the witness stand.
Oh, not pleasant. Painful ASMR.
You ready to go?
Oh, an
We were
issue?
provided before the jump drive of 5 additional songs, one of which is already included in the state's presentation of evidence and on our exhibit list. But the others are several songs, looks like attributable to the victim in this case, and so we just want to address that with the court.
Okay.
Some of them obviously refer to or extend the time frame as previously discussed, and of course objected to by the defense. So the playing of 4 additional videos is something that the state's going to be objecting to. It is.
Well, what's the basis of the objection other than it extends the time? I mean, if they open the door, they open the door.
Sure, but at some point, the playing of 4 in a row videos from our victim becomes cumulative by the defense when we're playing one from each side in the state's presentation of evidence. At some point, playing all videos that the victim published that were bad opens the door for then the state to publish whatever extra videos that the ATK members or 1200 members also published that were bad. I don't know what the basis or honestly the relevance of publishing 4 more videos in addition to what we've already discussed and litigated is.
What's the relevance of 4 additional videos of the Mr. Jones?
Well, Your Honor, first I guess to address the scope. There is no particular scope of these music videos that the state is entering. They're not limited to the 2023 incident. They're discussing murders that occurred well before.
No, I'm not as concerned about that. I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not as concerned. I am, the cumulative was the objection. So what's your response to that?
Well, first, Your Honor, I find that objection problematic as their argument, and the state is going to want to open the door to all of these videos. We're specifically introducing them or attempting to this particular witness because he has been listed as an expert in gangs. He is the person that is testifying as to his analyzing of these different songs. They've said over and over again about my client's intent. and that it goes to her intent and her knowledge, and these go to establish that she actually does not have that, right? That she's not involved in any of this back and forth, any of these individuals that are connected to these murders that the victim has been rapping about, just as some of the other individuals that are not involved in this trial have been rapping about. So this is our opportunity to cross-examine this witness and question this witness related to his knowledge and scope of his knowledge of all of this information.
Okay. So obviously I haven't seen these videos, so at this point in time, you can go ahead and show them, but at some point, if it becomes cumulative, obviously, then the state can renew their objection, and I'll just rule.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? So, all right, let's go ahead and bring them in. Yep. Hold on 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Just to add to that, the other reason that these videos are going to be relevant is to complete the story. The state has sort of cherry-picked particular videos. This goes through completeness and just to provide the entire context of what is actually happening in light of what they're letting.
Okay. All right. Very good. Well, I already said you can play them.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Sure. Yep. Okay. Now I think we're ready.
This is on 1.25 speed for always.
All right.
Have a seat and state you may continue with your direct examination.
Detective Nieder, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing some of the music videos that you've had an opportunity to review in relation to this war between ATK and 1200 and the 6 Block members. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in the videos of that back and forth were there some videos that we previously discussed as being Who I Smoke and When I See You.
Yes, ma'am.
And the videos subsequent to the homicide being Game Over and Foolio Dead.
Yes, ma'am.
I am showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 89A through D. Essentially, have you had an opportunity to review all 4 of the videos that I previously mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to dissect or to at least decipher the language that's used in those videos as far as the lyrics that are being rapped to or rapped about?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to admit self-authenticating exhibits States 89A through D in the certification of Exhibit 111.
Okay, any objection other than those previously made?
No, Judge.
Okay, same ruling and they'll be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
Yes.
In discussing States 89D, if we are, or 89A, excuse me, if we are reviewing the videos that you previously described in order, which video occurred first?
Who I Smoke.
And who was the creator of the Who I Smoke video?
It would be Yungeen Ace, Fast Money Goon, Wappa with the Chopper, and Spinnabins.
And when you mention all of those names, are those all separate people?
Yes.
And of the individuals that you've identified, are they associated with different groups or gangs?
Yes. Yungeen Ace and Fast Money Goon would be ATK, and Spinnabins and Wappa would be 1200.
I'm going to publish those videos before we look to the language of them. If you could look over your shoulder, please.
So we're gonna skip this, but again, this is Who I Smoke. If you want to go watch that context on your own, we'll try to get and see if they pause anywhere. Looks like they're still, all right, let's see right here.
That video, when it was posted to the internet or to YouTube, did you ultimately review it in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
And after reviewing that video in its entirety, did you have an opportunity to listen to that video and determine what lyrics could be ascertained as being said or rapped about in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would look to the screen here, are these those lyrics that you believe to have been included in that Who I Smoke video?
Yes, ma'am.
And looking at the screenshot here depicted on the screen, are the individuals related to ATK and 1200 as being the rappers of this song the only members of ATK that were included in this music video?
No, ma'am. The guy you see right there on top of the golf cart with his hand in the air is an ATK gang member. His name is Malquise Worthen.
And does he have social media for which you all have been able to access or monitor as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Is his social media account named ATK Quis?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the review of the video, could you please refer us to some of the lyrics for which you all took note as it relates to your duties in your gang unit?
Yes, ma'am. The first one, we see 12 paramedics. They use the number 12 because that represents 1200. The next one we see is Rod K dead and never coming back. Rod K was a prominent figure of 6 Block. And then he says, I don't go nowhere without my heat coup.
No object, Your Honor, at this time, it's speculation, invasion of the province of the jury. As to what was it?
Overruled, go ahead.
I don't go nowhere without my heat coup. Coup is a subset of 1,200. 1,200 gang members often call themselves coups. Smoking on Little PD, and I was smoking Trey D too. Little PD and Trey D were also prominent figures in the 6 Block gang.
And when you see the language smoking on, what does that mean?
When they say they're smoking on somebody, it's a sign of disrespect or a sign of, like a diss towards the opposing gang.
Is that different from smoking someone?
It's very similar to the meaning. Smoking on someone or smoking someone simply means that they were killed.
Throughout the video itself, were there names of members from the actual group 6 Block that were depicted in the music video?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that video, was there a portion when the artists were saying names of 6 Block that you can identify here?
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe what that was for the jury.
The Who I Smoke Bibby and Who I Smoke Tiki.
How about Little Nine?
Little Nine was, he was affiliated with another group associated to 6 Block. He wasn't 6 Block himself.
So he was an associate of 6 Block.
In another gang, yes, ma'am.
Well, was he the member of a gang that was rivals with ATK 1200 or their affiliates?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Bibby alive or deceased when this video was created?
Bibby is deceased.
And is Tiki alive or deceased when this video is posted to YouTube?
Deceased.
Last question, Little Nine, alive or deceased?
Deceased.
Now, what is JIT, J-I-T-T, I'm smoking JIT, mean?
JIT is what they refer to as like a younger teenager, like a young adult. They would, instead of calling like your friend, you say like, that's my JIT.
And was there any reference to an individual that was a member of ATK or NHG named Queso?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Queso related to a gang in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am. Queso is an ATK gang member.
And what is the next line under the Queso lyric referencing?
It says, no hospital boy, that line. This is just relating no hospital gang to ATK. That some of the members of ATK call themselves no hospital gang, but they're still ATK gang members.
They all associate with one another, this NHG no hospital gang.
Yes, ma'am.
They associate then with ATK and members of 1200.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if having a lyric about a case being closed to follow a line about queso has the same effect today that it might have had in 2021.
Now, are you
Ooh,
familiar
any, meeny,
with
miny, mo in the lyrics.
earlier attempt on Mr. Jones's life that occurred in Houston, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that occur on or before the date that this video was posted to YouTube?
Before.
And what was it that happened to Mr. Jones at that time?
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston.
Overruled, go ahead.
Mr. Jones was shot in Houston, and shortly after he got shot, he went live on his Instagram page in a hospital bed.
Okay, so describe for us what we're seeing here in these center paragraphs, please.
In the center paragraph, it says, I was lurking on his page and called him lacking in Houston. We laid off shots, and he went live, and I was tweaking like he ain't die. And then, so that's speaking in direct relation to the attempt on Charles Jones's life in Houston.
When the videos here, these drill rap videos are actually posted to YouTube or posted in some way, are you all, in addition to documenting these, relating them back to whatever offenses that they're referencing?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in seeing these lyrics, relate this to the offense that occurred in Houston on the prior attempt on Mr. Jones's life?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, in response to that video, a video posted by 6 Block member and the victim in this case, Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the title of that music video?
When I See You.
And did that music video, or was that music video released, and did you have an opportunity to fully review the contents of that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, or were you able to identify some of the individuals that were depicted in that video in addition to Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are the individuals depicted at 3 seconds on this When I See You video on the screen, please?
In the black hoodie and the black pants with the red underwear, that's Charles Jones. On the poster board to the right, that's the 3 victims of the town center shooting, the triple homicide that occurred in 2018.
Were you all able to ascertain where generally this video was filmed? What was the nature of the place where the video was filmed?
It's a graveyard or a grave site.
And were you able to do the same with annotating or deciphering the lyrics that were included in this video after having an opportunity to watch it?
Yes, ma'am.
Publishing 89B.
All right, so we're going to skip this. But again, this is When I See You.
On maintain on a gravesite a sign of respect or disrespect as far as your training experience?
Disrespect.
And when we started this past video, there was some kind of language from a related news article. Are you familiar with the reports of the homicide that occurred in the town center?
Yes, ma'am, at the beginning.
And was there some specific reference as it relates to the date in which that homicide occurred, where 4, 23, and Royal Smith were killed?
Yes.
Excuse me, Trayvon Bullard were killed?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the significance of that date?
It was 23's birthday.
Was Yungeen Ace or Kenyatta Bullard the only person who survived that shooting?
Yes.
But he was with the other 3 when they did not survive?
Yes.
What was the nature of that shooting itself?
It was a drive-by shooting at a red light.
And were the victims of that shooting located in a vehicle at the time that they were shot?
Yes, all 4 were in a vehicle.
In your review of the lyrics of this particular case, what is it that was relayed, and then ultimately highlighted?
The very first line, he says he's sliding through the 12. Once again, 12 is the representation of the 1200 out east part of town. He said Ace is from the west, how he clicked up with the east side. He's talking about Yungeen Ace. Originally is from the west side of Jacksonville in the Clay County, Duval area. And he's simply calling him out, asking him how he even got clicked up with the east side. And then he says he hasn't been the same since he's seen the other 3 die. That's the reference to the triple homicide of the town center. And then he says, I'm 2-3 high, which is Royal Smith. So he's saying, like, he's high.
Have you, in your time in the gang unit since the homicide actually occurred of these 3 individuals, seen members of ATK and 1200 representing 23 signs, necklaces, posting 23?
Yes, ma'am.
How about indications of ATK? Are there chains or jewelry of some kind that are indicative of being an ATK member?
Yes, ma'am. There's like an actual ATK necklace and then the necklace of 23.
When talking about these groups that link up, is there one specific group that's from out east?
1200.
And is there one specific group that's from the west?
ATK originated on the west side. It was originally Yungeen Gang, which is Yungeen Ace, and then Yungeen Ace got clicked up with some people from other parts of town and formulated ATK.
Does that allow you to, or allow them to grow the group?
Yes.
When you are looking at the lyrics at the bottom of the page here, are those specific as to the event that actually occurred on the date that these 3 individuals were shot and killed?
Yes, ma'am. He went out to eat on his birthday. It was 23's birthday, and they were leaving Wasabi at the town center. And then 4 shot, 3 dead. That's the facts of the case. Was there's 4 of them shot. Yungeen Ace survived. The other 3 passed away. And then he kept dissing on me, and now we're smoking 23. So he's saying they kept talking about me and disrespecting me, and now we're smoking on your friend.
Now, Mr. Jones references Bibby. Do you know anything about the relationship between Charles Jones and Bibby?
They were close friends.
How about Charles Jones Bibby and Robert Howard?
They would be close friends.
And all are affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
What area of town is Melvin Park in?
It's in Jacksonville's west side.
And what gang is affiliated with Melvin Park or the area?
ATK.
If members of 6 Block are in the Melvin Park area or posting from the Melvin Park area, is that seen as a sign of disrespect of some kind?
Yes.
When the lyrics indicate Quis, who is Quis?
Malquise Worthen.
Is that the individual we previously discussed as ATK Quis?
Yes.
And do you know
Shout
what
out
they're
to
referencing
Taylor
here?
Umbridge in the building. How is everything going? Guys, say hey to Taylor.
He didn't go through with a fight or anything. He kind of just walked away.
When you look at the next line that's depicted here, please, who is Papa?
Lil Papa is a prominent rapper for 1200.
And again, Queso, is this the same individual that was referenced before?
Yes, Hakeem Robinson.
Is there an individual that's associated with ATK named Red Dot?
It is Torgon Williams.
And are you familiar with Torgon Williams?
I am.
Are you familiar with Queso?
I am.
And in the next line, there's a mention of an individual by the name of Shug. Can you tell me who that is?
Shug was a prominent name in 1200. His name is Avery McKnight.
Do you know the relationship to Shug or how he passed away from in 1200?
Yeah, he was killed while he was riding a bicycle.
And is there some significance or relation from Shug to co-defendants Rashad Murphy or Davion Murphy?
I believe so.
Do you know specifically what that relationship would be?
I do not.
Now, have you had an opportunity to review the photographs of the tattoos on Davion Murphy's person?
I have.
Are you the individual who actually took the photographs of the tattoos that are on Davion Murphy's person?
Yes, ma'am.
And did those tattoos include reference to several of the individuals that are mentioned in these songs?
Yes.
What does rolling Michi in this wood mean?
Michi was a prominent figure of 1200. He was shot and killed, and he's saying that he's rolling them up in the joint and smoking them.
Is that meant to be a sign of disrespect?
Yes.
Same reference when talking about smoking Rollo.
Yes, Rollo was a close friend of J-Dot, who's Jacory Rivers.
Does J-Dot go by any other names, or is J-Dot short for something else?
His other name was like J-Dot Breezy.
Okay. And he also is a musician as a part of these groups?
He is.
With which gang is J-Dot Breezy or J-Dot affiliated?
He would be more affiliated with 1200.
And are you aware of any reference to J-Dot or J-Dot's involvement in this particular case?
Am I aware of J-Dot's involvement in this case?
Yes, not as it relates to what's on the screen, but in this case.
Briefly.
Did you provide the information that you had as it related to some of these offenses to the detectives down in Tampa, you and other gang detectives, about the rivalries that were occurring in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to 2023, was there a scene to which you responded on August 16th of 2023?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that call out?
It came out as a homicide on I-95 near near Zoo Parkway. It's kind of up on the city's north side.
How was it that there was a homicide on the highway? What did you arrive to?
I arrived to a deceased black male, later identified as Jaquan Pickens, inside of a green Dodge Challenger that was crashed into the back of a semi.
Upon your further review of the vehicle or the evidence in that investigation, was it determined that it was more than a vehicle crash?
Yes.
What occurred?
Based on the evidence that we discovered, a drive-by shooting occurred on the interstate where a car pulled up beside Mr. Pickens and started shooting at him.
Go ahead.
When you are at that scene, did you document the injuries that had occurred?
Homicide detectives would have.
And did you at least ultimately make an identification of the individual that was the driver of the vehicle?
We did. We identified him as Jaquan Pickens.
And what gang is he associated with?
Jaquan Pickens is associated with 6 Block.
After the homicide of Jaquan Pickens, did you respond to a call for service on August 17th?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the day following the homicide of Jake Jit or Jaquan Pickens?
It was.
Was the victim of that instance identified?
Yes, he was identified as Jacoby Beals.
And is Jacoby Beals related to any of the gangs in Jacksonville?
Yes, he is 1200.
Following the incident that occurred in August, were there several social media posts that occurred after Jaquan Pickens was murdered? Did anyone take credit for that murder?
Generally, after all of gang-related shootings in Jacksonville, social media tends to boost up and get really active. A lot of people post and start disrespecting the deceased of the opposing groups.
Does that also happen on October 6th and 7th when there are additional offenses that occur?
Yes,
Did you respond on October 6th to the homicide of Antonio Tilley?
I did.
And what was the nature of that call?
Antonio Tilley and an Uber driver was located deceased after they crashed into a house. Evidence in that case showed that a female named Diamond Harris set up Antonio Tilley by sending him provocative.
Relevance, hearsay, outside the scope of the court's prior order.
Yeah, sustain, just talk about what actually happened to Mr. Tilley.
What happened to Mr. Tilley to bring about his death?
Wow, so state slipping it in, even though it's sustained, they should strike that. I would ask to strike that the death, one of the deaths in these back and forth shootings, was set up by a female. And that might not directly go to Alicia Andrews doing something, but it would go to the general idea that let's use a female to catch somebody off guard and get them.
He arrived at an abandoned house and was ambushed by a black male.
Was he shot and killed with a firearm?
He was.
And while you were working that scene, did you receive additional information or a call for service elsewhere in the city?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Where?
It would have been in the city's side of town called Paxton.
Is Prospect and 16th located in that Paxton area?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of that call for service? Were you able to determine who the victim of that was?
Yes, it was Charles Jones was shot in his foot.
Did you receive that call and request to respond while you were still working the first scene?
Yes.
Approximately what time did the October 6th shooting of Antonio Tilley actually occur, was reported?
I believe it was reported around like 2300 hours, which would be 11 o'clock at night. I was not dispatched until like 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning.
And while working that scene, you received notification of the scene that Charles Jones had been shot?
Yes, that notification came in around probably like 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning.
Was there evidence that was obtained from that attempted murder on Charles Jones from October 7th of 2023, and was that ultimately provided to law enforcement in this particular investigation?
Yes, there was spent casings that were discovered on the shooting of Charles Jones.
When you learned of the homicide that occurred here in Hillsborough County, did you provide assistance to the gang members in Jacksonville and also to the Tampa Police Department investigators that was about the gang activity in Jacksonville?
Objection, moving on.
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to Charles Jones and Isaiah Chance, were you in your daily activities able to observe some interactions with the co-defendant and the victim in this case on the internet in the days leading up to Mr. Jones's homicide?
I personally did not know.
Would another member of your unit have done that?
Very well could have.
Okay. When you are referencing Isaiah Chance being a part of ATK, was there some time at which he was being removed or removing himself from that gang?
Yes, he is. He had a falling out with ATK.
And what group did he begin then affiliating himself with based on the social media posts from his accounts that you reviewed?
1200.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
After the death of Charles Jones occurs in Tampa, were you alerted to new videos on social media and YouTube that had been posted by members of ATK or 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
Immediately after the death of Charles Jones, was a video posted to YouTube?
Yes.
Were you
Objection, vague and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Are you familiar with the video that was posted on the day of the homicide?
Yes, I believe it's called Let's Do It.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
As it relates to a subsequent video also posted by ATK called Game Over, did you have an opportunity to review that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to do the same in reviewing the lyrics as you have previously?
Yes, ma'am.
And is Yungeen Ace the only individual who is cited as being an artist on this particular video?
As an artist, yes.
Publishing 89C. All right, so there's no audio yet, but they're playing it. That could get me visually. Try to look at the stills. Pouring one. Oh, that's the Don Julio? Oh, wait, don't. It looks like that type of bottle in the lid, the cork. Yeah, there you go. As it related to the lyrics of the song Game Over as published by Yungeen Ace, did you have an opportunity to review those lyrics as well?
Yes.
Was there a specific reference to the homicide that occurred in Tampa on June 23rd of 2024 in the death of Charles Jones?
Yes, there was.
When speaking about the lyrics that I've highlighted here, has there been an ongoing feud for over the course of the last several years between the groups ATK and 1200?
Yes, that's the Go to War reference.
In several of the videos that you have seen, or at least in these videos, surely this is not indicative of the only videos that have been posted between the two groups.
Correct.
And in the videos that you've seen, is it common to see this fuck the six language across the videos?
Yes.
Is that language used in the videos in a manner to disrespect 6 Block?
Yes.
6 Block members that are posting their own music videos, including Mr. Jones, use similar language in his videos.
Yes.
And in the video that we've seen here, did you see the chain that was worn by Mr. Bullard?
Yes.
And is that the chain that you were indicating was indicative of ATK?
Yes.
When you spoke with the detectives in Tampa regarding the facts of the homicide of Charles Jones, were you able to ascertain that Mr. Jones had been shot and killed in a vehicle?
Yes.
And were you able to ascertain that other individuals were also with him?
Yes.
In the last video that we saw of When I See You that was actually published by Mr. Jones, was there some reference to Yungeen Ace, the artist of Game Over, in reference to him losing it over the death of 23?
Yes.
In your review of the lyrics and depicted here on the screen, is that a reference that Yungeen Ace himself also is making in his music videos?
Yes.
Your Honor, invading the province of the jury.
Overruled. Go ahead.
What is it that's indicated in this video?
Once 23 died inside my eyes, I lost my mind.
Can you describe for the jury what the 5.56 reference is as well?
5.56 is a caliber of round.
And was that used in the lyrics of this song?
Yes.
What was the 5.56 lyric?
5.56 increases the murder rate.
Was there a description as to as to clothing in this song as well?
Yeah, mask on, get up close. This is another close case that's referencing like suspects or individuals.
Speculation.
Wait.
And invading the province of the jury.
Okay, overruled, go ahead.
It's referencing suspects or other individuals masking up and getting very close to the people that they kill. And it's another closed case because they died and there's no a living victim.
Overruled, go ahead.
As it relates to the language when the artist Yungeen Ace is referring to Mr. Six, do you plainly, based on your training and experience and day-to-day work in this area, understand who he's referencing?
Mr. Six is Charles Jones.
And the showing of Don Julio bottles, is there some significance to that as it relates to these videos that started in June of 2024 that were posted by ATK or 1,200 members?
Objection, speculation, objection to invading the province of the jury, Your Honor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Objection of relevance.
Okay, overruled.
Yes, ma'am. During my investigation into the criminal gang ATK, until after the death of Charles Jones, Don Julio bottles were not referenced in any music video or any type of photograph that they have taken until after the death.
Is the
Objection hearsay as well, Your Honor.
is
We
the
should just get an overruled
bottle of
go
Don
in.
Julio a bottle of alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that was commonly related to Julio Foolio or Charles Jones?
Objection, speculation.
It was
can't keep up.
related to him after his death. Some people knew him as Julio Foolio, some people knew him as Foolio, so the name Don Julio brought in the rapper name of Charles Jones.
Depicted in the beginning of this Game Over video, we see a Don Julio on top of the head, and we've heard some of those lyrics about having the head of another member. What does that mean?
Like they're killed. They've been deceased, usually by gunfire.
After the publication of this video by ATK's Yungeen Ace, was there a music video also published by the individuals who were in that first song?
Yes, ma'am.
The Who I Smoke video had members of both ATK and 1,200, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And included in that video with Yungeen Ace were individuals by the name of Wappa with the Choppa?
Yes, ma'am. He's also known as Ducci.
And were there any other individuals also depicted in both?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Yes, was there anyone else from the original song that we played in States 89A with Spinabins, Wappa with the Choppa, Yungeen Ace, and Fast Money Goon of Who I Smoke that made their own videos after Yungeen Ace made Game Over?
Yes, ma'am. Wappa and Spinabins made their own song called Foolio Dead.
Posting now States 89D. Great.
So we'll skip through some of the frames. Hourglass.
For the Foolio Dead video by Spinabins and Wappa with the Choppa, were you able to identify any specific language as it related to the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what's highlighted on the screen before us here?
Yes, ma'am.
When there's a reference to his mother stronger than him in these lyrics, can you describe for us what these lyrics are highlighted for?
Yes, ma'am. His mother was shot in Jacksonville prior to his death, and she survived.
So she lived from that shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
What-
Relevance.
Overruled.
When she was shot, was anybody else shot or injured at that time?
I don't know the answer to that.
But you're familiar with her shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
What about the Holiday Inn? Is there any specific relevance to the posting about Holiday Inn in this particular music video after the murder?
Yeah, there's the chain of hotels that was here in Hillsborough County.
What does Glock Party, I'm smoking op pack, put that 8 in mean?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled, go ahead.
8 is Trey D. He was shot and killed in Jacksonville. He was a prominent figure of 6 Block. When you say you're smoking an op pack, they relate the pack and like a cigarette pack or like a blunt package, and they're putting ops in it to smoke them.
In addition to having viewed the music videos that were posted, did you have a chance to review the images that were depicted in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And do Wappa with the Choppa or Spinabins have a hand sign for the gang 1200 to which they're related?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And do they throw that sign in these music videos?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Are you familiar with what that sign is?
I know of it, but Detective Griffin with 1200 would be able to demonstrate it better than me.
And be able to tell us the history of it itself?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness at this time.
Cross?
Here we go.
No, it is afternoon. Good afternoon,
Good
Detective Leader.
afternoon.
Hey, Michelle.
All right, So today this is your first time testifying as an expert.
No, ma'am.
You testified as an expert before?
Yes, ma'am.
In what hearing?
It was a sentencing hearing in Jacksonville. It was a
Sentencing?
case involving Sean Walcott, who was a 1200.
Okay. Did that occur after your deposition in this case?
No, it was before.
Okay. I want to talk to you about where you get in your job, in your day-to-day, where you get your intel from. Part of your job is to provide information to other detectives to support them in their investigations, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to get that information,
I think the sentencing mesh, I mean, she walked into that, but now you have the jury, if they want to draw the inference that some other work he's associated with in some way led to a jury securing a conviction. I mean, maybe it was a bench trial, but who really thinks of that off the bat?
I would assume you don't just get it sitting at your desk, right? You're out in the field or in the street getting information as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you get information from citizens, just people that are uninvolved in the gangs. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like witnesses who might have witnessed the crime?
Or like somebody lives in the neighborhoods where crime's happening. Yes.
Right. They just might be concerned about something that's going on.
Correct.
You get information from snitches, from people that are giving you confidential information
Yeah.
in general, not asking about anyone specific. You might get information from the ops of the gang you're investigating. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You might get information from associates of the gangs as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also get information from social media
Yes.
and from the internet in general.
Yes, ma'am.
So like YouTube, for example.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You'd also get information from other detectives
Yes, ma'am.
if they're particularly investigating some sort of crime that might be related to something you're investigating,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And I know you are assigned to ATK, and we've mentioned 1200, 6 Block, but there are also other gangs in Jacksonville too, right?
Yes, ma'am. I think we have 30 or 31 active gangs.
Okay. And not all those gangs are connected to the idea of like drill music, but these specifically are.
Yes, ma'am. These are.
Okay. Now I want to talk to you specifically about YouTube.
Okay.
And so you mentioned that you looked at, specifically in your investigation of this gang war, you've looked at, I'm sure, many YouTube videos, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Not just music videos, right?
Yes, I would say it's a mixture, but general music
Okay.
videos are the most common.
Okay. You also would look at like documentary style videos as well.
To a certain extent, yes, ma'am.
And in your review of those videos, sometimes you might find useful information, but you also find that not all the information is accurate, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even though not all the information is accurate, you have been able to take some of that information and use it.
As long as it's corroborated by other evidence, yes.
Okay. And in fact, you've even used some information you've gathered from YouTube videos and testimony and sworn testimony related to this case.
Yes.
Okay. Particularly a different chart, gang chart that you captured from a YouTube video. Is that accurate?
I personally did not capture it, but I have seen it, yes.
And you've used it in sworn testimony before.
I guess you could say that.
Okay. And that was from a video from a gentleman by the name of Trap Lord Ross. That sound familiar?
I'm not sure who it was from. It was given to me. Like I said, I did not personally make that chart. I've seen it, but I'm not sure who it was from.
Okay.
This
You
is
are familiar
great.
with that gentleman though, right? Trap Lord Ross.
I don't know who that is.
You've never.
Because he's getting his information off a YouTube creator, and I'm not saying that YouTube creators don't know their stuff, don't do their research, but it's different when you're presenting to a jury and you're qualified as an expert witness because you go to formalized conferences and have your mentors, and you leave that part out if you're trying to say you're getting.
The objection, he said he doesn't know who that is.
So.
Okay, go ahead.
You've seen.
Wait, did she say overrule and then end up sustaining that?
So. Familiar with that gentleman though, right? Trap Lord Ross.
I don't know who that is.
You've never.
I'm going to overrule the objection. He said he doesn't know who that is.
So.
Okay, go ahead.
You've seen. You've seen some of the hours-long documentary videos that sort of try to break down the gangs in Jacksonville.
I've seen a few.
And those videos have like millions of views.
Potentially, I'm not sure how many views they have.
Okay, a lot of views. You'd agree with that?
I'm not sure how many views they have.
Potentially thousands of comments, a lot of comments.
I'm not sure about the comments either.
Okay. You would agree with me that a part of in your investigations that you sometimes go through the comments in these videos?
It depends.
Now you don't want to
What would it
answer?
depend on?
It depends on the video itself.
Okay. And what is an example of a video where you see information about the gang and you would not go through the comments?
Generally, it just depends on what occurs in the videos. If the comments are worthy. A lot of times the comments are just trolling, so it's kind of a waste of time to scroll through all the comments.
And how would you know if the comments are trolling unless you go through them?
Well, I don't go through all of them. I have went through them on some videos, but not all videos.
Okay, so it sounds like what you're saying is you might start to go through them, and then if you don't see anything useful, you move on.
Yeah, depending on the video.
Okay. And that's not just for the documentary style videos, it's also for the videos where there's music videos.
Yes,
And that's also going to be for videos that are posted on social media,
sometimes.
or pictures, or any sort of post that's posted on social media.
Yeah, sometimes.
And these social media posts and YouTube videos and other information that's posted on the internet, in those comments are going to be people that are talking about what occurred or their opinions of those things, right?
Sometimes.
And this is stuff that's just open to the public,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So it could be people from Jacksonville commenting on this stuff.
Could be.
And I'm sure you've probably seen people from other cities or even other states commenting on this stuff.
Yeah, the usernames, I'm not real familiar where they're from.
Understood, but you wouldn't dispute me that there's no, it's not specified to Jacksonville. You don't have to be from Jacksonville to comment on this stuff, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, and you'd agree with me that the fact that this sort of gang beef is ongoing, this is common knowledge.
I would say yes.
You'd agree with me that the fact that 1200 and ATK or 1200 and 6 Block have a beef is common knowledge.
It would depend on your definition of common knowledge. I would say that like a normal citizen of Duval County may not know about this, but if you live in the neighborhood, it's pretty common knowledge to people who live in that neighborhood or into these type of wars and gangs.
Okay, so let me take it a step back. You're saying that people in Jacksonville don't have knowledge of this?
I would venture to say that there is people in Jacksonville who do not have knowledge of this, yes.
Okay. These crimes, when they occur, these are things that are posted on the normal news, right?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. And I'll just use one example. When I See You video, these videos have millions of views.
Yes.
The Who I Smoke video has millions of views.
Yes.
Right? But it's your position that just normal people in Jacksonville probably don't know about this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you would agree with me that it's common knowledge that in Jacksonville, that Yungeen Ace was shot in this 2018 town center shooting?
Once again, I would probably venture to say what the definition of common knowledge is, that not everybody in Jacksonville is going to be aware of that now.
Okay, so I'm not asking about what everyone knows. I'm not asking for every
Now
person
it's
that has
everybody.
ever, touched foot in Jacksonville. I'm saying generally, that people who watch the news, who are on social media, who maybe listen to rap music, or who just live in Jacksonville and are concerned about the safety of their community, that in common knowledge, people are aware that these things are going on.
That shootings in Jacksonville occur, yes.
Specifically, that shootings between ATK, 1200, 6 Block are going on.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay. The shooting that happened in 2018 at the town center, that was on the news.
Yes, ma'am.
That was highly publicized on the news as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the subject of the When I See You video.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The one that has millions of views.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so the music videos that we watched on Direct, the ones that we just saw, those aren't the only drill music videos that exist within this amount of time, within this, let's say 2021, 2023 time period.
No, ma'am.
There are a couple others, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with a song
The other
named
four?
Dead Ops by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am. Were you speaking about number one or number two?
I was gonna go to that one next. Are
Okay.
you familiar with Dead Ops 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You familiar with Beatbox
By which artist?
by Julio Foolio?
Yes, ma'am.
And you familiar with WWE by Julio Foolio?
No, ma'am, I am not.
Okay. The four that we mentioned before, Dead Ops 2, and Beatbox. You've watched those videos, I'm sure, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are videos that you also use to assist you in your investigation of these crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? Those are videos that you've reviewed and analyzed the lyrics of as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, I think the shooters are cooked. I think the avenue for Alicia to be cooked is there. I think that's going to come more down to, the jury having this decision to convict her on both counts or make a split decision if they sympathize with her. If maybe they don't like the way that accomplice liability works and they do a little bit of nullification. Maybe they just don't think that the state, we still have to see what they present that ties her directly to the plan, beside her physically being club hopping that night. I think there's a lot for the defense to overcome here in this case, and probably more for the case for the others to overcome. But she's doing a great job at giving an explanation for the specificity of the lyrics that we looked at from the 4 songs that the state just went through. Because objectively speaking, the lyrics that were used in the YSL trial versus the lyrics that were used here, the specificity, the degree of specificity was way different. A lot more metaphors, a lot more generalities in the YSL trial. And whenever they were talking about specifics, it seemed like a reach. It was like, oh, somebody had a black SUV. Like, all right, that's not really very specific. Everything else is just lyrics, right? Here we have like names, dates, you know, Wasabi for the 23rd birthday at Town Center. And she's getting at, well, it was public knowledge. As soon as these things happened, people were already talking about, you know, it was Yungeen Ace and his crowd that were shot. They were out to eat for their birthday. It happened at the Wasabi parking lot in the Town Center Plaza. And it was his birthday. Those are all things that when you have millions of people rushing to see what's going on, what is happening, what people are saying was the backstory behind it, that all could have an explanation of how that specific knowledge could make it into a song lyric in a short period of time without it being because I had firsthand knowledge because I plotted and carried it out. Now, do I think the jury is going to necessarily think that that's what's happening here? A long shot, but very, very good on her to do that. There's a lot of specificity for her to overcome, though, and I don't think she's going to get there. But I think the way she's doing it is a great, and I really like this commentary on the blogs and how it draws, you know, popular culture commentary and how so many people go and add their opinions. You know, YouTube usernames, you don't know, people could be saying anything, and somebody else could take that as the truth, as facts. You just don't know. And the person saying it might not be anybody that has any firsthand knowledge or correct information at all. And I think it's a great point to make, generally speaking. Whew. And also, big shout out J Money in the building. J Money came back around. We had that power outage this morning. He said, hold on now. I've been waiting all day for this. I'm going to give out 5 memberships. So 5 people just turned green. Big, big thank you. Let's get some W's in the chat for J Money. If you got a membership, make sure you're saying thank you, and let's get him in the banner. And I hit play and it's
while we're doing that, those videos are videos that you also just sort of viewed on YouTube the same way you did the other ones, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 1A through E as a composite into evidence.
We're in the state's case. Are you objecting to them introducing evidence during your case in chief?
We are objecting, Your Honor, as it relates specifically to 1D and 1E for efficiency purposes. No objection as to 1A and 1B
Okay.
and C.
So 1A, 1B, and 1C, you agree to allow them to introduce during your case in chief?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So as to the others, you said D and E, you object?
Yes, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, as this witness is not familiar, and lack of authentication as to those videos, and then cumulative as the 5th video was already played in state's case in chief.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, we're going to remove WWE, and I believe D is already in evidence, so no problem.
Okay, so we're left with dead
A through
ops
C.
1 and 2 and beatbox?
Correct.
Okay, so
It's A through C.
defense exhibits 1A, 1B, and 1C will be admitted.
Your Honor, I seek to publish those to the jury now.
Sure.
Let's start with beatbox.
All right, so we're going to do the frames. And again, this is beatbox if you want to listen to it at another point in time. Oh, Jizzle Films is crazy. You got dead ops on the screen as text. Is that a boat? Dang. What does his hoodie say? What? Ah, there we go. There's the full hoodie. Alrighty, and then we're back.
Part 1. And in the beginning of that video, that's Julio Foolio that's rapping the video, right?
Yes, ma'am, that is
Okay.
Charles Jones.
And at the beginning,
Have a good one, Slim and Bones. Thank you for hanging out with us.
of the video, he gets out of the vehicle and stands over a guy with a gun and kills him in the video.
Yes.
All right, and what he has is what looks like a 9mm with a drum attached, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a 9mm, but it was a handgun.
A handgun.
Yep.
This is better. A handgun with a drum attached.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the drum, the purpose of that is to put more bullets in it,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So that the handgun will shoot much more than what it would normally shoot if it didn't have that attached to it.
Correct.
Right. Now he starts at the end of the song and he says he wants to list his dead ops, right?
Yes.
And then he goes through the entirety of the song listing people that have died from the other gang. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So I heard, and just tell me if I'm correct, I heard Nietzsche was one of the people that he listed.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Leaky was one of the people that he mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
I heard Busta that caught one to the face. Did you hear that?
I heard that, but I'm not sure who Busta is.
Okay. I heard a reference to the 2018 shooting about Ace being the only one to survive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is another song where he's discussing that 2018 shooting,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And this song was also published to YouTube.
Yes, it was.
Do you recall how many views this video has?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Would taking a look at the actual video on YouTube help to refresh your recollection on how many views it has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so just take a look. If you just, sorry, y'all, I didn't ask for permission to approach the witness.
I can see it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It says
Is that refresher?
it says 30 million views, and the video was posted 4 years ago.
Okay, so that's an additional 30 million views to the other almost 100 million views on When I See You and Who I Smoke, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact numbers, but that would be an additional 30 million. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would taking a look at the views on Who I Smoke and When I See You, would that refresh your recollection as to how many views?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so this is related to When I See You.
Yes, ma'am. It says 69 million views.
69 million views. And
Welcome back, Perfect Peace.
for Who I Smoke.
57 million views.
Okay, so we have 57 million views for Who I Smoke, 69 million views for When I See You, and 30 million views for Dead Ops.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't really feel like going math right now, that's definitely over 100, right?
Correct.
Over 130, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay, let's go to Dead Ops.
Your Honor, at this time, may we approach?
Yes.
So they don't want dead ops to come in? So sidebar for dead ops. Let's see, let's see. Right, right. I think some of the shutdowns on sidebars, you know, it'd be one thing if someone kept requesting sidebars and it was every 2 seconds and it got excessive and you had to say, hey, like, let's stop doing that. It's wasting the jury's time. Let's be more respectful. They keep doing it and you're like, no, we're not going to do. It was like instantly shut down multiple times. Like maybe just for the sake of optics, just allow the sidebar for both sides once in a while. Sorry, I'm watching the body language. I know we can't hear it. But she's spending a lot of time having the defense explain why they, again, assuming this is about the admission of the Dead Ops video. Ooh, this is long. Counter argument from the state.
Okay.
Let's see if we can tell what happens.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead. Play the next two videos. We need to wrap this up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So she's gonna allow them, but she's also like forewarning but don't go further than these two. Leave it at that. So, but they're coming in. State seems to have lost that sidebar. Also, hey to the J1Z experiment. Oh, all right. So we're gonna frame through this. They have the video. Is that the software they're using? I've ignored this the whole time. If that is what they're using, Video Shop. Okay, so they're in Melvin Park, and it looks like they wrote on the sign. And we heard earlier that this is supposed to be territory. Oh.
Okay, what do you recognize that video to be?
That they're at Melvin Park.
Or specifically the name of the song, sorry, I didn't ask
Oh,
that. Right.
that was the beatbox remix.
Okay. One of the videos
Okay.
that you mentioned that you have viewed in your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it wasn't just Julio Foolio in that video, there's someone else rapping as well, right?
Correct.
You know-
Kojak.
Kojak. And who was he connected to?
He is 6 Block.
All right. And there were other people in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
There was even a little boy in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who that little boy is?
No, ma'am.
You haven't identified him as a member of any sort of gang connected to this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant. Go ahead.
No, ma'am. I don't know who he is.
Okay. All right. And do you know or do you recall how many views that video has?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay. We're taking it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Shout out to Stacy Zivit being a member for 11 months. Says, Kat, thanks for covering this. You're the goat. Keep it up.
That one has
The weather's
20
trying to
million.
hold me down.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're somewhere north of 150 million views at this point, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last video that we mentioned that you have seen was Dead Ops 2.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how many views that video has?
No, ma'am. I do not.
Okay. We're taking a look at.
Yes, ma'am. That one's going to be 7.4 million.
7.4. So maybe 160, somewhere around there.
Yes, ma'am. Roughly.
Okay. And those aren't all the videos, right? There are other music videos as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And those potentially have millions of views as well.
Potentially, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. In any of the videos that the ones that we saw today and the other ones that you've viewed, Alicia Andrews isn't in any of those videos, right?
Not that I've seen.
As far as you know, she's not a rapper.
Not that I'm aware of.
As far as she's not a ghost rapper writing lyrics for any of these people, as far as you know?
The lyric part, she hasn't at least been on where you like Apple Music and stuff like that. You can see written by. Her name has not come across as any of those. No, ma'am.
And that was going to be my next question. First, if you've ever looked to see who was credited for this music.
Yes, ma'am.
And Alicia Andrews is not credited for any of this music.
Not that I've come across.
Okay. You also haven't heard her mentioned in any of these songs.
No, ma'am. I have not.
And I believe you already said you haven't seen her in any of the videos, right?
I have not seen her.
Okay. In the Who I Smoke video, I'm sorry, in the Game Over video,
Yes, ma'am.
despite the fact that Yungeen Ace is sort of taking credit for the Julio Foolio murder, he hasn't been arrested related to this case. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
All right. I want to talk to you about the October 2023 shooting of Mr. Jones in his foot, I believe it was, right?
Okay.
So, where did that occur?
It occurred in Duval County in an area town called Paxton.
Okay. And is that one of those towns that has like a separate police department or?
No, ma'am. Jacksonville in Duval County itself is very large. So there is separate neighborhoods that have different names throughout the city. Just for a couple examples, just so you can, like there's a town center, there's Southside, Mandarin, Paxton, Sherwood. So like there's different, each little area of town has its own little nickname.
Got it. But all of those are under the jurisdiction of JSO?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as I don't believe I asked you this question, so I'm gonna ask you. Even though you are assigned to ATK, it's possible that other detectives, other gang detectives could end up assigned to like a specific investigation for ATK.
Yes, but generally how we work within our unit is if you're on call that night or that day and an incident occurs, you will respond and you will get the preliminary information. And once I come back to work, I will then take over the role of assisting the other units as the main ATK chain of point of contact.
Got it. Okay. And in this case, actually, that's exactly what happened. Detective Drebeck was on call,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So he ended up initially connecting with the Tampa Police Department in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But back to October 2023. So would you describe yourself as like the lead detective as it relates to that shooting?
No, ma'am. Within the sheriff's office, we have different investigative units. We would be more of like an intelligence unit, or we have a robbery violent crimes unit that handles robberies and violent crimes, more like shootings where people do not die. And then we have a homicide unit that handles homicides. So we assist them with intelligence and other information that we may have.
Okay, so you could end up assisting as far as giving intelligence to on a wide range of different crimes.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, so you could be helping a robbery detective, homicide detective, maybe even like a grand theft situation. You could be working on any crime as long as it's connected to a gang.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you were actually working on this crime as well.
Yes, ma'am. I responded to that scene. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so your job and your responsibility is to assist them, to give any information that you might have that could assist is to give to them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as far as what you know about that crime, you know that he was shot in the foot and that he drove himself to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that it occurred after or within hours of an ATK member being shot.
Shot and killed. Yes, ma'am.
Shot and killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You still have not made an arrest in that case, the October 2023.
There has not been an arrest, no, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews was involved in that shooting?
I do not, no, ma'am.
No. She obviously, you have not made an arrest, so she was not arrested in relation to that shooting.
That would be correct.
That was in Texas?
You don't have any
A
evidence
Houston
to
one?
suggest that she knew about that shooting,
I do not.
that she was on the scene of that shooting.
I do not.
You don't have any evidence to suggest that she was aware or knew any of the people that you suspect were involved in that shooting at the time.
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. Now I want to talk about the evidence in this case specifically.
Okay.
You didn't draft any reports in this case, right?
Related to the homicide in itself, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you draft any other reports
Some Duval County related incidents, yes, ma'am.
connected to this incident?
It would be connected to Duval County cases.
Okay, not the murder in this case.
No, ma'am.
Okay. You didn't collect any physical evidence. Obviously, you weren't in Tampa. You were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At what point do you kind of step in to assist or to take over from Detective Drabek?
We worked along together pretty much the entire case just because it was a lot of information and stuff in the back and forths. So I would say I never took it over completely. We worked alongside each other the entire time.
Okay. And if you had to put like a time on it, how long would you say you and Detective Drabek are assisting in this case?
From the day it happened until current day.
Okay. All right. You'd agree with me that one of the catalysts to this back and forth gang war is that 2018 shooting at the town center.
I would say that was a very big moment in this war. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we've
Well
heard a
said,
lot about,
motive.
so I just want to kind of refresh the jury's understanding. So this 2018 shooting, Yungeen Ace is shot and survives, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
His brother, Trayvon Bullard, is also shot and actually dies in this shooting.
Yes, ma'am.
There's another gentleman named Jacoby Grover
Yes.
that dies,
Yes, ma'am.
and Royale Smith, that is 23, he also dies.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? You don't have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews is personally connected to any of these individuals that died?
That died? I do not.
Okay. Or to Yungeen Ace,
I
who
do not.
survived. I would assume, but I'm going to ask that you relayed, or you and Detective Drabek relayed your knowledge about this 2018 shooting and the origins of the gang war. You relayed that to Detective Ramos, who's the lead detective in Tampa.
Yes, we have.
Okay. Do you know a woman by the name of Aaliyah Albright?
I know of
Vega.
her. I don't know much about her.
Are you aware that she was on the scene the night of this shooting, the murder in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sure you have reviewed the video footage, the surveillance in front of the hotel.
Yes, ma'am.
Right before the shooting occurs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would recall that Miss Albright gets out of a vehicle and then goes inside of the hotel lobby, immediately proceeding. I see you're looking at the state. Did you?
No, just look around.
Oh, okay.
No, call it.
She proceeded inside of the hotel lobby immediately before the shooting happened, right?
I would. The last time I saw the video was a good while ago. I would need to refresh my
Sure.
memory on the video.
No problem.
Well, let's do it. Guys, this is I think this is a great question.
Yes, what's this relevant to?
Your Honor, can we go sidebar about this?
Yeah.
I wanna make this
Come on up.
All right, so they're gonna sidebar on this, but remember and I had her name. I keep calling her Aaliyah Auburn. Maybe I don't know where I got Auburn from. Aaliyah Albright. That's the individual. Her and Taifa McRae. They go into the hotel. The other girl that came down for a girls' trip, thinking it would just be a girls' trip, is in the vehicle, and she ends up getting shot. And she's like not able to quickly start the car, and she's finally able to like get the car started and hit the pedal to the metal and drive away. We're hearing now This thing in 2018, Alicia Andrews has no connection to any of that, but there's an individual. Are you aware of Aaliyah? What do we remember about Aaliyah? Aaliyah was dating Yungeen Ace's half-brother, who was shot and killed in the 2018 shooting. And again, I don't know if this is going to prevent a guilty verdict here, but this is great questioning. This is great questioning. I think that's like the first time I'm saying that in this trial. And then calling out for looking at the state. There were a few times where I felt like I saw his eyes dart, but I don't really understand the exact. The jury is off screen over here, or when he's on the screen. If this was the witness stand, it's not. The jury seems to be over here off the screen. And I think the state's table is like over here, but the lectern podium thing is here. And then it's like state table and then defense table, if this was the witness stand. Also, this is a great time to have asked this question. Thank you again for all your support, KC Dog. Chat, please participate in this question if you want to answer. This is from the evidence presented so far. Which way are you leaning towards? I don't see enough yet. And I think I have a weird stance on the charges. She's facing murder in the first degree with, there's the firearms involved, and that's accomplice liability. She's charged through being an accomplice. She was there when it happened. She knew it was going to happen. And then there's also another charge for the conspiracy to plan this all out ahead of time. I'm kind of in the boat that if the jury wants to split, I think there might be more there when the state rests, depending on if we get more text messages coming in with Detective Ramos. That's the key witness. If Detective Ramos doesn't deliver on the Cellebrite extraction from Alicia Andrews' phone, then I'm going to be like, we're missing, the why she would do it, the knowledge. At worst, she saw it go down and chose to get in an Uber and not tell anybody about what went down. And the jury could say that's enough. As far as planning ahead of time, if we don't get something from the Cellebrite extraction, I don't think right now there's enough to prove she conspired. But more importantly, I also think she's severed from her co-defendants. And whether this should be the case or not, this is just an observation. It's not my personal opinion or what I would do in the jury booth. In fact, in deliberations, I would try to call out both sides of the perspective and ask us to be aware of it. But is there a potential that the jury could sympathize with her because she is severed? They're not looking at the other co-defendants and they're wishing, well, we really want to look at them. We think they're the ones that actually did the thing. We want to look at Yungeen Ace. We heard he wasn't charged. We have a problem with that. And could it come down to some sort of, we know, even though we're not supposed to consider sentencing at this phase of the trial, we know first-degree murder is nothing to play with. So in our heads, even though we're not supposed to think about that, probably aware that our verdict would put her away for life. Do we think she deserves to go away for life? I think there's a bigger play in her favor for sympathy from at least all you need is one juror. And I don't think that that's based in the evidence the prosecution's presenting. I think that's in the jury, at least one juror. Are they going to sit there? Are they going to simp her? There could be a simp on the jury. There could be someone that just doesn't like the theory of accomplice liability and how it's written in the first-degree murder. I think there's a lot of avenues that the jury deliberations could come down to something, and maybe they'll overcome it through discussion. But I think a lot of their considerations could go beyond the elements of what she's charged with. But I also think 12 could convict her on both. So, and again, with that conspiracy charge, I'll reserve on if I think that the state has enough evidence that it was a planned conspiracy until we see Detective Ramos up there and whether or not he delivers what it seems like the state's promising that they're going to deliver. So, because he's the guy for that. He's the one that's going to look at all that Cellebrite stuff from her phone. So, but great food for thought, you guys. Let us all know. Feel free, please. It's an open book in the chat. You're also, again, there's nothing wrong with thinking one thing and then making predictions about what the jury will do. Different things, right? So, and Slim Life, we started late today, but yeah, we've been here for 4.5 hours today. So, let's see. All right, so Taylor's pointing out she didn't see it. They were driving away. I could see that being possible, but I don't know. I have a really hard time thinking you don't hear the chaos that's going on or know about it immediately after the fact. I mean, that would be, I would have to believe, for me to be convinced that she didn't know, I would have to believe the rest of that trip, the other three really didn't say a thing at all. But we've got pictures going to Gudda of what looks to me like the ingredients for what we're about to carry out this weekend. So she'd have to be super, super, super ignorant to not even have a hint after the fact. So, I don't know. But again, I think it's, if the jury doesn't like the idea of accomplice liability for someone that didn't pull the trigger, and they don't think that she was pulling the strings to orchestrate it, they might not care if she knew after the fact and chose not to report, because then they might view that as overcharging. So, and yeah, I think we've got to see what Detective Ramos has. But we've got a lot, I think she's cooked. We've got a lot of people. I don't think the state's gotten us there. I don't know. I wasn't really interested in this case right away. I think she's the most interesting person in the indictment. But as far as the shooters, unless there's compelling evidence that the state has the wrong people, right? Those three, I mean, that video is crazy. That trial is not even going to be on my radar unless something crazy happens, like the most major plot twist pops up. But yeah, so let's see. And thank you for the food for thought again, Casey Dog. I don't know if they're coming back from the bench that quickly. That was just someone walking. While they're talking, I think this is why it was so slick for the state to slip in there that a prior death, known death, that the theory of that case was it was set up by another female, someone named Diamond. I think they said, maybe I'm just assuming the name Diamond just belongs to a girl. And that was objected to by not taken from the record, and the story for that, the jury heard it and draws the inference. Girl sets up dude walks in and is ambushed by the actual shooter. And I think that was extremely prejudicial to the state within there through their questioning. For this exact reason. Because it could tip the scale on a very key question.
Yes, go ahead. Take a 5-minute recess.
All right.
All right, well, she just yelled at us to take a 5-minute recess, you guys. Like, really yelled. Sorry about that. Did not predict that she would jump back in eating the microphone. All right, so we'll jump ahead because they go right to the seal here, so I don't think there's any further.
Okay, very good. So 5-minute recess again, same rule. You're under cross-examination, so you can't talk to anybody, including the prosecutors, about anything related to this case, all right? We'll be back in 5. Very good. You may proceed, attempting to lay the predicate. Go ahead.
Yes.
Oh.
Alrighty, good afternoon again, Detective Leader.
Yes, yeah.
So I was asking you before that at some point in your investigation during this.
So, state seems to have partially succeeded on some type of foundation for this surveillance video, where we would be looking at the front of the Holiday Inn and seeing where Aaliyah and Taifa get out of the vehicle and go inside. So we gotta lay the foundation there. We gotta establish before we can get it in. But the state won a little bit at that sidebar.
Case or in another, you became aware of a woman named Aaliyah Albright.
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that she was on the scene the night of the murder.
Yes.
Specifically, that she was a part of the group of people that Julio Foolio was with the night of the murder.
Yes.
Right, and you reviewed the video surveillance that shows her entering into the hotel.
I have.
Okay.
And for the record, what are you getting ready to show this witness? What is this?
It's what he just testified to.
I know, does it have an exhibit number for the record?
Yes, sure, Your Honor. It's exhibit 22B.
Okay, very good.
22B6.
All right, so I guess you're supposed to be looking.
I'm gonna go, try to limit this to exactly where. I have a little pointer I'm gonna try to use.
Okay.
If it works. It doesn't. Okay, so I want to direct your attention to the vehicle, the people getting out of the vehicle.
Yes.
Do you recognize one of those individuals as Miss Lee Albright?
I believe that's her in the pink. I'm not
Okay.
100%, but I believe that is her.
All right, and what do you see her doing at this point?
She's following a young man named Tafa McCray into the hotel.
And as far as your understanding of this video, this happens prior to the shooting.
Yes.
All right, and in your recollection of what occurs in this video, I can play it through if you need me to. Miss Albright doesn't come back out before the shooting occurs, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You do know that she was not shot in this incident, right?
I don't think so. I don't know the answer to that either.
Okay. But you have seen this video in its entirety?
I have.
Okay.
Okay, what's your next question?
You mentioned earlier, we spoke at length at this point about the 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And one of the individuals involved in that shooting is going to be this gentleman right here, Trayvon Bullitt, right?
Yes, ma'am. He's one of
Also
the
known as
deceased.
Quan.
Yes, ma'am. He's
or-
deceased.
He is deceased. He died in that 2018 shooting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the person that you placed him next to in this chart, this is his brother,
Correct.
correct? Same last name,
Yes.
same mother, as far as you know.
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay, brothers, nonetheless.
Yes.
Were you aware that Miss Albright videoed in that video, entering in the hotel right before the shooting, that she was dating Mr. Trayvon Bullitt, aka Quan, at the time of his death in 2018?
I'm aware of the dating. I didn't know about the time of his death. I'm
Okay.
not sure about that answer.
Is that information, but you were aware that they were dating?
At some point in their lives, yes.
All right, is that information that you provided to Detective Ramos in Tampa?
All right, I need the chat's assistance on this little bit though. So this slide, we still have Gudda, Isaiah Chance, Alicia's boyfriend and co-defendant under ATK members and associates. But just, do you guys, maybe I switched the order. And ATK and 1200 are like associated subsets, but didn't this expert testify that Isaiah Chance started to kind of fall out with ATK and went over to 1200 more? Or did I get that reversed? Or maybe that was his testimony and he spoke in the reverse when he meant otherwise. But I'm just noticing that he's on the ATK slide.
In their lives, yes.
All right, is that
So I'm a bit
information that
confused.
you provided to Detective Ramos in Tampa?
I'm not sure if I provided it, but I believe it
That's
was
what I
provided
thought.
at
He had
some
issues with
Okay. And
ATK.
in your assistance in this investigation, is that a lead or an investigative tool that you ever used? Did you ever investigate Ms. Albright related to any connection to this murder?
point. Me, I did not.
Thank you, guys.
I was not in charge of investigating this homicide.
Okay, but you are the expert on ATK.
Yes.
And as far as you know, is there any other detective that investigated her potential role, if any, in this murder at all?
In this murder, I'm not sure.
Okay. You're familiar with a gentleman by the name of J-Dot?
Can you elaborate more? There's multiple.
There are multiples. Jacory Rivers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Nickname or street name or rap name, J-Dot.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As your investigation in this case, in this particular murder, did you learn that J-Dot apparently may have sent Mr. Isaiah Chance money to pay for an Airbnb in this case?
Yes, I did learn that.
All right. Was he arrested in relation to this case?
Not to my understanding.
Is he a member of 1200 as far as you know?
I don't think he's a member status. That would be a better question for Detective Griffin.
Okay. Understood. In your investigation in this case or in any other case, have you ever come across... One second, Your Honor. Have you ever come across a young woman by the name of Caylen Enright?
I believe.
They have her on
I don't
their
recall
list.
her name, but I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask let me frame it a little bit better.
Okay.
Did you review any of the information that was taken from the iClouds of the suspects in this case?
Very limited.
Did you review any information from the iCloud of Mr. Sean Gaithright?
No.
None.
None.
Okay.
Interesting.
All right, let's talk about what occurred after the murder in this case. is it your understanding, based on information that you've received, that after this murder, that Mr. Isaiah Chance and Mr. Rashad Murphy made posts on social media sort of celebrating this murder?
Yes.
And specifically made posts of, not a football girl, Tom Brady and Bill Belichick,
Yes.
right? As a sort of celebration to successfully having committed this murder. Is that your understanding?
My understanding, yes. Brady and Belichick are, in the football world, are considered the GOATs, which would be like the greatest of all time.
Right. And that's not something that's uncommon. That's done often, right?
What's that?
Celebratory posts, if you will,
Correct.
on social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Right.
That's not uncommon.
Okay, and that's outside of the music, right? This is just like an Instagram story or some sort of post on social media.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And this will be done specifically by the ops?
Yeah, most times, or just somebody who didn't like them. And that might not necessarily be their op, or it's just somebody who is what would be considered trolling that
Okay.
group or that person.
All right. And in your investigation of this case, have you seen any posts? Do you have any evidence to suggest that Alicia Andrews ever posted anything celebrating the death of Julio Foolio?
Not that I'm aware of.
Right. And not as a potential op or someone trolling or in any way. You've never seen any posts to suggest that she celebrated this death after it occurred?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, at some point, you actually have contact with Ms. Andrews. You speak with her in an interrogation or an interview, right?
Yes.
All right. And during that interview, when you spoke with her, you asked her about her tattoos, right?
Yes.
You asked her about whether she had any tattoos related to Isaiah Chance or Guddaman.
Yes.
And she actually opened her blouse to get ready to show you those tattoos, right?
Yes.
And you had to stop her because you didn't know what she was showing you.
Correct.
So she wasn't hiding her tattoos from you.
No, she showed him when asked.
Okay.
Oh.
Now I want to talk a little bit about, it's going to sound a little vague, but subliminal language in general in relation to gangs.
Okay.
Is that something that you see kind of often, that they will use language maybe to try to avoid people knowing what they're talking about?
No, I wouldn't say it's too often, but they do use it.
Now I want to ask a very specific question. Subliminal language in, for example, jail calls,
Okay.
right? Is that something you see common or often?
Yes, ma'am. They try to get their point across without law enforcement understanding.
Right. And the goal of that is so you don't know what they're saying,
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're not being explicit. They're not telling you their plans or anything like that, right?
No, ma'am.
They will be using like code words or symbols of some sort to.
Yeah, with whatever they have created that they both people on each side of the lines understand.
Right. And when you are listening to a jail call, it's going to be on recording, right? Like it's like a jump drive or a CD that you might have.
For us in Duval County, we have access to the system, so we listen to them once they are recorded. They are uploaded to like a website under the name.
Got it. Okay. And the bigger point is, with your access to these calls, you have the ability to go back, record, rewind, replay to decipher what is being said, right?
Correct.
So you're not in a situation where it's being said once in passing and you don't have the opportunity to hear it again.
Yeah,
That's
right.
not your situation.
Yeah, no, that's not our situation.
Okay. All right. Would you agree with me that there are a lot of unsolved murders and crimes related to this gang in Jacksonville, these gang issues in Jacksonville?
Yes, I would say that's a fact.
All right. And the cases that are solved, you sort of track those as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
Like you keep up with who's been, convicted or who's going to trial, who's off the street, who was let back out on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're aware of someone by the name of Queso. You mentioned it before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Queso, as far as you know, is a member of ATK?
He is.
Right. And you've listened to many of Yungeen Ace's songs that mention Queso.
Yes.
You're familiar with the lyric in one of Yungeen Ace's songs where he says that he dropped $50K on Queso's lawyers?
I don't know the exact song.
Oh, YSL gang experts would have loved this lyric. It's they would have had a time. They would have had an amazing time with that lyric. We would have heard about it for 2 weeks in that trial.
That you're speaking of.
But you're aware that Yungeen Ace or ATK has paid for Queso's attorneys?
Allegedly. I don't know if that's the truth or not.
Okay. You're not aware, allegedly or in fact, that Yungeen Ace or anyone associated with ATK paid myself or anyone sitting at that defense table?
Your Honor, improper false or speculation. You can answer.
That would be between you and y'all and Yungeen Ace. I have no idea.
I'm asking you if you know.
I have no idea.
Okay. You don't know?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Good point. If the jury picks up what she's putting down.
All right. So we talked a lot about the way that the gangs are disrespectful to each other in music and back and forth, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But there are also some instances where the members of the gangs will communicate in a almost not threatening way on social media.
I've seen that. Yes, ma'am.
For example, on Twitter Spaces.
Yes, ma'am.
Which is a new thing where you can kind of like, it's just a room where people
like
can
a
talk.
chat room.
Right, like a chat room. So you've seen that before, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, you've seen it between members of ATK or 1200 and 6 Block.
I have.
All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, outside of the allegations in this case, you've never investigated Alicia Andrews in connection with any crime connected to ATK.
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in connection to any crime connected to 1200.
No, ma'am.
You've never investigated her in any crime,
Overruled, what's your next question?
well, I guess 2 other gangs that I was going to list, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
In connection to 6 Block,
No, ma'am.
in connection to, I guess what would be considered Out East,
No, ma'am.
and in connection to any other gang in Jacksonville,
No, ma'am.
right? Outside of the accusations in this case, her name has never come up as a person of interest in relation to any of these gangs or the crimes that are connected to these gangs. I notice you keep looking at the state when I ask you questions.
Other than,
Yeah, so you can answer the question.
other than this one, no. Other than this crime, no, I haven't.
Okay. You're not aware of any close or intimate relation or connection that Alicia Andrews has to anyone that was
Spicy.
murdered in this gang war?
Murdered? No, ma'am.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that Alicia Andrews had any personal or close connection to any of the people that are mentioned in these music videos that we have watched?
Not the ones we've watched, no.
Any ones that we haven't watched?
Yeah, I would say there's a wide variety of them out there. I would say she has connections to ones we haven't watched.
And let me be specific. I don't mean her boyfriend Isaiah Chance. So I'm asking if you're aware of any sort of personal, intimate relationship that Alicia Andrews has to any person that has been murdered and mentioned in any of these videos.
No, ma'am, not
Okay.
murdered.
All right. Other than the fact that she was dating Isaiah Chance. Strike that question. You don't have any evidence that Mr. Chance has ever given her any sort of information that's not just public knowledge about this gang war.
Session calls for speculation.
If you know what the defendant has ever told Isaiah Chance, go ahead and answer if you know.
I do not know.
In your work on these cases throughout Jacksonville, these gang cases, you've never discovered any motive for Alicia Andrews to want Julio Foolio to die.
No, ma'am.
All right. And other than Alicia Andrews being the girlfriend of Isaiah Chance, you don't have any evidence to suggest that she's somehow connected to gang activity at all.
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Detective Meter, have you made arrests for homicide? I'm sorry, excuse me. Have you made arrests for homicide or conspiracy to commit murder in Jacksonville in your time in the gang unit or before that from individuals that were related to these gangs that were not paid for defenses by Yungeen Ace?
What?
Me personally, I've not been the affiant or like the author of any of homicide reports, but I've been involved in them, yes.
And have you had any cases where there was some paid-for defense team by Yungeen Ace that you can establish proof of?
I'm not aware of who pays for defense attorneys.
Is that whoever's going to pay for an ultimate defense attorney, does that even have any part of your consideration regarding your investigation?
No, ma'am.
You were asked in relation to whether Miss Andrews has a close personal connection or relationship with anyone from these videos that had been murdered. How about people from these videos that have not been murdered and are still alive?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the cell phone extractions or the data that's been collected from Miss Andrews' device?
Not the thing entirely, but I've viewed some of it.
So some of the extraction pages or packets of information.
Yes, ma'am.
Some of the chats that were extracted from her device.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the extractions from her device, is it apparent that she has knowledge of who Robert Howard is?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Robert Howard Kenny Caps?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Mr. Howard present at the scene of the homicide of Charles Jones in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Robert Howard convicted for the homicide of the co-defendant's brother, Rashad Murphy, convicted for his homicide, Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When did that homicide occur? What year?
I'm not sure the exact year, but I know the facts of that case.
How did Spaz die?
He was at a Rains High School football game where he was shot and killed by Robert Howard and Adrian Gaynor, which is Bibby. Robert Howard ultimately served 5 years for it and was on probation at the time of this incident.
Based on your review of the cell phone extractions from Ms. Andrews' device, or at least a portion of those, are you able to also make a connection that Bibby is mentioned in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about ATK Quis? That's a member of a gang that's different from 1200. Was ATK Quis referenced in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection to vague as to being just referencing that device.
Whose device?
Was there evidence in Ms. Andrews' phone of her communications with ATK Quis and direct messaging in the Instagram?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there screenshots of those communications between this defendant and ATK Quis in that device?
Yes, ma'am.
How about screenshots of messages from that extraction between this defendant and 6 Block member K Shordy?
Yes, there was.
And is that the same K Shorty that you previously described had some kind of falling out or split off from 6 Block and is now We All We Got, YAWG?
WAWG. That is the same K Shorty. His name
I'm
is
not
Therese.
getting into this line of questioning, actually, I have to go sidebar.
No, the door was
And I
open.
would ask-
No.
and I'd be allowed to make my arguments in front of the jury, Your Honor.
There's a little bit. They did talk about the formation. 6 Block splitting off. And just the instant shutdown of that sidebar. Just let the sidebar go, at least for the optics of the sidebar.
Problem exists on the sidebar, based on this testimony.
No, I've ruled. No, the door's been open.
It's not related to the door being open, Your Honor, that's why I'm asking for a sidebar.
I just am ruling the door's been opened, okay? No, you may proceed.
You indicated that your involvement in this particular case was attempting to share information about the gangs from Jacksonville to the Tampa officers. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have communications directly with Detective Ramos?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Was there another member of your unit that was actually providing or acting as the lead for the Jacksonville portion of assisting Tampa Police Department in this case?
That would have been Detective Drabeck.
So in your role, did you provide Detective Drabeck some assistance with providing whatever information you could from Jacksonville to Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that the homicide at the Rains High School was of Spaz. Do you know the real name of Spaz?
JoRod Adams.
And the relationship to Spaz and the co-defendants in this case, Rashad Murphy specifically, what is that relationship?
It's either his brother or cousin, I'm not sure.
Overruled, what was the answer?
It's either brother, it's a close family, it's either brother or cousin, I don't know for sure.
Is that the same for Davion Murphy?
Yes.
Would the lead detective who investigates 1200, Craig Griffin, have a better idea of the relationship between the two?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you are providing information as you can as to what posts you believe were relevant from social media, and again, the information is history, as far as history is concerned from these Jacksonville gangs, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether you had the opportunity to speak with Alicia Andrews in Jacksonville, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that occur after her initial interview with law enforcement as it relates to her relationship to this homicide with Detective Ramos?
I'm not sure when Detective Ramos spoke to her. I can just recall myself and Detective Drabeck speaking with her.
And do you have an independent recollection of the interview that you had with her?
I wouldn't be able to tell you everything that happened in there.
Was it a formal interview?
I don't believe so. I'm sorry, about like formal, like I believe we Mirandized her and read her rights and spoke with her as she was under arrest or like being lawfully detained.
You were asked whether Alicia Andrews has any relationship to the attempted murder case that happened in 2023 of Charles Jones.
Yes, ma'am, I was asked.
You specifically were asked whether she had relationship to anyone who had been linked to that offense.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the testimony and the questions asked by the defense.
Overruled, go ahead.
You did you have an opportunity to review that investigation, and ultimately you responded to that scene?
I did, yes.
Did you develop potential suspects for that offense?
We did, based on the evidence that was recovered and tested.
And were there ballistics evidence recovered in this case that linked back to the individuals that you suspected had committed that offense?
There was. On the scene there, we recovered spent shell casings. Those shell casings were sent off to a lab and were tested through our NIBIN technology.
Objection, you hear a second.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I don't think the results of the testing have come in, correct?
They've not come into evidence, but they were already mentioned by the defense in opening statement, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that, but
That's
the
not
results
evidence.
of the testing has not come in yet.
Yes, Your Honor. Just speaking about your investigation and the links of those persons. I understand it's an unusual question to ask you about who you suspected may have committed those offenses, but based on the questions you were asked by the defense, did you develop a suspect in the attempted murder of Charles Jones from October 2023?
Yes.
And
Overruled, go ahead.
Do those persons have a specific relationship to this defendant, Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Are they her co-defendants?
Yes.
Oh!
No further questions, Your Honor.
Oh! Hold on. We haven't done one like this whole... Oh! That... Gotta give her flowers. That was a mic drop. Oh! Oh! They identified a suspect, and it's from the October 2023 attempted murder of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, and it's her co-defendants. Now, defense needs to, let's see if they do. Maybe they don't want to because maybe they don't want the answer, but does co-defendants include all 4 of her co-defendants? Or does it just include the 3 that are not her boyfriend? Maybe they'll cross on that. Maybe they don't want the answer to be stated.
Based on
Okay, we can run it back. We can run it back. Where was the objection? Okay. They're looking at the investigation here. There we go.
Was asked.
You specifically were asked whether she had relationship to anyone who had been linked to that offense.
Yes.
objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the testimony and the questions asked by the witness.
Overruled, go ahead.
You did you have an opportunity to review that investigation, and ultimately you responded to that scene?
I did, yes.
Did you develop potential suspects for that offense?
We did, based on the evidence that was recovered and tested.
And were there ballistics evidence recovered in this case that linked back to the individuals that you suspected had committed that offense?
There was, on the scene there, we recovered spent shell casings. Those shell casings were sent off to a lab and were tested through our NIBIN technology.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection at this point. I don't think the results of the testing have come in, correct?
They've not come into evidence, but they were already mentioned by the defense in opening statement, Your Honor.
Well, I understand that, but the results of the testing has not come in yet.
Yes, Your Honor. Just speaking about your investigation and the links of those persons. I understand it's an unusual question to ask you about who you suspected may have committed those offenses, but based on the questions you were asked by the defense, did you develop a suspect in the attempted murder of Charles Jones from October 2023?
Yes.
And
Overruled, go ahead.
Do those persons have a specific relationship to this defendant, Alicia Andrews?
Yes.
Are they her co-defendants?
Yes.
No further questions.
That
Your Honor, I
is
also recall
damning.
Not be allowed to argue on my objections when I need to get out before this witness.
Denied. Okay, may this witness be excused, subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
Okay, very good, thank you. All right, you're free to go, subject to being recalled.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I'm sure whoever will.
Dang. 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 That's crazy. Like, egg on the face, foot in mouth. No recross. So we're not going to clean up. Well, the other three may have been suspects, but not Chance. Not the one that we know that our co-defendant, that our client admittedly knows is in a relationship with, is dating, goes by the performer name, Gudda. No recross. Because it sure sounds like that answer, if they asked that question, the detective would have said all four of them. Maybe they just chose not to recross. That's not good. That is not good. That is not good.
Let you know, they're going to recall you.
Thank you.
Okay, who's next?
Your Honor, the state's calling Dr. Ryan McCormick.
All right, medical examiner. Man. Oh, this judge just doesn't allow recross, so they couldn't if they wanted to. I only heard them ask to make a record. Dang. For my own sake, I want the recross. I also think that defendant should be able to recross if there's new material to address.
Do you swear affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, have a seat, and I'm going to read the stip now, correct, Mr. Harmon?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the parties
they
agree
gonna?
that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are stipulation to identity. It is hereby stipulated by and between the defendant, Alicia Latoya Andrews, and the state of Florida, that Charles Jones, the person named in count 1 and 2 of the indictment in this cause, was found deceased on June 23rd of 2024 at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida. An autopsy examination was performed on the body of Charles Jones on June 23rd, 2024 by Dr. Noah Riley, D.O. We hereby certify that the foregoing stipulation is made in good faith and for the reasons herein alleged, dated this 27th day of October 2025. And then the stipulation is signed by Mr. Harmon, Assistant State Attorney, Jeremy McClymont as attorney for the defendant, and the defendant herself, Ms. Andrews. All right, very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name?
Ryan McCormick?
Can you spell your last name, please?
Yes, McCormick.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm an associate medical examiner at the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office here in Tampa, Florida.
And what do you do there?
So my job as an associate medical examiner is to perform autopsies and to determine cause and manner of death.
All right, how long have you worked for the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office?
I've worked for Hillsborough County for just over 6 years.
Can you tell the jurors your educational background?
Yes, so I received my undergraduate degree in microbiology from the University of California, Davis. I then attended medical school and received my medical doctorate from Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Afterwards, I went to residency for anatomic and clinical pathology over at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia. At the end of my anatomic and clinical pathology residency, I took my board examinations in both anatomic and clinical pathology and passed those. The board exams are really just multi-day exams to show you're competent to go out and practice on your own. At the end of my residency, I then started a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia. And at the end of that 1 year, I then went ahead and I took my board exam in forensic pathology and passed that exam as well.
So are you now board certified in certain areas of pathology?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Doctor, how many autopsy examinations have you performed in your career?
I've performed approximately anywhere from 2,000 to 2,200 autopsies.
And have many of those involved gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Do you have an approximate number out of the more than 2,000 autopsies?
I typically do anywhere from 20 to 30 homicides a year, which are typically gunshot wounds. Probably like three quarters of those are gunshot wounds. And then I supervise trainees essentially who are doing autopsies on gunshot wounds. And then suicidal gunshot wounds, I've probably done a few hundred in my career. So I've seen quite a bit.
Is the medical examiner's office here in Hillsborough County, is it related in some fashion as a teaching institution to the University of South Florida's medical school?
Yes.
How so?
So the medical examiner's office here, we teach resident physicians how to perform autopsies. We also teach fellows who have completed their residency how to be forensic pathologists and how to perform the job duties of a medical examiner.
And they get on-the-job training at the medical examiner's office here?
Yes, correct.
Can you tell the jurors, as far as medicine, the area of forensic pathology, what that deals with?
Yeah, so forensic pathology is the study of natural disease and trauma and how either the disease or trauma causes or contributes to someone's death.
Doctor, have you testified previous to today as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and medicine?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times.
In what jurisdictions?
Both here in Hillsborough County and in Fulton County in Georgia.
The term cause of death, what does that term mean?
So the cause of death is defined as the initial disease process or injury process that starts the chain of events that leads to a person's death.
And the term manner of death?
So manner of death is a statistical classification scheme that medical examiners use. It's a medical classification scheme that kind of synthesizes all the data that we have from autopsy, from toxicology testing, from circumstances, and we try to fit deaths into these categories for statistical purposes.
What are the other manners of death other than homicide?
Besides homicide, there are natural manners of death, which are things like cancer or high blood pressure. We have accidental manners of death, which are things like car accidents, drug overdoses. We have
I don't think they show
suicide
us
as a manner of death, which would be self-inflicted injury that led to a person's death. And then we have an undetermined category where we, after all of our investigation, we can't really determine or place it into one of those categories neatly, so we consider them undetermined.
Okay, so I'm going to draw your attention to this case, a case involving a decedent by the name of Charles Jones. Was Mr. Jones' body transported at some point to the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Okay. And was there an autopsy performed on his body?
Yes, there was.
All right. And was that by Associate Medical Examiner Dr. Noah Riley?
Yes, correct.
Excuse me, okay. And Dr. Riley, is he an Associate Medical Examiner like you are?
Yes, he is.
At the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's office?
Yes, he is.
All right. And due to his unavailability to come in and testify at this trial, were you assigned by the Chief Medical Examiner, and did you agree to review this case?
Yes, I did.
And I want to talk to you about that, but did you agree to review items in this case to come to your own conclusions as to cause and manner of death?
Yes, I did.
And is that a common practice in forensic pathology and here at the Medical Examiner's office in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it is.
When fellows that come in from the University of South Florida and they perform autopsies and render cause and manner of death, frequently they will take jobs in other locations throughout the United States?
Yes, that's correct.
And in those situations, do you and other doctors who have permanent positions here at the Medical Examiner's office, do you also substitute testify in those cases?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Is there ultimately, when a autopsy examination is performed, is there ultimately a report of diagnosis and autopsy on that decedent that is generated by the examining doctor?
Yes, there is.
And is the examination of the decedent in the autopsy procedure, is it commonly photographed or documented in a photographic manner by the medical examiner's office?
Yes, throughout the autopsy process, really throughout from the time the body gets to our office to the time we complete the exam, we're doing digital photography.
So in this case, we're dealing with Hillsborough County Medical Examiner Department file number 2405732 involving Charles Jones. That number, that file number, is that unique to him and to his file in your office?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And Dr. Riley did in fact generate a diagnosis and autopsy report on Charles Jones?
Yes, he did.
Does that report follow a certain format that is generally followed at the medical examiner's office?
Yes,
And have you had an opportunity to review that report?
I did. As part of my review, I reviewed the autopsy report, yes.
Did the autopsy report include anatomical drawings by Dr. Riley where he was describing, by drawing these and indicating where injuries occurred?
Are you referring to like the body diagram?
The body diagrams, yes.
Yes, so the case file did have the body diagrams within them, yes.
And did you review all of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy procedure in this case?
Yes, I did.
When the body is brought into the medical examiner's office, is it prepped in some form or fashion for autopsy?
Yes, we initially prep the body when it comes in. Before we unzip the body, we will actually perform an x-ray just to get an idea of what's inside prior to opening. Once we open it, we then take photos of the decedent, how they are. And then from there, we continue to process by undressing the body, removing any kind of, sometimes at scenes for homicides, we'll bag hands to preserve evidence. So we'll remove those bags and we'll photograph the hands as they are. We'll take fingernail clippings, we'll take head hair to preserve for evidence possibly in the future. And then we will usually remove him from the body bag, usually remove the person from the body bag and re-x-ray them prior to starting our external examination.
Is the body washed in its preparation process?
It is eventually, but typically what will happen is we'll do what we call the external examination first. So we'll go through and look head to toe and pretty much perform a physical exam documenting natural disease findings, trauma, physical identifying features. And then once we've significantly done that and photographed those things, then we would wash the body.
Okay. So I'm getting a little ahead of myself. So in the that external examination, would you document things such as tattoos and scars, things like that, surgical scars?
Yes.
And would you make observations of any external injuries, such as a gunshot wound that may have an external component?
Yes.
Okay. Is the body weighed and measured?
Yes, it is.
In this case, do you recall what Mr. Jones' height and weight were at autopsy?
He was 6'2" and 135 pounds.
Okay. Does the file, the medical examiner's file, also contain a death investigator report of scene investigation?
If there's a scene response, then yes, it will have a scene report or some kind of documentation of the scene findings.
In this case, was there a death investigator report of scene investigation?
Yes, there was.
And did you review that?
I did, yes.
So one of the forensic investigators with your office responded to this scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And when the body is transported from the scene, is the body typically placed on a sterile cloth or blanket of some type?
So typically, when the body is examined at the scene, it is placed on a brand new kind of white blanket just to preserve any kind of evidence that may fall off the body while they're examining it on scene. And then they'll take the sheet with the body and put it in a brand new body bag and seal the body bag for transport to our office.
Okay. And there's some agency that the medical examiner's office contracts with that brings the body to the medical examiner's office from the scene?
Yes, correct.
In this case, when Mr. Jones' body was brought in and he was removed from the body bag, was there some object that was found in the body bag that had come off of the body?
So there was a fragment of a projectile found within the body bag when they initially were processing.
Okay. And was that ultimately collected by Dr. Riley? And I'll get to that in a little bit, but was it ultimately collected and packaged in some way?
Yes.
Based on your review, Dr. McCormick, have you come to an opinion as to Charles Jones' well, let me rephrase that. Have you come to an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' cause of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
His cause of death is gunshot wounds to the torso.
And have you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to Charles Jones' manner of death?
Yes.
And what is that?
Homicide.
Now, the external examination that we talked about, was that documented in Dr. Riley's report?
Yes, it was.
And is there an evidence of injury section where wounds to the body may be documented?
Yes.
Now, in this case, did Dr. Riley document several gunshot wounds to Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
And is there past that, is there an internal examination section of the report?
Yes, there is.
And in the internal exam section of the report, did Dr. Riley document his findings and observations of his internal examination of Mr. Jones' body?
Yes, he did.
Now, would that include examination of things such as body cavities, the head, the neck, the cardiovascular system, the pulmonary system, internal organs such as the liver, the gallbladder, the pancreas, the spleen, the lymphatic system, and other systems and sections of the human body?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is one of those sections referred to as the musculoskeletal section?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I want to start under the evidence of injury section of the report dealing with a gunshot wound to the victim's chest. And I'll ask, first of all, did Dr. Riley label that in some form or fashion?
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay. And did he label it as, I believe, wound A?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay. And is that label there for any reason other than just documenting and distinguishing that wound from others?
Yeah, I think it's just for ease of understanding which wound he's referring to.
Okay, all right. So these letters, as we walk through this, they're not there sequencing the wounds as they were inflicted in time or anything like that?
Correct. Usually when we label wounds, it doesn't indicate severity or order of injury.
As part of that wound, was there an entrance wound on the upper right chest?
Yes, there was.
And was there any exit wound associated with that gunshot wound?
No, there was not.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would tender states 32A as in alpha through triple W, W as in whiskey.
Any objection? Anything more specific?
It's a lot of exhibits.
Okay.
Triple A through WW.
Publishing states 32A, and I'm just looking, you can look over your left shoulder there, doctor. Do we see the wound on the right side of Mr. Jones' chest?
Yes.
And is it right here where my finger's pointing?
Yes, correct.
Now, we see another wound that I'm going to talk to you about a little bit later, this wound on the upper right arm. Do you believe that these two wounds are associated in some form or fashion?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain to the jury?
So the general, so first off, the wound on the right arm that you see in the exhibit is superficial. It's what we consider a graze wound. And so it doesn't actually enter into the right arm itself. And if you, just from this picture, can kind of see that it's kind of in a line with the entrance wound on the chest. So my opinion is that it's likely the same projectile or bullet that caused this injury pathway. So it grazes the right arm and then enters the right chest.
Okay. Can you tell us what internal structures in the body that projectile passes through during the infliction of this wound to the right chest?
So the injuries sustained to his chest included pretty much defects or perforations of the lungs, the heart, and the aorta.
Now, there's a documentation about a right second intercostal space where the bullet core and the jacket separated. First of all, the right second intercostal space, is that related to the rib cage?
Yeah, so the intercostal muscles are the muscles between your ribs.
Okay, the muscles between the ribs. So
Yes.
there is musculature there on the rib cage.
Yes, that's correct.
Bullet cores and jackets separating, is that an uncommon event?
It's not common, but we see it.
Okay. See it enough to where you recognize it when you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And the jacket portion of this projectile embeds in pectoral musculature somewhere in the body, is that right?
Yes, so it actually is pretty much gets caught in the right chest muscle, the right pectoral muscle.
And then the core continues to course through the body after that?
Yes, it continues on, and it's found later on the left side of the chest.
Now, you indicated that core passed through, I guess, the upper lobe of the right lung, the aorta, the heart, and I believe you said the lower part of the left lung?
I just said the lungs, but yes, I believe Dr. Riley documented it as the left, or the lower lobe of the left lung.
Okay. Was there also some type of injury to the pericardial sac?
Yes, there would be holes in the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac is pretty much this fibrous tissue or this tissue that surrounds your heart, and in this case, it had defects in it consistent with within the wound path.
And then it ends up in the musculature of the lateral left chest?
Yes.
Let me ask you first of all, would this wound have been fatal?
Yes.
The aorta, for those of us who don't know, what is that structure? What is its function within the human body?
So the aorta is like the main pipe that takes all your blood to all your other organs to every other part of your body. So it comes off of the top of the heart, and it's pretty much responsible for making sure that blood gets everywhere inside of you.
Is it a pretty large artery?
Yes.
Were there associated injuries to this wound, such as hemothorax?
Yes.
And
guess-
hemothorax, what does that term mean?
Are you cool with speeding this up a little bit? Since, I mean, nobody's disputing that he died from gunshot wounds. And they're probably going to go over like more medical stuff, which can be interesting, but I don't know if it's really interesting for the facts that need to be decided in this case.
Hemothorax, so hemo just means blood, and obviously thorax is chest. So really it's blood within the chest cavities. So you have some really minuscule space between your lung and the inside of your chest wall, and fluids can accumulate there. So there's a buildup of blood in those spaces.
Was there a documented amount of 700 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the right pleural cavity?
Yes.
What is the right pleural cavity?
Again, this is the right. The pleural
Right,
cavity
is
is the space between the lung and the chest wall.
boogie, the gross
And
stuff.
then there was a left hemothorax consisting of 1,100 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the left pleural cavity, so the same area on the left side of the body?
Correct.
And then another 50 milliliters of liquid and clotted blood in the pericardium.
All right, everybody, as we skip some of this, so we're watching a trial where we're stipulating that the deceased is Julio Foolio, Charles Jones. There's surveillance of him being the car that he was in, being gunned down. We're just hearing a lot of the icky stuff, and we're a bit behind, so I think we're going to speed this up. But I do want to say hey to the Dolly Raiders and let you know why we're going to be zipping as soon as you entered the chat here. Guys, if you want to take a moment, jump over to Dolly, show some love. I just dropped his link in the chat. Great thing about Dolly, he covers trials, but he also does a courtroom roulette. So when you're looking for something to watch, maybe there's no trial that you're interested in, go and check his channel out, because he's going to hop around to a bunch of different judges around the country. You're going to see some familiar faces and judges that you probably like. It's always a great time over there. So thanks for coming and hanging out, you guys. We're going to do a little zipping through some of this medical examiner stuff. They do show something. I want to find out what it is later on. I mean, we could jump forward. We could zoom forward.
Sac, which you've already told us is a sac that it.
See, he talks really fast. I say we jump a little bit and just see where we get.
In relation to standard anatomic physician, this wound traveled from back to front. It traveled, I believe it was from right to left and upward.
All right.
I'm sorry, left to right and upward.
Left to right and
yes,
upward.
left to right and upward.
So it's on an upward trajectory.
Yes, it was pretty steeply upward.
All right. And let's move on to the wound below that, number 4, which is labeled C in the report. Is that also an entrance gunshot wound we're looking at?
Yes, that is.
And
All right, they're still going over gunshot wounds to Julio Foolio. Also, Half Irish, good to see you. Points out that what Dolly was covering today, thanks for the context, because I've been here, so I didn't know what he was talking about today. But Dolly today for the afternoon stream covered crazy family drama going on. So that's always a good time. Yeah. You just got done with the crazy neighbor trial over there on Dolly's channel. You guys always find good stuff. I got to give Louise her props for that as well. Louise, Dolly, you guys pick really great stuff. Half Irish, thanks for the context. Let's jump forward to some of whatever's going on with these exhibits. Maybe blood cards that are coming in, but I don't know why that would be necessary. Or to match the entrance wounds, exit wounds, to say that it lines up with what would be consistent with the ammunition that was used. So again, we are jumping ahead, guys, but we know who died, and we know there are people on surveillance just gunning them down.
I don't recall. Usually we take a picture with the envelope and the projectile that will indicate what piece went into which envelope. It
actually, the remote injury, I think, is from the left leg. These would have been fragments in the right leg. I guess we were looking at the right leg, those abrasions.
So the initial image you showed with the muscle being incised, that was the left leg. That was the remote injury. There was additional shrapnel that was recovered from the right leg as well, though.
And in this photograph, we do see down here the item that was recovered.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is that what you were talking about? Usually photographed together?
Yes.
Okay, so with the remote gunshot wound to the left leg, we're going to look at that photograph. And there appears to be an item down here. Would that be the item that was recovered?
From the left leg, yes.
States 32 double V. Once the items are placed into the envelope, is the envelope sealed in some form or fashion?
Yes, it is.
How is it sealed?
We use red evidence tape, and we'll seal along the seams on the back of the envelope, and then we'll sign and date our initials on the back, overlying the red evidence tape.
And this is 32 WW, W is in whiskey. Does that show the evidence tape and Dr. Riley's signature of the date?
Yes.
And is he following your standard operating procedure as far as sealing those envelopes?
Yes.
States 32 double X, are these envelopes of several areas, let me rephrase that. Are these envelopes of items that were collected from several areas of the body?
Yes.
And starting in the upper left here, if you could walk us kind of in a circle here, clockwise, and just tell us the areas.
Sure. So we have fragments recovered from the left kidney, a bullet recovered from the left chest wall, a bullet recovered from the body bag, a fragment recovered from the left pleural cavity, a jacket recovered from the right chest, a fragment recovered from the it says periaortic tissue, and a fragment from the sock.
Okay. And so not only is the area of the body that the item is collected from labeled, but also he's checking off what type of item it is.
Yes, correct.
Whether it's a bullet or a fragment.
Yes, correct.
Or jacket.
Yes, it could be. I don't know if he actually labeled. He did. Jacket on the right chest, yes.
All right, we get a new witness soon.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been labeled as 32. I believe this is 32A. There's a smaller envelope inside of the bigger envelope, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize the envelope?
Yes.
And what is the envelope?
The envelope is a fragment that was collected from the left pleural cavity at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Okay. Your Honor, we would tender states 32A.
Any objection? Admitted? Is it, what is it, 32, you said 32A, but I think it's 30, what does it state on there?
I'm sorry, 33A.
Okay. Any
All of
objection
these
to,
are 33.
any objection to 33A? Okay, admitted.
So 33B. The envelope has a smaller envelope. Do you recognize that, Doctor?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the envelope that was contained a bullet from the left chest wall that was recovered at the autopsy of Mr. Jones.
Your Honor, we would tender states 33B.
Any objection? Admitted?
33C. Do you recognize the smaller package?
Yes. It's the bullet that was recovered from the body bag of Mr. Jones.
And 33D. Do you recognize
Moving that into evidence.
I am, Your Honor. Tendering it for admission.
Any objection?
And 33D.
33D is the jacketing that was recovered from the right chest of Mr. Jones.
Any objection? Admitted, all of those, 33A through D.
Move to publish 33D as in Delta. C, moving to publish.
All right, so they're
This
just
is the item
publishing
that
these
came from the body
exhibits.
bag,
Yes.
and it's described as a bullet by Dr. Riley.
Yes, correct.
Let's see if they cross, because I mean they're getting they have to prove the element with count one. There is the with a firearm attachment. So this is important to establish that this homicide was incurred through the use of a firearm and or firearms. But I think we get that, Chad. Do any of us need that proven to us? I think, me personally, that's not a fact at issue for myself. So we've got another witness coming up. Prosecutor's still doing cross to get these direct to get these exhibits in.
Sorry?
He passed away as a result of the gunshot wound.
Yes, correct.
Okay, let's get to cross. Okay, this one.
The autopsy in this case actually occurred on June 23rd of 2024, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, I think I had said the 24th. I think one of these may be dated the 24th. Was Mr. Jones' date of his age documented?
Yes.
What was his age?
I believe he was 26. Do you mind if I refer to the record or to the?
Oh, that's fine, if it will refresh your memory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 26.
Okay.
Yeah, he's 26.
And states 33A, from the left pleural cavity, a fragment or fragments,
Yes.
and the back. Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Cross.
Did you perform the autopsy in this case?
I did not.
Another medical examiner did.
Correct.
All right. And how many gunshot wounds did Mr. Jones have?
In my opinion, he has three gunshot wounds.
All right. And so he passed away as a result of those gunshot wounds.
I'm sorry?
He passed away as a result of the gunshot wounds.
Yes, correct.
That's what the core of your testimony is about today, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. But you're not here to say who shot Mr. Jones?
That's correct.
All right. And so you don't know which person that was involved actually pulled the trigger that the gun that was used to kill Mr. Jones?
Yeah, so that's beyond the scope of my job. My job is just to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor, he may be released.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, State Card.
Princess
State College Detective Craig Griffin.
is the tattoo. All right, Detective Griffin. So we heard about him today, but he's not. I really want to hear from Ramos. Who's probably who they're going to end their case with.
Just confirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed. Good afternoon, sir. Would you state your name, please?
It's Craig Griffin,
And where are you employed?
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
Do you have a particular assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office Gang Investigative Unit.
What is your title in that unit?
Gang detective.
How long have you been in the gang unit?
Currently, a little over 4 years.
And what was your prior assignment in advance of the gang assignment?
Prior to the gang unit, I was assigned to patrol on the north side of Jacksonville. Also was assigned to the narcotics unit or internal affairs unit, and I was also in the jail prior to going to the street.
And during your time on
Lots of
patrol,
roles.
did you have an opportunity to work the areas related to specific gangs that are tracked by your unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you specifically assigned to a particular unit out of the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. I currently am.
And what is the unit to which you're assigned?
The gang or the unit?
I'm sorry, the gang.
The gang, 1200 out east.
And that would be inside of the gang unit. I'm sorry about that.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 84B, the gang chart that was created to represent the members or some of the members of 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll look to the screen and publishing 84B, have you had a chance to see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your role with the gang unit, did you help or assist to create this chart, at least as it relates to the relevant members of 1200 as related to this investigation?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
We have depicted on the chart a Rashad Murphy and a Davion Murphy. Over the course of your investigation, have you been able to assess what, if any, nickname was provided to you or that you learned to be assigned or associated to Rashad Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
Ghost 187.
What, if any, relationship is there between Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy?
I believe they're blood cousins.
And what, if any, relationship is there between both Mr. Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy to JoRod Adams?
If I stand correct, I believe JoRod and Rashad are brothers, and then Davion and JoRod are cousins.
Is this information that you often collect from social media or videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you oftentimes also have the ability to reference, for example, obituaries that are posted?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this particular case, was there an obituary for JoRod Adams, aka Spaz?
Yes, ma'am, there would have been one.
And is Spaz the individual that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
That's correct.
Did you, in this particular case, have any involvement with the investigation that was conducted into the homicide of Charles Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
And what particular involvement did you have?
I conducted a traffic stop on a Shane Gaithright.
And when you conducted that traffic stop, were you accompanied by other law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am.
As you all made contact with the driver, Mr. Gaithright, did you ask him to exit his vehicle?
We did, yes, ma'am.
And did you complete a search of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Having attended that traffic stop, are you aware of whether any of your fellow officers were wearing a body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 102 through 104, so take a look at that and let me know if you recognize those images.
Yes, ma'am, these are from the traffic stop.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the beginning of the contact that you had with Sean Gaithright on, at this vehicle stop, excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, State seeks to admit State's Exhibits 102, 103, and 104. Any objection?
Okay.
Admitted. In publishing States 102, are you able to see the screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date did the traffic stop of Sean Gaithright actually occur?
Looks like June 26th
Of what year?
of 2024.
Were you working in your capacity as a gang unit detective
Yes,
when
ma'am.
this stop was conducted?
Yes, ma'am.
You indicated that Mr. Gaithright was asked to exit the vehicle. Is that what's depicted in, excuse me, is that depicted in States 104?
Yes, ma'am.
Before he exited, were you able to make contact and ultimately identify the driver of the vehicle, confirming it was Sean Gaithright in States 103?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, as it relates to your work with, is that the only actual involvement that you had, roadside or otherwise, with the Tampa Police Department case, other than providing background or historical information about the 1200 gang?
That and then also the interview of Rashad Murphy.
And that would have been subsequent to the vehicle stop with Sean Gaithright?
Yes.
And who, if you recall, attended that interview of Rashad Murphy with you?
It was myself and Detective Drakeback.
And where did that interview occur?
That took place at our CJIP unit.
Was that interview recorded or documented in some way?
Yes, ma'am. Audio and video recorded.
Referring back to your responsibilities with the gang unit, how long have you been assigned to the Group 1200?
Going on almost 2 years now.
And are you familiar with whether 1200 used to be represented by a different name or the members therein?
They had a couple of different names, yes, ma'am.
In advance of 1200 being the leading name as referred to that group, what was Rashad Murphy, for example, or Ghost associated as?
Another group called 187 Boys.
As the groups develop into bigger groups or grow in size, do they ultimately assume these additional names? So from 187 to 1200?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, would that mean that Rashad Murphy no longer considers himself 187?
Not 187, but also 1200.
What does 1200 specifically actually represent?
It's a block located in Jacksonville, Florida, at the corner of First and APR.
And would you say that that's a neighborhood or an area of Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
Does 1200 associate with ATK or its members?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you personally in your time or work with the Jacksonville gang unit seen videos and social media posts which depict both of those groups in the same video or post?
Yes, ma'am.
Do ATK and 1200 share a common enemy in Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And who is that common enemy?
It'll be members from 6 Block.
Did you have an opportunity to review some photographs that were taken of Davion Murphy at the time of his arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Jeez. Get the exhibit up.
I'm showing you it's exhibit 69A through O. Would you take a look at these photographs and let me know if you recognize them? And Davion Murphy is a member of which particular group?
He's a person of interest, not exactly a member just yet of 1200.
Are you familiar with the statutory criteria for gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
And does Davion Murphy meet the statutory criteria for that gang membership?
Yes, ma'am.
What elements of that criteria does Davion Murphy meet?
He has hand signs. He also has tattoos and then associations.
So essentially, he meets the criteria to be a gang member by statute?
To be documented as a gang member.
Overruled, go ahead.
I'm
Answer
sorry.
the question. Does he or doesn't he?
He does, yes.
To be documented?
Yes, ma'am.
But has that documentation actually occurred?
No, ma'am.
As it relates specifically to the footage from the interview room or the documentation from the interview room, state seeks to admit actually state 69.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Publishing 69A. You mentioned that he would meet that criteria based on hand signs. Can you tell me what it is about the hand sign that's depicted in this particular image that would meet that criteria?
So his right hand, he's holding up the 1200 hand sign. So the single finger showing the 1 and then the 2 over here to represent 12.
So 1 and 2, so 12.
Yes, ma'am.
And how did that relate back to 1200 as you provided or described that to us?
Well, 1200 is the group itself, and so being without adding the 2 zeros, 12.
This looks a little lazy.
And 69B, was this screenshot actually taken from the interview room after Mr. Murphy's arrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Are interviews like these, photos like these, documented in your day-to-day activity as a gang detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the chart that was
Please look at the screen if you're not looking. He's just doing this at the camera in the interview room. Why would you do that? I would never give the police an inch. I just wouldn't do it. And I was trying to remember, I'm like, these 2 fingers are kind of lazy. He's not really holding these 2 up that strong to do the 12, but just sitting in the interview room. All right, let's keep going.
was previously presented, 84B, is it common for the members of 1200 to utilize that same hand symbol when posting on social media or in music videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any specific relation as to when they do that?
No, ma'am. Just when they're on camera or taking a photo of any sort.
In your activity and based on your training and experience, if you see this hand sign, is the individual throwing it related to 1200?
Yes, majority of the time, yes, ma'am.
Are there times in which the opposing gangs will throw their rivals' hand signs?
In a disrespectful way, yes, ma'am.
So do you view those items or posts in context
Yes.
to determine the nature of that?
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be common for a rival gang member to switch to the direct opposition? So from 6 Block, for example, to 1200?
If he knows, go ahead.
You said is it common?
Yes.
No, it's not common.
In addition to the screenshots from the surveillance footage, were you also able to view some photographs that were taken by Detective Nieder of Davion Murphy?
Yes.
In 69D, are you able to tell us what, if any, significance was related to the tattoo on Mr. Murphy's neck?
It says rest up Avery McKnight.
Is Mr. McKnight an individual who is alive or deceased?
Unfortunately, he's deceased.
And do you know the circumstances of his homicide?
I believe.
Overruled, just limited, just explain this.
Was the circumstance of his homicide something related to the gang war in Jacksonville?
Yes.
(69E), specifically as it relates to the tattoo across the bottom of Mr. Murphy's midsection. Are you familiar with an individual that went by the moniker of Suge?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Suge a name that is regularly utilized or mentioned by 1200 members?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Suge also a person or an individual that's
This is
disrespected by
confusing.
rivals?
This is his torso?
By their rival 6 Block.
Yes, ma'am.
Like the side of his torso? Or is it?
Now, previously had
I'm disoriented.
Davion Murphy and Rashad Murphy represented 187.
Yes.
At some point, do you document Davion Murphy's transition to 1200?
Document and no, monitor it, yes.
So is there some mechanism by which you all record updates that you'll see or items that you think may prove valuable in when you do updates to documenting or undocumenting specific members?
Well, yes, because everybody has to be redocumented every 5 years.
So is there a log or some record that you can keep for documentation or items that would go towards potentially meeting that criteria?
Yes, it's called an FIR.
So having received these, would you have added essentially a note regarding Davion Murphy and his tattoos or no tattoos had you not had them before?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there another tattoo with the date 69H that was depicted on the left side of Mr. Murphy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with Jacoby?
Yes, long live Jacoby J. I'm not familiar with that Jacoby.
Jacoby Wright or Jacoby J?
Jacoby was hook on the end, and then you have Jacoby Wright at the bottom. But I'm not familiar with Jacoby Wright.
Okay. But did you have an opportunity to view this photograph?
Yes.
Yeah, so guys, the other Jacoby we heard about was Lil Kobe, with the last name Beals. So I don't know, did the prosecution not realize that? This guy on the stand did. Or was there two
Were you able to view a
Jacobys?
photograph of tattoos that were taken on the bicep and shoulder area of Mr. Murphy as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically, do you recognize the image that's depicted on the top of Mr. Murphy's shoulder?
Yes, ma'am. It says long live JoRod.
And are you familiar with JoRod?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same JoRod Adams that was killed at the Rains High School football game?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there several Shug tattoos across Mr. Murphy's body?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, do you recognize the name Corbin from your investigations?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is Corbin?
Corbin is a deceased member, Corbin Johnson.
We heard some music videos earlier today referencing Corbin's kidnapping. Was there some kind of relationship between the gang rivalry and the death of Corbin Johnson?
What do you mean?
Meaning, was it related to this gang beef or gang war?
That, as far as I know, his homicide is.
If he knows.
His homicide is unresolved.
Correct. Has Corbin Johnson's homicide been the subject of drill raps back and forth between ATK and 6 Block?
Yes, ma'am.
That's my fault. That was not a clear question. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross.
Alicia Andrews, she's not a gang member, correct?
No, sir, not that I know of.
She's not a gang associate either?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, and that's according to the Florida statutes?
Not that I'm aware of. Not on my radar.
All right. These 1,200, when did it start?
Early 2000s?
Early 2000s?
Yes.
So this is going back, you're saying more than 20 years?
Roughly, yes, sir.
All right, so when was it the 187 boys?
187 would have came around probably 2015, 2010, 2015.
Okay, so earlier when you said that, I guess it was Ghost, Rashad Murphy, he was
Yes.
part of 187 boys?
Yes.
So, do you know what time frame he was a part of 187 boys?
I don't, not offhand.
All right, so he was a part of 187 boys and then he switched over to 1,200? How does that work?
So 1,200 as a whole, it's a neighborhood. It's a gang. It's a documented gang. And then within there, they have select groups. Okay, so you have 187 boys. You also had another group referred to as A Team, and then you had another group referred to as Cut Circle. They're all from 1,200.
So it's not that he switched from 187 to 1,200. He was always a part of 1,200?
Correct.
And I guess in 1,200 there may be even more specific groups.
Yes.
All right, and those groups are based off of what, streets?
Streets, maybe just something that they come up with.
Okay. All right. And not all of these people, they're not all born gang members, right?
No, sir.
All right, they become gang members at some point in their lives?
Being documented according to Florida State statute.
Okay. This is the 1,200 chart. You're the gang detective for 1,200, right?
Yes, sir.
So on this, I guess, chart here, 4 of these individuals, they're no longer alive, at least 4?
At least 4. You give me a second, I can. I count at least 6.
6? I have, from your testimony, you can add or something to it. But I have Shug is no longer alive.
Correct.
Davion Murphy had his name tattooed on it. Is that
Correct.
I saw Corbin, right? He's no longer alive.
That's correct.
That's the unsolved murder you were discussing.
Correct.
And that's the one that Charles Jones, Julio Foolio was rapping about in his songs.
Yes.
Saying that Corbin got kidnapped.
Yes.
All right, and found in I guess a field, with his bones were found in a field.
That's correct.
All right, and Spaz was killed at a football game, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
At Rains.
Yes, sir.
That's the school where Alicia Andrews went.
If you say so.
Okay. Well, Spaz went to Rains.
Okay.
I'm asking.
That I don't know. I believe he did. Him along with Kenny Caps, or I'm sorry, Robert Howard.
Robert Howard. Okay. And Robert Howard is accused of killing Spaz.
That's correct.
All right. We have this Leaky.
Yes, sir.
He passed away.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I have Leaky, I have Spaz, Corbin, Shug. Who are the other 2
So at the bottom, you have Darian Self, Michi, and then Brandon Bevel, 5, who are also deceased.
You said Brandon, deceased?
Yes,
Darren, DJ?
deceased.
Deceased. That's also one of the ones that Julio Foolio was rapping about in the songs?
Yes.
And then what was the third one?
No, that should be 6.
Say Alicia's not associated with any of these deaths.
All right. And the others, are they still in 1200 that are on this chart?
They're still, yes, sir. Well, so J-Dot, not so much. He will be
J-Dot,
associated to a different gang now.
J-Dot, is this Jacory Rivers?
Correct.
He's in a different gang now?
Yes.
What gang is he in now?
I'll possibly tie him to the Bloods gang.
The Bloods gang?
Yes.
So he's no longer with 1200?
No,
Do you know why he's no longer with 1200?
I don't know.
All right. And Bloods gang, is that a Jacksonville gang?
No.
These are young men, right?
Yes, sir.
Like early 20s?
Early to late 20s.
Early to late 20s.
Mixture of,
All right. And there are other individuals on here who went to Raines High School, correct?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure on that one.
And if I told you that Alicia Andrews went to Raines High School, would you have any reason to doubt that?
No, sir.
In high school, were all of these individuals, were they gang members in high school?
Not that I recall.
So at some point down the road, maybe they become gang members after they leave high school or when they drop out. Is that possible?
Or during high school, because
Sometimes.
you have Instagram, you have social media.
So sometimes they become gang members in high school, right?
Yes.
Sometimes after high school.
Yes, sir.
All right. You know of Alicia Andrews to use any hand signs?
No, sir.
You know of Alicia Andrews to be in any music videos?
I've never seen her in one. No, sir.
And did you know of Alicia Andrews prior to this case?
No, sir.
But you knew of these other individuals in 1200 prior to this case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect? If this witness be excused? Thank you,
Ready.
you're free to go.
Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, who's your next witness?
Detective Christopher Dravick.
This is the last witness.
Sure,
thing? Oh.
quick one? Okay, yep, we'll take just a quick 2-minute break, okay?
All rise.
All right, guys. So they've got Drabick, right? Drabick. We'll learn. I can picture his name a little bit on the incident report from one of the traffic stops. I think it was Drabick. I think we're gonna get to him tomorrow. We'll start off by watching him. That'll give us a way to skip the lunch break. And this has been awesome, you guys. We are 6 hours in, and even though we had a little bit to catch up with the tail end of Friday, and I had power issues, internet issues all morning, I think we got through a lot today. So that's really a big relief to me. I didn't want to get too far behind. I do want to get to, if you guys have tuned into any of the other streams that we've looked at this week, we have also been talking about the Sean Grayson trial. Now, that is the officer that's on trial for the shooting death of Sonia Massey. That's over in Illinois. He took the stand today. So we've been doing the daily updates at the end of when we stopped streaming the Alicia Andrews trial. We've been doing the daily recaps. Let me pull up the tweet thread and we'll go through what's going on over there. If you guys want to catch up on that case, it is not being streamed. There are no videos of what's going on in the courtroom. We're just looking at text recaps. ABC 20 has so many updates today. Let's see. All right, I think I found today's thread. Let me scroll up and share the screen. Get it in immersive reader mode. And I have been retweeting these threads also if you want to read them throughout the day, you know, like before we get to talk about them on stream. It's just because it's tweets and we're watching something else, it just makes sense to wait till the end of the day. But let's do this. So we've got this nice and big. We're going to shout out, Casey Dog, thank you. Says, peace and love to my KNW fam. Well, I'm interpreting your emojis. Maybe I shouldn't assume what your emojis mean. But based on my training and experience, my personal knowledge, I think this means peace and love to my KNW fam. My squad is about to play. Really? Okay. It's football time. It's 8 o'clock. Enjoy watching the game. Forgot what time it is. Thank you so much for hanging out and for all your support. And thanks for being a member for 14 months. Enjoy the game. Enjoy the game. As we are going to do... Oh, and factual lies on it too. Factual lies, like, my senses are tingling. It's the end of the stream. Let me make sure Kat doesn't forget what we're supposed to talk about. Thank you, factual lie. So we've got this thread. Big shout out to them. They've been doing very thorough and detailed reporting. Although, of course, we have to understand that we're not seeing what's going on. We're relying on their reporting, but I'm grateful that we have it for sure. So we are covering the trial of Sean Grayson for the murder of Sonia Massey in July 2024. Day 6, and their day count includes 2 days that weren't really trial days with the jury. It was voir dire and then a motions day. So we would call it day 4. We'll include questioning more witnesses by the state and the defense. The state has called 11 witnesses so far. We've entered the courtroom. Sean Grayson's wearing a dark navy blue suit with a black and tan. Change the banner. Change the banner. Actually, it's blocking the screen. It's too small. We'll do it this way. All right, so Sean Grayson's family has entered the courtroom. They take their... Sean Grayson is wearing a dark navy blue suit with a black and tan striped tie. He chats with Natalia Gallica, the associate defense attorney on his team. Sean Grayson's family has entered the courtroom. They take their seats behind the defense in the gallery. Donna Massey, Sonia's mother, and James Wilburn, Sonia's father, are seated in the gallery behind the state. Malachi Massey, Sonia Massey's son, has taken a seat in the gallery. Judge Cadigan has entered the courtroom. The attorneys have given a timeline for the remainder of the trial. Judge Cadigan talks to Sean Grayson about his right to testify in the trial. Sean Grayson has decided to testify. Now, this is why I wish we could watch it, because you guys know how we are, right? I think Jim Casotis might be the most recent example. Maybe Lawrence Doherty. We watched that trial as well. The shooting and killing of Adrian Payne, former NBA player. That moment where it's like, are they going to take the stand? And then the defendant actually says yes. It's always like a moment. So Sean Grayson decides to testify. The state rests their case. Mr. Fultz has called Sean Grayson to the witness stand. So defense, that's their first witness. Fultz is now questioning Sean Grayson about his experience in policing. The Sangamon County Sheriff's Office sent Grayson to a 14-week training program with Macon County law enforcement. He also did 2 weeks of in-house training. Sean Grayson shares an average day as a deputy on the first patrol shift, 11 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. During the shift, a deputy can expect to receive calls concerning shootings, stabbings, bar fights, and domestics. Grayson usually patrols Northtown, everything north of Cook Street in Springfield, because again, we're over in Illinois. On the morning of July 6, 2024, he was assigned to patrol Southtown, south of Cook Street, almost down to Chatham, Illinois. Sean Grayson says he did not work with Deputy Farley on a regular basis. He's only worked with him 5 to 6 times. Now, maybe that's an important detail, because Deputy Farley, who was the only other person that's still alive that was in the room when the shooting took place, he testified. He said that he didn't think that Sonia Massey was a threat, and that if anything that was worrying him, it would have been that his partner in that moment, the defendant Sean Grayson, had outside of protocol stepped forward in the moment and gotten within like the line of where Farley was standing to where he would have been in the clear to have a view of Sonia Massey. Basically got in the line of where Farley had his weapon drawn. And Farley only drew his weapon drawn because his partner had drawn his weapon. So now we're hearing, well, they weren't really that close. So maybe Farley doesn't have such a good read on what Grayson could have perceived in that moment. On the morning of July 6th, Grayson was working a traffic stop. He forgot his new computer system, so he wrote out a physical report. He received a call saying that a woman, Massey, had called 911 about someone outside her residence, but the call was disconnected. Sean Grayson left the traffic stop and arrived at Massey's residence at the same time as Deputy Farley. Grayson explained that Massey lived in the Cabbage Patch area of Springfield, an unincorporated area on the east side of Springfield known for high crime. Sean Grayson. And the reason they're pointing this out is because they want the jury to, I would imagine, the defense's strategy is that they want the jury to see themselves in someone's shoes who knows, they're going into an area where things get heated. On Friday, we had an expert witness take the stand who likes to look at what practices are currently in place, what procedures are currently in place, evaluate them, and see if there's room for improvement. And maybe there should be specific protocols in place that reduce knee-jerk reactions, quick reactions in areas where someone might naturally feel inclined to be on a heightened alert. I don't know, just food for thought from me. Sean Grayson says, when we are doing something that is not civil, we have to have our body cameras on. When Massey, answered the door and started questioning her about the car, and I started questioning her about the car and the damage to the car, is when I should have turned my body camera on. Grayson says he tried to turn on his body camera when he saw the car in Massey's driveway. He said he didn't double check that it was on, though. Most on the night shift turn the lights off and mute their body cameras so as to not alert anyone. Now, we're only getting text updates, but we had someone talk about procedure and policy. We had people from the department talk about the policy they follow in the same department that Grayson works. I don't remember seeing a detail or any reporting that the defense got up there and cross-examined any of those witnesses to ask if this was procedure. And unfortunately, I might be holding that conclusion right now that, well, you're only letting your own client discuss this. It could be more compelling if somebody else said it. Maybe they asked that and ABC 20 didn't make a tweet about it. Or maybe they didn't ask anyone else about that and we're giving a justification here. So this is kind of the difficulty of reading rather than being able to watch the whole thing. And that's no shade to ABC 20 here. Grayson explains the layout of Sonia Massey's yard and how he and Deputy Farley split up searching the premises. Sean Grayson and Sonia Massey's family stare right at Grayson as he testifies. The jury stares at him intently, occasionally taking notes. Sean Grayson says he told Deputy Farley to tell dispatch to call Sonia Massey to try to contact her after she failed to answer the door. He said he was worried someone had made it inside her house. Sean Grayson, this is a quote here. Her, meaning Massey's, behavior was pretty typical for people we deal with on Monday nights. What? Is that saying like but this was July 4th weekend and things be going on. I don't know how Illinois is, but at least in Florida, which is probably an exception. July 6th is still July 4th in Florida. So I don't know. I don't know what that means. Sean Grayson says Massey kept saying she wanted help with something inside her house. Grayson said he'd come inside, but he needed her name, so he asked for her license. So they didn't know her? How did he tell them? Maybe the instruction was to call back the caller, but the caller was unknown when he gave this instruction. But it's unclear if ABC is using Sonia's name here to tell us that it was Sonia, or if Grayson was aware that it was Sonia when he told Farley to call dispatch and say, try to call Sonia back. Or was it just call that caller back, see if you can return the call to that caller? Because otherwise this wouldn't make sense. And again, this is the struggle of reading it rather than seeing it. So Sean Grayson says Massey kept saying she wanted help with something inside her house. Grayson said he'd come inside, but he needed her name, so he asked for her license. After running the car registration, Deputy Farley told Grayson the car was in Sonia Massey's name. Okay, so this is where they're getting the name. When Grayson stepped into Massey's house, he noticed a baseball bat in the living room next to her Bible. He said he just assumed she had the baseball bat to scare anyone off. Grayson did not realize there was water on the stove when he initially stepped into Massey's house. Grayson asked Deputy Farley to search Massey's house to ensure there were no other patrons in the household. Sean Grayson described Massey as being cooperative as he questioned her. Grayson saw the pot on the stove turn red. He looked at Deputy Farley and said, "Go check on her stove," with the expectation that he'd just turn off the stove. Grayson says Deputy Farley was closest to the stove as Grayson was positioned between Massey and the baseball bat. Grayson said he was concerned when Massey jumped up and went behind Deputy Farley and walked into the kitchen. Massey turned off the stove and picked up the pot. Grayson was concerned because he didn't know what Massey was doing. Grayson said Massey turned on the sink but didn't use the water. Grayson said Grayson and Deputy Farley started walking back away from Massey. Massey asked, "Where are you going?" And Grayson said, "Away from your hot steaming pot of water." Grayson took Massey, saying, "I'll rebuke you in the name of Jesus," as a threat. Grayson stands up to demonstrate to the jury how Massey was holding the pot of water. And we don't have a description of that. Grayson says he was trained to use force to gain compliance. He says he matched Massey's threat level by drawing his gun. Fultz asks why a taser was not appropriate defense against the pot of water. Grayson said he had an older model taser, and Massey was wearing multiple layers of clothing, which could have made the taser ineffective. Grayson didn't want to risk the taser not working. So I don't know much about this stuff. And she was in more than one layer, but it was like a thin, silky robe. Or at least like that type of robe, to me, it comes off as very thin. So I don't know if that would still apply. But he didn't want to risk the taser not working. I have a problem with this because if you are aware, if you are in the moment and you don't feel comfortable relying on your taser in a moment that ordinarily you would rely on the taser or might want to be able to, and maybe there's like discretion and you want to lean on one side, if you're already fearing that your tool that you're supposed to carry with you to use as part of protocol isn't working, do we have a report that you have an issue with this equipment? Or are you just relying on that now as a fallback? Like get a new taser. Go in Fulton County. This is the one thing Fulton County would actually make sure they took care of. They would go take the funds that are meant for, inmate care, and they would go get a bunch of honey baked ham gift cards, real thing, bounce houses for staff parties, real thing, and a bunch of tasers. This is what the DOJ found out when they did their report on the Rice Street facility. That's what they were using funds meant for the inmates on. But here we're not getting new tasers. Did we report this though? Did we report this? That's Pierce's taser and water seems sketchy. That's where I thought this explanation was going to go, but I don't know any better, right? You would think electric and then pot of water. You don't want to use taser, but that's not what he's saying here. That's where I thought this was going to go. Let's keep going. Let's see. Grayson said he approached Massey because he was trying to secure Massey in handcuffs for aggravated assault on a police officer. What? For holding the pot and making threats. So we heard, we get this expert on the stand that says, look, you have time in your favor. Time is away, distance is away. These different characteristics of what's going on in a moment where things can change in an instant. Being able to have extra time to make a decision or make a move, being able to have extra distance away from where there could be a threat where someone could have an opportunity to harm you. Creating distance is good, and his evaluation of the circumstances here, he concluded that Sean Grayson, in stepping forward, decreased the distance, which was against protocol, which is it seemed like he was saying it was against common sense. And now it seems like Grayson in this is being typed almost as like a narrative, but we know Fultz is doing direct examination. Grayson gives a reason. He says, this is why I approached. Because I was trying to secure Massey in handcuffs for aggravated assault on a police officer for holding. We didn't hear any of that announced on the body cam. And his partner, Deputy Farley, his body cam was running, right? We have some audio from Farley's body cam, even though Sean Grayson's was not turned on at the time. I personally do not remember anything mentioned about we're going to take you into custody because you are holding a pot of water. So I don't think this is good. I would take a note as a juror if I heard this. Grayson said he also approached Massey to get a clear picture of what she was doing behind the cabinet. And let me go back. I think this is the danger. Maybe in this case, he has to testify to let the jury know his side of what he was perceiving in the moment, because Deputy Farley which I think is kind of rare. We have testimony from another officer saying, you know what, I don't think my partner's actions were justified. I think he stepped out of bounds. I think he was the one that made me worry. So kind of in a position where Grayson's got to go up there. But this is stepping on a rake. Stepping in a rake, I think. Grayson said he also approached Massey to get a clear picture of what she was doing behind the cabinet. So you're already approaching her to try to arrest her, but you also need a picture of what she was doing because you're not sure. But you already made the determination that she was committing aggravated assault for holding this pot. So you either see it or you don't. And this all took place in like a few seconds. I don't know. So he says he's trying to get a clear picture. After Grayson said, I'm going to shoot you in the, and he says fucking face in the body cam. It's censored here. And Massey said, okay, I'm sorry. Grayson felt he had gained compliance. Grayson saw Massey grab the pot, raise it above her head, and throw the pot at him. Grayson said he only discharged his weapon when he saw Massey throw the pot at him. No further questions from Foltz. Millhiser, this is the prosecutor, approaches for questioning. Millhiser shows Sean Grayson the reports he wrote. Grayson didn't write in his report that he said he would shoot Massey in the effing face. You know what? If you guys are okay with me taking a pause, I swear I downloaded this and I couldn't find it the other day. But there is a contrast with his report compared to every other officer's report from that day. Dun, 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 dun. Got all these documents here from the Alicia Andrews trial. Let's see if I can find it in. Sorry in advance. I need a moment here. When did we start talking about this? I think I looked it up the day before I did the first stream. Let's see. I think what happened is I found the PDF was online and I just didn't download it. I just didn't download it and keep it in my downloads. I saw it embedded in an article and never actually clicked the download button. Which if I'm pulling it from a docket, I'm going to download it. Out of habit, I have it on my downloads. Maybe I'll find it. Maybe I'll find it tomorrow. Give myself that homework because I don't want to waste too much time looking here. But the incident report, it was like over 20 pages long, I think. And it had different reports from everybody who was there. And Sean Grayson's was like the shortest one on there. So about the report you wrote. Grayson didn't write in his report that he said he would shoot Massey in the effing face. So you left that part out. Millhiser emphasizes that if Deputy Farley didn't have his body camera on, nobody would know Grayson said that. Millhiser has no further questions. Oh. And it's hard to tell if it was really that short or if that's what we get as notation here, but it seems like a short cross. We went with the sassy mic drop. Let's see. So Foltz redirects. We have Grayson. Grayson didn't feel the need to write everything down in his report because it was all shown on the body cam footage. I mean, that kind of emphasizes the point. Like, I agree. But it was because your partner had it on, not because you. You told us that you didn't have it on because it's practice that at night you leave it off to go undetected, and you didn't double check that you turned it on when you thought you turned it on. So, but we're redirecting. Foltz asked Grayson if he ever went to the Illinois State Police after he filed his initial report to charge his story. I think that's supposed to be change his story, alluding to Deputy Farley's actions. Grayson says no. So remember, Deputy Farley said he went and he wanted to give more context, and I don't know if he necessarily change what was already in his report, but he made a change to the report to add additional details. And he said he felt like he needed to do the right thing. Holtz and Millhiser both have no further questions for Grayson. They're on a break. So Judge Cadigan and the jury have re-entered the courtroom. The defense has called Sangamon County Deputy Jason Eccleston as their second witness. Wyckoff's, this is defense doing direct examination, ask Deputy Eccleston to share what he saw upon arriving at Massey's house the morning of July 6, 2024. Deputy Eccleston and, that's going to mess me up, and Grayson appeared panicked. So Eccleston says Grayson appears panicked. Eccleston took Grayson to his car. Grayson started sobbing in the car. Eccleston told Grayson to calm down. When Grayson was in Deputy Eccleston's squad car, his demeanor was up and down. Eccleston shares that he knows Grayson quite well and that his demeanor was not how Grayson usually presents himself. Rogers for the state cross-examines him. In Deputy Eccleston's report, he advised Grayson not to speak to anyone. Rogers says Eccleston said, "Don't say a fucking thing to anyone." And then he told Grayson to turn off his body cam. Oh. I wonder if this was challenged. I wish we could watch this because we have the prosecutor. It sounds like the prosecutor in their question is saying something to the effect of, and in your report, did you say, and then they recite it. And maybe we don't get a cooperative answer. And remember, the questions aren't supposed to be evidence, but the jury hears it. I would love to see how this interaction actually happened in the courtroom. But I don't think, unless the jury has the impression of Rogers as being like a shady clown ball attorney, the question itself could be really impactful. But I don't know. In Deputy Eccleston's report mentions that, it's written weird. So his report mentions that his encounter and Grayson's demeanor were recorded on Eccleston's body cam. Rogers emphasizes that Eccleston told Grayson to turn off his body cam and Eccleston turned his off. So Grayson's demeanor wasn't captured on camera. Oh, well, I think this is very strong for the state. Kind of more towards Eccleston's behavior. This is the difference, right? That's why I said earlier it was a bit unusual that you have Deputy Farley specifically, going in and saying like, no, I don't think what my partner was doing was justified. And then now you're seeing a different deputy who gets there after the fact, like, turn off your body cam. Turn off your body cam. Don't talk to anybody. And I'm not going to shade anyone for saying maybe you should get a lawyer and wait to speak to anyone until you get a lawyer, or maybe your union rep or something, since we're dealing with law enforcement officers working in their duties. But it seems like he didn't want to answer. I'm visualizing this as being Eccleston didn't want to answer, said he didn't really recall. And so we get to reinforce it. We get to say, well, right here, this is what happened. And then his body cam shuts off, right? That's how I'm visualizing this. Yeah. I mean, I think that's a spade is a spade moment. But yeah, so Eccleston turns off his camera. Grayson's demeanor is not captured on camera. So what about before this advice, though? Was he already crying before this advice was given, and is that captured anywhere or no? So Wyckoff redirects and reiterates that Deputy Eccleston can still testify to Sean Grayson's demeanor. So no further questions from either side. Yeah, what do you guys think of like someone the defense redirecting and saying, well, you can still testify, even though we don't have the footage, you can still testify. Do you necessarily think that the testimony can overcome, the absence of the video? Maybe in normal circumstances, but I think a good amount of people would think that turn off your body camera. Coming from someone in a situation where you might, if this was a regular citizen Do you think the deputy would have advised, hey, stop recording on your own phone? If you're recording me, stop recording what you're doing. Do you think this deputy would have turned off his own camera or advised his colleague to turn off their body camera if it was the two of them questioning a citizen? Because that's what makes this a credibility issue. So there's no further questions there. The third witness called by the defense is Coweta County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Glenn Corbett. Corbett owns a consulting and training company that consults on use of force cases. Wyckoff asked Corbett about his experience at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center as a manager and trainer. Okay, so I wonder if this guy, because we heard that Sean Grayson was over in Macon County for a while. So this trial is Illinois. But I wonder if this Corbett somehow did some training with Sean Grayson in Macon County, because we're talking about Georgia now. But they're at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. We're back in Georgia. Corbett says the Georgia Public Safety Training Center follows generally accepted practices and best principles in law enforcement, best practices in law enforcement, and that he managed the Crisis Intervention Training Unit. Corbett has experience testifying as a use of force expert in criminal trials. Corbett has been declared an expert on use of force. Wyckoff asked Corbett about his report on the case. Wyckoff asked whether having a copy of the law enforcement agency's use of force policies is a fundamental component of conducting a use of force investigation. Corbett says yes. Corbett says, upon reviewing Sangamon County's use of force policy, he believes it falls within the generally accepted principles and best practices. Corbett says when examining the case, he didn't think Grayson acted out of line based on the policy. Corbett says Grayson approaching Massey falls within the generally accepted principles and best practices, and that it's not uncommon for an officer to get a line of sight of a subject. Meaning this is why it was okay for him to move closer. Because there was if you didn't see the video, there's an island counter that divided where the living room space was and the kitchen area. Corbett describes this as a perceived threat. If an officer loses sight of that threat, they don't know what could happen next. Wyckoff explains that there were two conflicting, generally accepted tactics: keeping a line of sight and creating distance between you and the subject. So that's important for the defense. Contradict the other expert that was called and say, well, there's two conflicting, generally accepted tactics. They conflict, but they're generally accepted. You can do this or you can do that. And the last expert was inclined to the creating distance idea. This expert's going to emphasize that keeping a line of sight is another viable tactic, although it conflicts with the other tactic. Corbett says you have to, quote, try to pick the one that's best for you and your partner. Well, we had the partner say that this tactic wasn't the best decision. Corbett says Grayson choosing to keep a line of sight on Massey was the right decision. Corbett says there's a misconception about what de-escalation means. It's different in the law enforcement world compared to the public. Corbett emphasizes that de-escalation isn't just verbal communication. Wyckoff asks whether it is a generally accepted law enforcement principle that the receiver's, Massey's actions, often escalate the event. Corbett agrees. Wyckoff asks if Deputy Farley had turned off the stove when Grayson asked him if that could have possibly de-escalated the event. Corbett says, at that moment, I didn't think there was an event, but that would have prevented an event from happening. So blame the other guy. Corbett says Massey's grabbing the pot escalated the event, and that if Massey had put the pot down and poured the water out into the sink, it would have de-escalated the event. Rogers objects to leading questions. Wyckoff rephrases his question. Corbett concluded that Grayson tried to de-escalate the situation. He says that the crisis intervention perspective of the situation changed to a use of force incident due to a perceived imminent threat, given the totality of the circumstances. Corbett says the facts perceived matter when creating a report, and that Massey's intentions with the pot don't matter at all. Only the officer's perception matters. Yeah. Well, there's subjective and objective reasonableness. But there's a little issue here. Corbett says the facts perceived matter when creating a report. And I'm telling you guys, Sean Grayson, his report was it was a third of a page. That was his report. So not much detail there on what he perceived, except he did state that he felt he was in fear for his life. Corbett determines that Grayson's use of force was appropriate, drawing on his years of experience and training, and recognizing that officers must make difficult decisions and are not robots. As a use of force investigator, Corbett says you have to conduct analysis objectively and shouldn't look at it through 2020 hindsight. I really think that we should all be aware of this, right? When we're able to pause things, when we're able to say what we would have done in a situation when really we weren't in there. I really do think this is a true principle. And I think a lot of these cases, sure, this happens to involve a law enforcement officer. So they're looking with a lens at policy, procedure, best practices. In any type of self-defense case, when the jury's asked possibly a split-second difference between something being not justified to suddenly it's justified, it became justified in that moment. I do think it's important, no matter what side of the aisle in the courtroom, to be aware of 2020 hindsight. So I will certainly and strongly agree with this principle here. Wyckoff has no further questions. We will continue with the state's cross-examination after lunch. So they take their break. Rogers does the cross-examination of Corbett. Rogers approaches Corbett with a synopsis he has written of the case. So Corbett wrote a synopsis. Rogers questions Corbett about his definition of de-escalation. Corbett agrees that it would be ideal if de-escalation could be achieved through verbal communication, but that's not always the case. Rogers asks Corbett in his synopsis or a full report on the case how many times he uses the terms, quote, generally accepted principles or practices. Corbett doesn't use the terms at all. Corbett believes Sean Grayson achieved de-escalation. I mean, technically, Rogers, quote, you believe shooting Sonia Massey in the face was successful de-escalation. Oh. Corbett says yes. No further questions from the state. This guy just gets up there and just goes, whoop, whoop. And drop a little mic there. Wyckoff redirects, and I'm saying that because, all right, maybe in the academics here, de-escalation involves whatever you got to do to stop a threat. But I think as a layperson, I don't think of de-escalation, even though it quite frankly put an end to the event. I don't think of de-escalation including an escalation before the de-escalation happens. If that makes sense. Just as a layperson, how I would use that word, that's not how I would use that word. Wyckoff, oh wait, we skipped that, right? All right, so Wyckoff redirects by confirming that although Corbett doesn't address generally accepted practices in his report, they are implied because Corbett's training and analysis already follow them. No further questions from either side. All right, so Judge Cadigan asked the attorneys to approach for a quick conversation. The next witness called by the defense is Kevin R. Davis, a retired law enforcement officer who worked in Akron, Ohio. Davis runs his own consulting and expert witness firm. Davis has been declared an expert in the use of force and in use of force investigations. Wyckoff asked Davis what conclusion he reached based on the materials he received, including the Sangamon County use of force policy. Davis says he believes Sean Grayson's decision to employ lethal force was warranted. Sean Grayson fidgets, touching his face and looking around the room. Davis says the totality of the circumstances analysis ends once the force has been applied or is no longer being used. Davis says what happens after that is irrelevant to the conclusion one draws in a report. Davis says de-escalation is a concept that has gathered steam within law enforcement over the last few years, establishing that the use of force is unnecessary in some situations. Well, we kind of just had the expert before you say use of force is a part of de-escalation. And now I would read this, I would interpret this statement that Davis is giving that de-escalation is a contrast, an alternative to use of force, which is my layperson, how I would look at the word de-escalation in any other context. So to me, that's a little bit of a conflict between your two experts there. But maybe you think that's helpful because, again, the expert that the state called that we heard from on Friday was like, look, none of this is definitive, and we don't want it to be definitive. We want it to evolve. We look at what's generally in use rather than calling anything a best practice, because we don't want to create that hierarchy that something is the right thing, definitively the right thing to do as a best practice. We don't want to call things best practices, right? That's what the state's witness stated. So, yeah, I mean, that's how I like we're including in the first, so we have state's witness, we have two expert witnesses from the defense. The defense's first expert witness on use of force is including escalation as a de-escalation tactic, is the way I'm looking at it. So Ghost, I'm with you. Like, that's expert one for the defense is saying it's part and parcel. And again, that's the guy from Georgia. That's the guy from Georgia coming in and saying that. Oh, man. Let's see. Back to defense's expert two on use of force. Davis said Grayson made attempts to de-escalate the situation, particularly when Grayson asked Massey to put the pot of water down. See, that's what I would look at as a de-escalation attempt, put the water down. Wyckoff asks if it's a generally accepted practice or principle that an officer should create distance between an armed subject for self-preservation. Davis says yes and no, and that a tactic is dependent on circumstances. Davis says Grayson's decision to walk towards the counter was to allow him to see Massey's movements, and thus was not a tactical blunder. Wyckoff plays out a hypothetical. An officer can violate a tactic, violate a CIT policy, and violate a de-escalation policy, but still be within the confines of the use of force policy, deploy use of force, and be okay to do so. The body camera position won't capture what an officer directly saw. Well, I mean, we didn't have the angle from, but the argument there is even if we had the body cam on Grayson and it was like shooting from this area, it's not going to reflect what the vantage point from here was. What the vantage point, if I'm turning my head, but my torso is still affixed forward, right? Problem with that is up to the point anyway, there was quite a long time where we wouldn't have had that body cam footage anyway, because it was turned off. So, Davis emphasizes that the cameras are only one form of evidence and that they are equipped with a fisheye lens that distorts distances. Davis also extracted individual frames from the body cam footage, as Illinois State Police did. He came to the same conclusion as ISP. Davis says, the video is the video, the evidence is the evidence. Davis explains officer-created jeopardy, a notion he claims shifts responsibility from the subject to the officer. The idea is not generally accepted in police training throughout the U.S. And I think this is the ultimate question, right? The defense is trying to establish that there's, different decisions that an officer could make, that even though they might contradict, the philosophy of what someone else would do in the situation, that they could be acceptable. But now I really think what the jury is going to have to get at is, was this de-escalation? Was this officer-created jeopardy in these final moments? Davis explains officer-created jeopardy, a notion he claims shifts responsibility from the subject to the officer. The idea is not generally accepted in police training throughout the U.S. And this is where maybe it should be. Maybe it should be. I'm surprised. I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that it's not. If we have all these experts coming in and they're trying to teach departments on how to do their job better in safer ways that can lead to better outcomes for all involved, I would think that this would be, even in the last few years, as de-escalation is increasing in relevance, right? These departments are trying to learn it, whether for good reasons or just to avoid lawsuits, make the city happy, whatever the reason may be. You would think that this would be a necessary part of it. So that's kind of weird to hear. Well, we just don't talk about officer-created jeopardy typically in police training throughout the United States. I think we should. I think we should talk about that. If I was an officer, if I was Deputy Farley, and I felt like my partner, Grayson, who's young, who shifted departments a lot, made me worry, I'd want my department to say like, hey, we need to do some officer created jeopardy training. Because Grayson, you shouldn't be, when your partner draws his firearm because you've drawn yours, as he's supposed to if you've drawn yours, you then don't step in front of him while he has his handgun withdrawn and pointing. You don't do that. That's you creating a bad situation for you and your partner and others in the room. I think we should have that training. I think we should have that training. Anyway, I digress. So Wyckoff has no further questions. They take a short break. Judge Cadigan and the jury return to the courtroom. Millhiser for the state does cross-examination. So Millhiser questions Davis about his blog and different blog entries. Millhiser argues that Davis's blog advocates for the use of force in policing. Davis disagrees. Oh gosh, do we have to look up the blog, guys? What's this guy's full name? Now I'm going to highlight the one we're on. Davis. Kevin R. Davis. Kevin R. Davis. He's got a consulting firm with a blog. So maybe some good reading tonight, guys. Oh, I highlighted it, right? All right, it unhighlighted, but we were here. So he's questioned about his different blog entries. Davis is reluctant to say that his blog advocates for the use of force in policing. Millhiser asks Davis about the report he wrote on the case and notes that there is a lot of cut and paste from other professionals' reports. Millhiser reads quotes from Davis's report. Quote, "We must examine Massey's manifested intent by way of her actions." Quote, "His," meaning Grayson's, "small movements did not create the jeopardy that led to the shooting." More from Davis's report. Quote, "An officer under attack by a female subject with a pot of boiling water." Then Millhiser emphasizes that the statement sounds pretty bad and that it's a good thing there's body cam footage of it. The state is through with questioning. Wyckoff redirects. Davis says he followed generally my God, guys, it's happening again. So I don't know. I'm on a hot spot. We had terrible storms yesterday. It was raining a little bit like an hour ago. I could hear the thunder rumbling, but we were good. I have the little thing. I'm on a hot spot. I see that I'm getting like the speed warning. So I don't know if I'm jumping around, but we're only sharing text. We're not sharing a YouTube video. Maybe we can make it through these final tweets. We're going to try. Touche is here to save the stream. Hello, Touche. Yeah, the wind blew the internet again. And I don't know, the hotspot was the 5G was a great solution last year. I haven't tapped into it in like a year. I don't know if I need to like troubleshoot the device or what. Hopefully it holds out for the rest of the stream. We only have a little bit of a ways to go. Oh man. Look how long it's taking to load this little. We're gonna do it. The cops cut out my internet. Oh man. I will always come back, guys. If it jumps out, sorry if I came back in screaming. If the power goes out, my internet goes out, unless my phone is dead, I will jump on my phone and jump in the YouTube chat and let you guys know what's going on and if I'm powering back up or if it's just like a no-go for the rest of the stream. I'll always try to let you guys know. So there we go. We were here somewhere. Oh yeah, this thing, we'll read a few in case it cut me off earlier than I think. But we had more from Davis's report. This quote, an officer under attack by a female subject with a pot of boiling water. Millhiser emphasizes that the statement sounds pretty bad and that it's a good thing there's body cam footage of it. The state is through with questioning. Wyckoff's redirecting. Davis says he followed generally accepted practices and wrote his report neutrally, dispassionately, and without bias or preconceived notions. Wyckoff brings up a book Davis wrote and asks him to count how many times he cites himself, referring to expert witness Seth Stoughton. Wyckoff says, is it safe? And so what Wyckoff is referring to is when Stoughton was on the stand, this was something that they pressed Stoughton about. Like, you cite yourself a bunch, you think you're like the bee's knees. So Wyckoff says, is it safe to say that because you didn't cite yourself in your report, you're not here to generate book sales? Oh, is it not going to load? Oh, wait, I can just pull it up on my phone. And I can read to you guys like a true, it's 9 p.m. It's bedtime story hours. I can just read them to you guys. So they might not be on screen if this doesn't want to load, but let's see. Let's go over to ABC. We're going to make it work, chat. And I'm going to cry if I wake up tomorrow and have to tell you guys like, hey, the internet's doing the internet thing again. All right, Wix ABC 20. Day 6. It has been a day. All right, let me scroll all the way down. All right, I'm at the part Wyckoff brings up a book Davis wrote. All right, so redirect is done. The state has no further questions. The defense rests. Court is done for the day. So all that loading, and we're just getting to the court's done for the day. Let's see if they talk about jury charges. Okay, we will be having a jury instruction conference after a short break. Judge Cadigan has returned and called for a short recess. He left the courtroom. Judge Cadigan has returned. The judge and attorneys are having a jury instruction conference. There was deliberation over the wording of the People's Instruction number 19 from the defense, but Judge Cadigan overruled it. We don't have info on what that instruction was. Now they're going over the defense's request for instructions. We are going through the defense's instructions. The attorneys have approached for the sidebar. Judge Cadigan asks if Sean Grayson is aware that second-degree murder was included in the jury instructions. Grayson says he understands. We're done for the day. We will be back in court at 9 a.m. tomorrow to hear closing statements from the state and defense. So it seems to me like the defense might have, let me reread this again and see if you guys get what I'm pulling from this. They state, we are now going over the defense's instructions, what they're requesting be instructed to the jury. They approach for the sidebar. Then Cadogan, after the sidebar, Cadogan asks if Grayson's aware that second-degree murder was included in the jury instructions. So I wonder if that was a request from the defense. And that's why they need Grayson's like consent for the defense's strategy, right? Because I don't think Grayson would have a say in what the state was charging him with. He could file a motion and challenge the, sufficiency of the charge or something. But they're done for the day. We'll be back in court at 9 a.m. tomorrow to hear closing statements from the state and defense. All right, so that wraps up that thread. We got it done, chat. What a day it has been. We will, of course, look for the updates and see ABC's reportings on the closings from both sides and anything notable that happens with jury instructions. And then they'll go into deliberations over there. And of course, even if we're streaming Alicia Andrews, if there's a verdict in that and we're live talking about Alicia Andrews, we'll pause and go read the news. I don't think there'll be cameras for the verdict because there haven't been cameras at all. But we'll pause and go read the reading that's reported in real time. So with that, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through the chat. I know I didn't get to you guys' thoughts throughout the way. Yeah, so Jason was she tried to throw and he shot before she could. I want to say that I think that there could, I think there's a strong possibility of a hung jury here. I think if somebody was on the defense and just has I don't think that last defense witness was all that helpful. I don't think the de-escalation thing was weird, but at least the first witness was well, there's different schools of thought, kind of matched, at least in that way. It matched what the state's expert witness said. Hey, there isn't a black and white line of this is the way it is and this is the way it will always be. But the second expert witness, again, the first guy did his de-escalation thing, which I don't agree with that definition. I don't think that's wise to ask a jury I think a common sense definition of de-escalation just doesn't fit what that expert was telling us. Even though we're supposed to understand that he's telling us the meaning of something within a specific context in a field. But I don't know. I think when we get to, she tried to throw and he shot before she could. I think the second witness for the state was trying too hard to make it seem like it was clearly reasonable. And I think there's a risk with that. And again, that's the witness's testimony. I don't think it was the defense necessarily trying to push that argument. But when you have someone say, absolutely, that gives anyone on the jury that might be on the fence or in a position to disagree, say, well, it's not that clear cut, even if I think it's highly likely, even if I don't want to say that I'm clear that Sean Grayson wasn't reasonable here. Somebody having that conviction on the stand as an expert witness could create a reactionary reaction from someone sitting in that jury box. So I don't know. I always think it's iffy when you've got an expert witness that is just too assured of their own opinions. Let's see. All the comments about me losing my internet. Well, Jeremy Rose says, unfortunately, they're trained that way, but no training prepares you for the inevitable. And I think that's the area where it's risky to put the defense on the stand. It might have been stronger to leave it murkier, to leave it more of a gray area. Because I think the most compelling thing, and again, I've only read it, I think it's so compelling that Farley said, look, I didn't think Massey was a threat. But also he changed his mind. He changed what he wrote. He added different details after the fact, which to me points that he wasn't necessarily sure what to make of it either. And maybe as he had some time to sit there and think about it, he felt really bad that there was a loss of life, and that shaped his opinion retroactively on what he might have been thinking in that moment. But now you have the defense put on their case in chief, and I think that second expert witness would poke and prod somebody. It's a retired law enforcement officer that's basically up there buffering that use of force is the bee's knees. So I don't know. And then you continue. Sorry, Jeremy says, I'm no cop, but if someone was coming after me, threatening my life, all bets are off. We've got Ghost saying the cop escalated the situation. That's I really think that there's got to be somebody on that jury that's thinking that when they're hearing the word de-escalate over and over. Right? You don't want, if you're the defense, you don't want the jury thinking the opposite of the word de-escalate. But if you keep saying the word de-escalate, you might walk them through thinking about the opposite there. Oh, man. Let's see. We've got Starfish and Coffee. We've got Your Name is Eve here, says, I wonder where the pot was found. Was it on the floor near Massey or near Grayson? It was found on the floor, but then they didn't collect the pot as a weapon, which was like an interesting little detail. They didn't collect it as evidence. I don't know if that materially will weigh on the jury at all, but it was found on the floor. I don't know. We heard that the water was trickling in the direction of where the officers were standing. I don't think there's any testimony that someone had like water on their uniform as if like the water was in motion going somewhere. But for what it's worth, guys, if somebody's in fear, the threatening action doesn't actually need to be like mid-progress for use of force to necessarily be justified. Right? So, and on the flip side of that, you got to be careful anytime you could truly believe you are exercising, you got to defend yourself. There's no other choice. If I don't react with deadly force, I'm going to be on the receiving end of deadly force or serious harm. You might be well within your rights with what you're standing there thinking at the moment, but it's still a risk when you go to trial to put that decision in a jury's hands. So I don't know if we'll get a straight verdict. But it seems like lessers are going back. There's also like a misuse of official conduct charge. So there's opportunities in there for a jury to come up with some type of compromise. I don't know if this will be like a one and done, straight shot, unanimous decision right away out the gate. I don't know if we'll get a unanimous decision at all. I think we might get a split verdict. I just don't know. I think it's so unpredictable. And it sucks because a life was lost. And unfortunately, this trial is really just about Sean Grayson's actions. And I'm not in Illinois, I'm not following this, but I wonder if this situation has caused a ripple effect where, hey, maybe we should change some policies. There's some stuff outside of court that, maybe there were issues going on with Grayson. I think it was said in court a little bit that he was transferred from departments a few times within a short period of time. Maybe if that's a scenario and somebody's still new, still inexperienced, and they're being shuffled around, maybe we wouldn't have them in a position where they'd have to respond to a call like this. And maybe departments should look at that as a means of, maybe if selfishly as their own liability for the safety of the other officer. I think they should do it for the people they're supposed to protect and serve. But hey, if we can't get policy improvements on that ground, maybe look at those other reasons that we should do the same thing. And I just don't know if any policy change or impact has stemmed from this, but I hope it does. I hope it does, because I think that we talk about de-escalating events. Well, if we have an officer that isn't really fully trained to deal with these things, maybe there should be more than 2 officers responding. And yeah, I think I think talking about the taser, maybe if we have tasers that we're saying aren't working, the very least that we should expect is that you report that it's not working and get a new device issued. So I don't know. Yeah, that's true. So Factual Lie points out that they did collect the pot, but it was 2 weeks later. So thank you for that, because that's the way I said it was misleading and left that context out. But yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think these are ever... self-defense is always a scary... I like watching self-defense cases because it's always... There's always a bit of frame, one detail could make a juror think a totally different way. And then there's 12 jurors. Well, in some states there aren't 12, but there's several jurors, right? They might not all agree. They might not all see things the same way, just like as a chat. Chat doesn't always see things the same way. Or maybe they see the same ultimate end result, but they get there in different ways, right? Different pathways take them to the same conclusion. So I always think it's interesting to see. With that being said, you guys, we should be hopefully with no internet issues tomorrow. The Alicia Andrews, we're going to continue. We have one bit of a witness at the end of today, which was day 4, and then we'll be catching up. By the time they do lunch, if we're able to start on time tomorrow, we should be caught up and be on 1-time speed. If I have internet issues in the morning, maybe start a little late. Just look for updates on the stream start time. I'll try to boost the time forward as Spectrum's doing what Spectrum does during storms. But thank you guys for being so understanding of that. Take care, Mary. Take care, you guys. Thanks, Jeremy and KP. You know, up the whole board here. Factual Lie, JSO. The whole board. Trakisha popped in here towards the end. Touche. Thank you. I'm just seeing this here. It says, I was catching up over the weekend. Thanks for the labor of love piecing together the videos. Catnut Williams, you're the best. So now we did all that work to get rid of the identifying information, and now there's an exhibit on the docket, or not an exhibit. There's a witness list filed on the docket with nothing. The names are there. The birth dates are there. Nothing's redacted after all of that. So, and the clerk could have stopped and said, look, let's redact this. Judge could have said, hey, we're redacting those, remember? But we just don't care anymore. So all of that identity protection last week is out the window. But it is what it is. I mean, I think that if a court's going to protect identities, they should just be consistent with it. So, yeah. But thank you, Touche. Thank you. And good to see you. And I'm glad you're caught up, because now you can tell us what you think as we move on. Tomorrow, guys, I think Ramos is going to be on the stand. So if I have to go to like a library with my laptop and stream to make sure we talk about Ramos tomorrow, it might have to happen. So there's that, you guys. Yes, and Factual Lie, that's true. Factual Lie didn't have to redo their stream today. I think the court gave up on doing whatever they were doing. I just think they said forget it. So see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to have a long night because all the work I couldn't do this morning, I've got to do tonight. So probably going to start around 10, right? We've got the lunch break to switch, and we can do some 1.25 speed. But I think it will be about an hour late start from when court's actually starting. So unfortunately, I know we're trying to catch up, but I think that's what we're going to do. With that being said, you guys, for the fifth time, I'm going to walk myself out. I'm going to play a song from the Wolfenbarger trial, but it's about objections. So I think in that regard, it relates to what we heard in the Alicia Andrews. Let me see. There we go.
Objection, you're ruining my case. Objection, you're ruining my case. State keeps spinning stories all over the place. From source to letters, they got no trace. Objection, you're ruining my case. Can't rule it out, rule it out. That's reasonable doubt, doubt. State says anything goes, spinning theories around. Can't rule it out. That's reasonable doubt. facts don't align.